This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, thoughts would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on. This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, thoughts would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on. This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, about what's fair as the offer unfolds. In bold letters read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on the unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading, wide and greeting. Dagger behind, the sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information for raiding to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
Hello, my wonderful imps. How are you doing today? Good afternoon, Sathers, Cotton D-Pad, Cookie, Saucy Fox, Lily Broer, the only Ziggy Richards, Nuts, Ada Stardust, Martini Peterson, Purple Beachan, Gayfesh, CoIntelPhone, Shield Maiden Lexi, the Herillion, Panic Stasis, Pave, Looney, Heretic Soup, Table Knife, good to see ya, and from the YouTube chat, Comrade Cat Pernicus, Elac Caval, I Am High, Max Sips, De MVM, Red Dog Playa, Popeye Regina, and Yak Taxi. And Jesus is a homosexual, which I agree. Alrighty, everyone, how are we doing today? Can we get some likes on the video, please? Can we get some likes on the stream? Please click through to YouTube and give me those likes, alright? Alright? Alright. Because, this is a big stream for us, okay? A big stream for us. We are going on board. Let me show you who we're going on with, okay? We're going on with some real motherfucking legends. And I'm not talking about myself. Though I am. But let's take a look here. Real quick, let me rate this meme. I don't get it. I'm sorry, Sororth. I don't get it. No offense. I don't get it. Maybe I'm not high enough. Maybe I need to get high and then watch it. All right. Let me just show you real quick. All right. Ready? Oh, yeah. It was fucking awesome, Silent. Please post it in chat so people can enjoy. I'll actually, you know what? I'll show it up on the screen. But just give me a minute first. So, another person on the left tonight on this panel that we're going on is none other than Hutchinson, the OG COD streamer. And I want you to take a look at that follower count right there. You see that? 345.8 thousand followers. This guy, the real deal of streamers. Yeah? And I want to show you another person who's going to be on tonight. Ready? The legend himself, Trihex at nearly 100,000 followers on Twitter alone. The literally has a global emote on, what the, did I just break Twitter? Has a global emote on Twitch. One of the original big streamers on Twitch. Yeah, that's right. That's right. If you go on Twitch, you will find Trihex's default global emote. Yeah, we're getting a big ass show tonight. Tonight is going to be huge. And let me tell you, I've been doing a lot of research, and I've also had some help because RGR, Riley Grace Rochong, who's amazing, has been doing some research too. So we've been collaborating a little bit, and that's great. I also got some insight indirectly from Jangles the Science Lad, which, as it turns out, I didn't even realize this. Jangles has a master's degree in sports medicine, which is super helpful for the trans athlete debate, as it turns out. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff, huh? Yeah, I know. Already at 5.88K YouTube subs. This month is the month of growth. Now, before we get to the panel, we have about 2 hours before the panel begins, and we are going to talk about a couple of little politics things. Yeah? Yeah, please like the stream. That'll be very important tonight. Deeply appreciated. Also, for those of you who are mods in the chat, we need one mod for Dylan's chat. We need one mod for Trihex's chat. We need one mod for Hutchinson's chat to be able to post the social links to their chats when the time comes. Okay? So, I would ask that the mods will use the Discord channel to sort out who's going to do what, okay? Because I don't want to spam it. We got to nail this. It's really important. I will bribe you with Discord Nitro or whatever. Please, I just need that help. I can't do it myself because I got to focus on this, on these debates. It's going to be a big one. So I'm going to be like 100% focusing. It's not even corruption. The thing is I can't afford, listen, I'm not going to go in on all of this, okay? Listen, we've been doing good. I want the channel to keep growing. If you'd like to help me with that, as you have, I appreciate that, okay? So, I would like to really quick talk about Wednesday's stream. Because on Wednesday, we had a giant stream of call-ins, which was incredibly, incredibly wonderful. And I want to say thank you all. Thank you all for calling in. I'm sorry for those who I didn't get to. We will do another one. Don't you worry. We will be doing another one in the future. And we set out some new goals for the stream. Those goals are well on their way. So that much is very good. For those of you who don't know, one of our next projects is going to be exploding my TikTok if possible. Yeah, you may have missed call-ins, but don't worry. We'll do it again soon. Right now, we are sitting at 59 TikTok followers and 124 likes. Not bad. Slow and sure. Now, I'm slowly getting good recommendations for TikTok follows. If anybody has any accounts that they want to shout out that would be good for me to respond to if they're conservatives, or duet with if they are lefties, please post them in the Discord in the content recommendations, okay? That would be awesome. I have followed a whole bunch. As you can see, I added a whole bunch of accounts to follow that are lefties. I will be doing a duet with this Vosh Vidya fellow, but I don't have one yet. I'm still desperately trying to figure out TikTok, and I'm not quite there yet. Yeah, this Vosh dude. Hey, thank you so much. The TikTok is right here if you want it. Yeah. Wait, maybe... Why are my commands not working? So weird. I wonder what's up with the bot. The bot's having a little bit of issues. Whoa, really? Let's take a look. You're making a Demon Mama texture pack? What? That's so funny. You need to put this, please, 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 please. Actual username. Post this on OK Buddy Mama, okay? Please, please. This is the perfect type of post for OK Buddy Mama. This needs to go on OK Buddy Mama. There you go. OK Buddy Mama is the absurd meme channel. Sorry, I don't have an opinion on that content creator. Demon Mama hasn't made a Drama Mama investigates about them yet. True! True! Look at these. Look at these wild ass posts we got on here. Look at this wild shit. Wild shit. Wild shit. Yo, Hyrillian, I'm very happy to hear that. I am an OG Vosh chatter. I've been chatting in Vosh's chat for a long time. Very happy to hear you came over from Vosh. We got a lot of Voshsters over here, and I'm happy to have them. Okay, Buddy Mama segment, eventually. We'll do a formal segment. Right now, not enough people are posting on it. If the posts go up, we'll do the segment. But right now, we don't got enough posts to go over. Yeah, you got a couple of your posts on there, Catherine. Am I doing call-ins later? Most likely not, unless there's like something super, super interesting. After every single debate panel, I always do Q&As, and I am open for debates, but it's got to be something I'm interested in. I can't do call-ins every single day, unfortunately. It's too much for me. I just can't handle that much demand. Sorry. It's nothing personal. It's not that I don't like talking to you. I actually really love talking to viewers. It's just it takes a lot of energy. Yeah, I mean, I did a 12.5 one. Retcon, 12.5 hours. We broke the YouTube buffer. Actually, it's really interesting. I was thinking about the possibility of reviewing Vosh's video that he did on DGG. Wait, you don't have the VOD link? Silent, it should be in there. Silent, the VOD is on the playlist. It's on the playlist. You're interested in discussing your use of political labels and how it affects the left-wing movement in, well, the world? Yeah, do you want to just discuss that right? Is this like a debate? Like, what do you mean? Can you clarify that, McFleen? Maybe you can just come on right now. Absolutely, Max Sips. We can definitely work that out. Yeah, I did a fucking 12.5 hour call-in stream that was incredibly awesome. The History Wizard on TikTok is a rad leftist historian. All right, the History Wizard. Let's do it. Oh, cool. Wow.
My life be like, yeah.
Wait, I can't play that. No, I can't play that. Get out of here, TikTok. Oh, God. All right, McFleen. All right, McFleen, come on, get in chat. Let's do some early blood. Why not? Why not? Let's warm up with some blood, all right? Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. All right, get in here. Get in the Discord, get in the waiting room, and I'll pull you in. Oh, you already are in there. All right, let's pull you in. All right, McFleen. You hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
What are your pronouns?
He and him. I don't really care.
Okay. Well, we'll put he and him for now. If you wish to have them changed, just let me know.
Yeah. It might be a little quiet. It is, after all, midnight here in Sweden.
Sure. All right, hit me with it. What you got?
So I just finished watching the 3-hour debate panel with you, Vosh, and yeah, the other Electoral Fan and
Yeah, and Dylan Burns and all of them. Yeah.
yes.
All right.
And I was just really kind of taken aback by your viewpoint of when Ares brings up how the left uses political labels like fascists and everything.
Yeah.
And I believe that you kind of sort of missed her point
Maybe.
when she brought that up.
I don't.
But,
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think that lefties are particularly bad at using labels. In fact, I think they're usually correct. And there is a in America especially, there is a I would almost go to the point of saying a structured amount of disinformation and lack of knowledge on fascism. And that leads to the right-wingers being able to say, oh, the lefties just call everyone fascists, when the lefties are actually calling fascists fascists.
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I would agree with you that leftists are probably in most cases correct when they call people fascist and when they call people racist. I would probably agree with you in 99% of the cases. I would say that my problem is with when in this specific case, you represented the point as if Aries said that leftists only use the term fascism in order to kind of just I'm I'm trying to figure out how to say this in a very descriptive manner, but the way she brought it up, I think her point was that when lefties use those words so much and so often and in very aggressive and emotional matters often, um, even if they are correct, that it sometimes hurts the movement.
I don't think it does.
Uh,
I don't think it does,
well,
even when they use it emotionally. I mean, I think there's possibly some people who go way too far, but I mean, have you ever watched conservative media? Conservative media is wall to wall calling people communists and
Right.
degenerates like all the time. Like that's all they do. So
Yeah.
like we're not even the left isn't even close to that. There's just a giant double standard. The conservatives in America are just liars. They just make shit up. Yeah.
I would definitely agree with you, but I think my point is that when leftists use these terms, say if you're having a discussion, when Vosh is having a discussion with, say Sargon and he calls him racist, or that conservatives in general are racist, I think that it takes a point away from say liberals who don't really know the definitions as well and aren't as articulate
Really?
with politics.
Do you
I
think
think it
so?
sort of hurts the movement when trying to, because the goal that I get from watching lefty media and everything, like it's going to be pretty impossible to bring over conservative viewers.
No,
It's
it's
very,
almost
very hard.
impossible to bring over conservative viewers no matter what you do.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
my point would then be that if you use these fascists to call out the fascists, sometimes it hurts the movement in that it makes it hard to bring over liberals.
Oh, I don't think so. I think most liberals, I mean, I think liberals have pretty much been on board with calling like Donald Trump a fascist for like the last 4 years. Like they were doing that before even that. The liberals beat us to it. And to be fair, the lefties probably should have been harder on it. The liberals were right.
Yeah.
The liberals were right on this. And I said this right at the I said this on the 6th. I remember watching the news on the 6th before I was even doing coverage. And I walked out into the living room after seeing somebody tweeting that like, oh, it's like this isn't, can't remember who it was. Some class reductionist was tweeting shit about like oh, like this isn't, we shouldn't condemn people who use tactics. I don't even remember. I can't remember who it was. And I was just like, the liberals were right on this. The liberals were 100% right on this.
I think liberals is the wrong word I use.
Oh,
I think the way I would call it isn't liberals, but just general folk who aren't very politically active. Like, for
so
example,
like, who do you think is like what examples do you have of the normies being turned off?
I would take someone like in my family who doesn't watch a lot of online discourse or doesn't watch debates between actual politicians and everything, and who doesn't read up on definitions when it comes to political labels. I think it can be very hard sometimes to convince them if you try to like level when you're having discourse with conservatives and you call them fascists. I think it sort of brings a very bad taste in their mouth when trying to come over to our movement.
Well, I mean, I don't think, at least for myself, I don't ever call conservatives fascists without spending time in that exact conversation explaining why I'm calling them that. Like,
but
yeah,
but
like
again,
I mean, even in the conversation with Vosh, like I literally spent like probably a good almost all of the time that I spent talking in that segment was devoted to explaining why we call them fascists.
Yeah.
And I think that is valuable. In fact, I think it's desperately important. I think we need, like, desperately to get liberals and normies to realize that there are there's a fascist faction in the United States, the GOP, that is becoming increasingly fascist. And if we don't wake people up to that, if we don't make people aware of that, it's going to be really bad. It's already really bad. Like we have mass death in the United States right now. Like, so with all, like, though I understand that it can be off-putting for some, it's the kind of alarm bell that needs to be rung. Even it's like a fire alarm that like is so loud that it hurts your ears. The goal is to make sure that you're getting out of the place where the fire is and doing something about the fire. That's my goal as well. I know sometimes it's annoying to people to hear the idea that like the GOP is basically a fascist wing of our government, but it's true. And yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think my big contention was that you kind of when you responded to Aries saying this that leftists use that one of the reasons why fascism has sort of brooded in America was partly because of leftism. I think that, I mean, that
But
is
it
a
isn't.
very, it probably didn't, right? Like leftism probably didn't bring about fascism,
I
at
never
least
said
not
that.
in the
She
entire
said that.
world. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It didn't do it at all. It hasn't done it at all. Fascism was here before America fucking invented fascism. Are you kidding me? Literally, like the Nazis took notes from our eugenics programs, from our Trail of Tears, from our experiments. That they took notes from our behaviors in how they designed their approach to gaining power.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think it has to do with lefties at all. I don't think lefties have anything whatsoever to do with the rise. I mean, I unironically think that trying to blame lefties in America or anti-fascists in America for the rise of fascism it's a corollary to the argument of people who say, well, you know, maybe the Jews should have just been a little more polite or whatever. I think that's a ridiculous argument. It's victim blaming on a political level.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't think that
Okay. Well,
I think it's necessary for and keep in mind, I didn't just respond to that like out of raw emotion. Like there was a calculated reason for why I got so frustrated at Eris, and that's because I think that people like Eris and people who are in Eris's audience don't realize that they're unintentionally parroting the propaganda of the right wing, which has allowed the right wing to flourish in this country, like literally. And that's not like saying that it's liberals' fault. It's just that this propaganda is designed to unintentionally be repeated and be accepted as fact, which is the idea that like, well, yeah, I mean, but if it wasn't for like, if Antifa wasn't so extreme, well, then maybe the fascists wouldn't be so extreme as well. And I think that's a big problem. I think that idea should be crushed firmly. Yeah.
so what would you say would make people like Ares stop trying to propagate or like bring up these points when it comes to political labels or when it comes to the 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 what word am I looking for? The rising of fascism. What would you say would make people how can we convince people that this isn't a cause of leftism or this isn't some like this isn't just a reaction movement. This is something like deeply rooted that we need to get rid of.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think doing things like what I did is very effective at that. I think that in general, there are some types of people who really need a bit of a splash of cold water, of being told straight and firmly and clearly what they're doing is unintentionally repeating right-wing talking points, and they need to be woken up to that, and then hopefully they will rethink it and think twice before saying that sort of thing again. And if they don't, well, I don't know. There are some people who aren't going to do that. It's just true that some people are not going to be receptive to any type of rhetoric. But I tend to think that if we call these things out when we see them and do so firmly and clearly, then we will stop the propagation of those ideas.
Okay. So apply a sort of rhetoric that we should show no tolerance to these people that are.
It's not no tolerance. I don't think it's intolerant to be firm and say, hey, you're repeating fascist rhetoric, whether you think so or not.
That's not what I'm saying. I mean, I'm saying that we should tell very firmly, as you put it, to the normies or to the liberals that what these fascists are propagating, that it is extremely bad, but we need to like actually apply rhetoric that convinces them in a certain way.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, and I think sometimes being firm and laying out a strong case that is passionate will get through to them.
Right.
I think this about. I mean, here's another example. I think where this would work as well. If you were hanging out with a normie and they like referred to somebody, like you were watching TV with them, say, and Ellen DeGeneres came on, and your normie friend was like, wow, isn't Ellen a little bit of a, F slur, and said the slur for gay people,
Yep.
then you would probably be like, what the fuck? That is not okay. What the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? And that might embarrass them a little bit, and they might be like, hey, but they're probably not going to do that again. That's the same thing.
I think it's a little more complicated than just telling them off very firmly.
I don't know. I think telling people off very firmly has some really good effects sometimes.
I do think in this example of the friend, but I do think it has something to do with the trust and respect between these two parties. Like, I think if you're told off by someone you respect or that you hold to a high standard, that it has a much better, like a much stronger effect. But if you get told by someone you don't respect, like say if you tell someone in the Gamergate community that isn't necessarily conservative or politically active at all, very firmly, that they might actually start to feel closer to the right wing.
Maybe, but if that's the case, if their response to being told anything that's critical of their worldview is to go further right, I have a feeling they were already predetermined to go right at that point. And I can't micromanage my rhetoric for every small individual who's gonna stop believing in human rights because of a take. And I think that I did. And judging by how well my channel performed after that debate, I think I did win the respect of the audience. I think by the time that I did that tell-off, I had already earned their respect as a panelist.
I do think, I'm not arguing that your rhetoric per se that you're proposing that you're using is bad. I'm just saying that if you want to use the rhetoric, it might actually be a bit counterproductive in some cases. But for you, someone like you who has is hold to a very high standard, and has proven to be like of high standard, and it's just very trusted in the community. Like, I think it works very well for people that have garnered that sort of respect and trust. But I think for some people who don't share that respect or trust for you, it might be very condemning for them.
Sure. Maybe. And there's probably some room for me to get better at it over time. I don't think I'm perfect. I don't think I make the right call in every single circumstance.
I don't think anyone is perfect.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But at the same time, I don't think that I think that there is a danger in making our rhetoric too soft and too conciliatory, especially right now in this period of mass death of Americans, in this period of political upheaval, of I don't think there's enough time for us to be playing nice with like liberal people who are going to unintentionally parrot the arguments of fascists. So I recognize that there's probably room for further tailoring that, but at the same time, I think there's more harm to be done in not being firm enough on fascism. I mean, if fascism happens, if we get to the point where like there's a serious fascist in power in any I argue that there was under Trump.
The closest would be Trump. Yeah.
I mean, and how many Americans are dead under Trump because Trump did govern as like a fascist. He denied absolutely denied objective truth to the mass of America, and we are dying under COVID. I mean, I don't even know. I haven't even checked the numbers for today. So, I think
I probably as a European, I try to keep up as much as possible with internationally with U.S. news and everything, because Trump has hurt the relationship between between Europe and the U.S. in many ways. But I think that probably one of the biggest causes, at least, maybe not the biggest, but one of the biggest causes is misinformation, like the fake news and everything that all of these conspiracy theories that you can propagate now with no consequences and no accountability.
You do realize that there's been studies done on this, right? Like Donald Trump was the #1 contributor to misinformation with regard to COVID. There was a huge study done on this. I do agree that there's a big problem with misinformation, but like a fascist being in charge is able to maximize that to such an unbelievable degree that we have 460,000 dead Americans. That's an unfathomable
but I think that the
amount of dead people.
misinformation is one of the reasons why we get fascists in power, why we get these
I agree.
extremely right-wing movements.
So I'm going to come down hard on misinformation, and that includes when liberals repeat it.
I just think that that is one of the things that, well, I think that that is one of the things that us in the left-wing movement need to get better at, because there is a lot of misinformation from both sides.
I don't even think it's comparable. Like, I don't even think they're in the same ballpark. I don't think there's a lot of misinformation from the left.
I think it is.
Like what?
Pretty comparable. I think it is. Like,
give me an
people
example.
like Kyle Kalinske and Breonna Taylor. Those are very, very large left-wing. Yeah,
Breonna Joy Gray is I've done coverage on Breonna Joy Gray. Breonna Joy Gray, I don't agree with Breonna Joy Gray, by the way, but Breonna Joy Gray is big on the
I would be concerned if you do agree with it.
Yeah, no, I don't. But Breonna Joy Gray is like big on the left, but she has an incredibly insular community, and doesn't actually really have much reach beyond that. Like it's a
But they paint a very bad picture of the movement as a whole.
Nobody knows who they are. Kyle Kalinske does not paint a bad. I disagree with your take on Kyle Kalinske. I think Kyle Kalinske does a very good job representing the leftward movement overall. Even though he's not as left as I would have liked, I think Kyle Kalinske does a good job. The popularity of his show beyond,
I don't know, maybe I haven't seen all of the good parts, but the things that I've seen, like for example when the thing with Nancy Pelosi, when he said that when he made comments about her saying that it was attacking all Americans, even though he took the clip very out of context, I think it just paints a very bad picture.
I was wrong about that clip. That's fine. I mean, do you know that Fox News, OAN, and Newsmax have like wall-to-wall coverage where they're literally proposing that Hugo Chavez stole the American election? Like, it's not even close. They're not even the same. They're not even the same. I would take like 100 Breonna Joy Grays on the left if we could get rid of one like Fox News on the right. And in raw numbers, just pure, nothing else, just pure numbers, we would be doing way better. Like, infinitely better. Because Breonna Joy Gray might be wrong about force the vote, or might be wrong about a bunch of like random factoids, but she doesn't deny COVID. She doesn't fucking deny. She doesn't spend hours propagating QAnon conspiracy theories. She's just got some bad takes. I think people really need to like do a sanity check in this moment and realize that, like, yeah, while we can really dislike people like BJG. And even if you don't like Kyle Kalinske, these people are nothing like OAN. Like, I even have clips queued up for today. I wanted to talk about OAN because they're churning out to hundreds of thousands of viewers, just raw lies. Yeah, they're not even comparable. These aren't even comparable. They're not even the same galaxy.
But I think they are. That's the thing. They are.
I don't think I don't think your argument holds up to scrutiny of either the statistics or of the actual misinformation being projected.
When it comes to the misinformation, like, I think maybe I am wrong here. It is very possible. But I do think that the misinformation is a big point that we need to get better as a movement, because there is a ton of it that is propagated by
what's the real quick, I gotta go to another call because I have a content creator who's gonna help me work on some stuff for the actual debate. However, if you could give me the worst piece of misinformation on the left that you think has major reach, and we can maybe talk about that real quick.
I mean, I'd have to think for a bit, because I don't have it.
Okay, well, I mean, but off the top of my head, I could name like 5 things about Fox News: election misinfo, COVID misinfo, trans misinfo. We have the conspiracy that climate change doesn't exist, and then we also have rampant anti-Semitism. There's 5 pieces of disgusting disinformation off the top of my head, no research needed, that is literally daily pushed out by the right wing. And yet you can't think of one that the left is pushing out that's even close. Do you see how there's like not an equivalence there?
I mean, I do think you have a point. the right definitely does it worse. I would definitely
Like
way
a lot.
way worse.
Yeah.
Like a lot worse. But there is still. I would have to think about it because I just wasn't prepared.
That's fine.
I am really sorry.
No, you don't need to be sorry about that. Like, I mean, I know this was an off the cuff thing, and it's been a nice conversation. I'm not mad at you or anything, just so you know. But yeah,
I was only kind of preparing to talk about you with about the debate panel.
Sure.
But it was a nice conversation.
Yeah.
I don't get to talk to streamers a lot.
Well, it's fine. If you have, if you come up with some examples, I would be more than happy to go over them and perhaps even consider addressing them.
Yeah.
Like, I know some people, Devious Chillster right now is bringing up like tankies, but tankies are irrelevant, like numerically irrelevant. They're not even worth talking about. There's not enough of them. There's like 10,000 tankies in America, like total. That's like the total amount of tankies in all of America. They're not worth even spending your time on most of the time, unless it's for laughs or whatever. But yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate the feedback. Even if I don't agree on everything, I really appreciate that. So feel free to hit me up in the future if you have further examples, because I am very interested in this, and I do agree there is some misinformation that gets spread on the left. I just don't think that it's not even in the galaxy of what we're dealing with on the right now. Is my position.
Well, thanks for having me on. I'm not very good at debating, but I do like having an interesting conversation. This is definitely one of those. If you excuse me, I'll definitely go to bed now because it is kind of 1 o'clock here in Sweden.
Go get some rest, McFleen. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me on.
Bye for now.
Have a good one. Take care.
Bye. All right, Silent, you said RGR's ready? Let's talk to RGR. How do we do this? Have our, do you want to have RGR call me? I guess. I would love to talk to RGR about this and take some notes. RGR. What? Oh, the logs still go? Oh my god, why are the logs still broken? Huh. Talking to Elle about it right now? Okay, cool. Yeah, just let me know when it's good. That was an interesting conversation nonetheless. We're definitely going to do politics, like other politics stuff after the panel. True, socialist programmer. You don't got to be one. Can I go into the verified voice? Yes, I can. Absolutely. Verified voice, verified voice, verified voice. Wait, can I? Where is that? I don't think I can. Wait, I don't think I see it. Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe I didn't do something. Waiting room? Let's find out. Where's the waiting room? Voice chat. Bcraft. I don't know what Bcraft is. Regular venting. Content creators, bounty board, stream coordination. I don't find it. I don't see it. It's a voice chat? Is it? There's Attic, Study Hall, Detroit, Vibe Stadium. I don't have access to it. Up at the top? Stream chat. Oh. There it is. Okay, I'm in. I'm into the waiting room. I'm in the waiting room. Very excited. I got in. Hello. Hi.
Hello there. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I am vibing. I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like I have now absorbed all of the literature into my brain hole.
Excellent.
It is in there. It is going around in my brain. I'm organizing it all into a cohesive, understandable document.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, I feel like I'm in a position right now, if we're crunched for time, where you can ask me, like, if you have any questions.
Oh, we got an hour and a half, so we got plenty of time if you want to go over stuff.
Okay.
I did take some notes of my own on it, just through my own reading. Obviously, I've had a little bit less time to like dig in because I've been back to back in these panels and stuff this week, which is great, which is fantastic. But it has put a pinch on my research time a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna drop my outline. It's like the tentative outline, the one that I'm using with just like all the quotes unorganized, highlighted for my own reference. So I
Oh,
dropped
sick.
that into the stream chat.
Okay, let me grab that real
Basically,
quick.
it has like, so it has all of the relevant studies kind of timelined out, because like the timing is important, right? Like
Right.
when you're looking at, you should put less weight on a study from 2004, which is like the first study really on this issue. You should put less weight on that than on something from 2020 if it's on the same issue. But if it's on a different issue, then you can be able to rely on that. Like for example, there's a really nice quote from the 2004 that kind of like, even in 2004, they even recognized in contemporary medical practice there is in ultima no single biological criterion for the determination of sex.
Yeah.
When needed for a specific purpose, the best solution seems to be adopt a criterion that best serves the purpose for which it's needed. Like that's a great quote.
That
right?
is a great quote. Yeah, I will be.
Like that basic. Yeah, like that basically like, so like early literature recognizes like, listen, when we're talking about like criteria for like what is a biological sex, that is not as simple as just like looking at chromosomes or like gonadal entailment or anything like that. And so the real question becomes like, all right, so if we're going to make a meaningful distinction, then what's one that makes sense for whatever it is we're trying to accomplish? And so that same study says that testosterone exposure has profound effects on muscle mass and strength, and that's what justifies the practice that men and women compete in different sports. Now, I don't necessarily agree with the conclusion that they come to, because I mean, like, all different kinds of people can have different degrees of exposure to testosterone, as we know, right?
Well, and we know that like the top performing like cis women performers often have higher average testosterone levels in their body than other women in the sport. Is that other cis women in the sport? Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And so like basically, but I mean like another aspect that we want to be able to consider is also, because I was just asking my chat about this earlier, how the fuck are non-binary people supposed to compete in sports? Right. Like that's also a really big question. And I mean, like it's one that doesn't often get discussed here, but I mean, like essentially right now what we have is where if you're non-binary, essentially you just have to like pick a lane to be able to compete in sports. And so like, I think that the conclusion I'm coming to in my mind is to move towards a non-binary classification for how most sports should be operated. Like, I think that's the best way, like maybe like an ALO system, or something similar. Like I heard that from Pixie and I thought that was a really good idea. But basically right now where I'm at with it is that like, if we were going to institute a different system, it would be very hard and very it would require like a complete comprehensive reform of how we do sports policies, right?
Yeah.
So basically,
again, the thing that was always coming out to me in all of these studies, including the December one after my reading, is I'm like, well, the Olympics has been using this standard of 1 year of suppressed testosterone for almost a decade, and there's been no we would expect that if trans women and people using if trans women had an advantage, or non-binary people who are on HRT still had an advantage, that we would see some level of top tier or at least upper echelon performance, and we just don't see that. There's no evidence. There's no gold medalists who are trans.
There's actually, where can I find that? Oh yeah, from a 2015 study. It actually specified. Here's a quote. Many sports follow the lead of the IOC, and in subsequent years, there have been transgender women competing in sports such as golf, gives some examples, cycling, gives some examples, martial arts, gives some examples, and basketball, gives an example. None of these women have been particularly successful at the highest levels of sport after gender reassignment, and one could argue that this lack of success over 10 years would be a strong indicator of the fairness of permitting transgender women to compete against cisgender women. So, like, we do observe this, right?
Yeah.
Like, the idea of, like, transgender women invading women's spaces and suddenly dominating the sport and dominating sports, like, we already permit trans women to be able to compete, and we just don't see that, right? Like even in like the weird one-off anecdotes that people will describe, like if they do describe them, that's like that is the minority of the minority, like that just is not what we broadly observe with trans people in competitions like these,
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
so,
and that was my biggest like red flag in reading that. And again, I'm not ill-versed in science, but I am not a scientist. I majored in biology for a few years, but I never finished college. So it's like, I know how to read the basics of a scientific thing, but there were issues with the structure and with the questions that were being asked and the conclusions with the latest study that I read that were just like, okay, well, yeah, you've been able to demonstrate that these certain factors could contribute to an advantage, but you've not shown that they do. And you've also there is also a problem in that, like, an explicit part of the research stated that all of this was all of these studies were done with the idea of, like, someone having gone through puberty as their gender assigned at birth, or their sex assigned at birth, and not and didn't talk about the fact that many, like, of the biggest problems that we're having right now is attempts to ban people in high school who may not have even gone through that puberty, or maybe using puberty blockers, which would totally remove the relevance of that of all of that research. It becomes no longer relevant in that case.
Yeah, for the most part. No, I tend to agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And also, just to give you a heads up, so, like, I read, like, I got really into the weeds. So basically, like, there's what you might get hit with. There are 2 studies in 2019 that show, so, like, for example, there's one on, like, changes in grip strength. And it's like or changes in grip strength and muscle strength in certain like a muscle strength study of trans people in 2019. There are 2 studies that seem to conclude that, like, trans women in both studies still maintain a decent amount of strength. Then there was a 2020 study, it's the Air Force study, which actually first found contrary to the one study that said that, they were still retained body strength. They said, we confirmed the decrease in strength overall, or strength associated with estrogen in transgender women that was found in some studies, but not others. And they specified that our results capture differences in both strength and endurance rather than just strength, and probably have more relevance to sports and require sustained effort over time than a single explosive efforts like powerlifting. So what's important to take away from there is that, like, if someone hits you with, like, this difference is, like, completely immutable and it might happen, like, it's important to, like, make sure that you take, like, you might have to bite, like, there might be certain differences between cis women and trans women, but what's important to always keep in mind is whether or not that automatically translates to differences in athletic performance, right? Because while certain differences might be able to be demonstrated in, like, and again, like, we're talking slight margins, right? Like, we're not talking, like, massive, like, domineering instances. And even like, broadly, like, not every trans woman is going to be the same, right? Like, there's giant variations within trans women, right? There's going to be a lot of trans women who just develop and are just giant weaklings. This happens.
I know a few.
And so, like, but it's important to always keep in mind that, like, the differences that may be elicited in your debate do not automatically translate to athletic performance. For example, grip strength, I talked about with Jangles yesterday, and, like, in his opinion, as someone who has studied this and who has a medical degree, and who specifically does work in sports science, grip strength is not a good indicator of overall physical strength and especially athletic performance, because it's such an isolated aspect of your physical capability that it just does not translate whatsoever into many other forms of athletic competition, especially those which require, like, endurance, you know? And so, like, those are things that will those are probably things that are going to have to, that you'll encounter that might give you the most pushback. Otherwise, yeah, like, before puberty, trans and cis women, exactly the same broadly across the board. Testosterone, overwhelming consensus, that's what makes the difference happen. And so, like, when we're talking about trans women who go on HRT after having gone through puberty, consensus seems to be that after either a year of hormone therapy or more, depending on the person, then the differences will be mitigated to a point where the difference is negligible. The hard part to bite the bullet on is for trans women who go on puberty with testosterone, but who do not medically transition. Because you basically have to bite the bullet that there is a meaningful difference, and you have to find another argument if you want to make the argument that trans.
Sorry, can you state that again? I just want to make sure I'm getting it correctly.
Sure. So you got a couple tiers, right?
Yeah.
First tier, trans women before puberty, no difference between trans and cis women, right? Virtually identical. So hormone blockers, very important. Get trans people on them.
Yep.
Second tier, trans women who go through some degree of puberty with testosterone and who go through HRT after.
Yeah.
Well, actually, technically, the literature specifies that there's no good data on like trans people who are caught in the middle of puberty. So like a trans woman who's like in high school age, like 14, 15 or whatever, like there's no data on that. So that's just question mark, question mark, question mark.
Okay.
Trans women who go through testosterone puberty and then afterwards go on HRT, it's like a year to 2 years, depending on the thing that's being measured. If it's strength, it probably requires more. If it's endurance, probably only a year. Then you will get to either the exact same or very comparable levels of performance with like slight margins here and there.
Okay.
And then for trans women who go through puberty, testosterone puberty, and who do not go on HRT, there is a good likelihood that they will have some athletic performance. But again, it's different for every trans woman. I have met trans people who have not gone through HRT and who just are sticks.
Yeah. Because there's
sorry,
yeah. No, I was just gonna say that would make sense. There's different body types all across the board. In people who are assigned male at birth, so that would make sense.
But no, at that point you have to find a different argument.
Yeah.
If you want to be able, and so for me, essentially the argument it comes down to is, I think that this is where it becomes important to recognize that we live currently in an imperfect system where we already allow people with inherent biological advantages, heavy quotations, to be able to compete against other people. And so it's
the basis
good
for sports.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it is good and important that we should move towards a system which is able to account for these differences. My idea would be an ALO system, stealing that from Pixie. But before we move to that system, we should recognize that because we live in an imperfect system, that basically it's a value judgment. What's more important to us? Ensuring that people are able to compete in sports, which is consistent with who they are, or basically regulating them to not being able to compete in sports at all.
Yeah.
I would say it's important to stay consistent with the International Olympic Committee sentiment, which is that it's necessary to ensure insofar as possible that trans athletes are not excluded from the opportunity to participate in sports competition. And so if we want to do that, then I think that you have to bite the bullet that, yeah, we can let trans women who don't transition be able to compete in women's sports. I think that's where you go with it.
Yeah.
Because like otherwise you're essentially saying that they aren't allowed to compete because of some possible advantage.
Yeah.
And then beyond
potential advantage that is a potential advantage would be then justifying barring of an entire class of people from being able to participate in sports at all.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's like a couple other things, right?
It's a really good point. Sorry, Jessica Metal, that's a really good point. I'm going to actually note that. I forgot about that little factoid. That's a really useful one.
Oh, what factoid?
That Michael Phelps has like 3 times the average person's lung capacity and he is allowed to compete without any issues.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's important to recognize, and this is the reason why I think that a lot of these conversations, like this is why I think it's so important to emphasize that the reason these arguments come up, like most of the people, like let's be straight, they don't care about whether, like the most of these people who argue these issues do not care about women's sports 99.9% of the time. Like they don't. The reason that they bring this up is because like it is a subtle argument, or it's like the most effective argument, or one of the most effective arguments to try and argue that trans women are not men,
it's
that
trans
women are not women.
Yeah,
exactly. It's fear mongering. But like by focusing on like heavy quotations, inherent biological differences between trans and cis women, they try to make the argument that it's basically an argument by implication that because trans women are not cis women, actually that's not argument by implication. That's the direct argument. Because trans women are not cis women, then therefore they should not be allowed to compete in women's sports, right? The problem with that is that trans women are women. And I think that as long as you start from there, like inherent overall academic consensus, trans women are women, then naturally it follows that like even if they do, and that is a big if, but even if they do have an inherent biological advantage over cis women, there are cis women who have inherent biological advantages over other people, as you have said. That's like the basis for basically all sports competition.
Yeah.
And so like, and so because of that, it does not make sense to pick trans women and single them out of sporting competitions and allow other kinds of advantages to persist, unless you assume that there is something unique about trans women that makes them not considerable as the same way that cis women are. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes absolute sense. And that is basically the structure of the argument that I have going in, although a little bit less formalized. You're very, very good at formalizing them, which would make sense because that's your specialty.
I appreciate it. I still have to put it on paper, but I think that's basically the way that I'm going about it, right?
Yeah.
So basically, I think that's like the smoking gun of it, right? Is to argue that, like, listen, a lot of people are trying to treat our current athletic system like it is a perfect system. It's not a perfect system.
It's not, and it's really funny because the most stringent and well accepted standards have already disagreed with the transphobes, like for a long time with no issues. So it's just a non-issue.
Yeah, and also side note, also make sure to hammer home like trans guys. That's like a really big smoking gun. Like literally, the one example of the high schooler trans guy who was forced to compete in women's wrestling.
Yep.
By virtue of like transphobic state laws which force you to compete and consistent with your assigned sex at birth. And then he went on and won the state wrestling championship for high schoolers, or the women's wrestling state championship. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
You had a guy compete with a bunch of women, and which was the thing that they were trying to avoid, but they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, yeah. Because they don't. This is that double-sided sword that is discussed so frequently, which is that, trans men are talked about less frequently, which is bad because there's less information available, but it also means that they're less likely to be the target of these weird transphobic obsessions that happen in our politics, because unfortunately, there is a factor of disgust in our politics that is directed directly at trans women. And yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, people completely overlook this thing, which is that their policies would completely destroy women's sports for a completely different reason if their policies were were onboarded.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, you would just have instead of like the alleged trans women domination, which we don't see right now, you would just have domination by trans men.
Yep. Yeah, and there is evidence of that. Unlike the evidence of there's no evidence that trans women can dominate sports even when they don't have their testosterone suppressed. It's
Shit. Yeah. So yeah, no, I think
Excellent.
that's pretty. Yeah, but I think that's basically how I would go about the argument. There's a couple. Let me see if there's any other really good quotes. You can also make sure to hammer home that one of the reasons they'll also cite is that even if trans women won't take advantage, or even if trans women will be fine, there might be boys or men who will pretend to be women to compete in women's sports in order to win. It's a stupid argument, but there's a source that addresses that. Because it cites the fact that, given in the entire 40 years of history of sex verification procedures in international sports competitions, no instances of such fraud has been revealed. Instead, rather than identifying men who are trying to fraudulently compete as women, sex verification tests have been misused to humiliate and unfairly exclude women with intersex conditions. And also, you can cite to my entire document on trans predators, because it's basically the same argument. Just
do you have a link to that document? I would love that if you're willing to share it.
It's on my Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. No, I'm making it so that all my docs are just on my Twitter now, or
That's
my research.
Awesome. I need to formalize my research doc process. The problem is that I'm a very weird note taker, and so turning my my notes into readable documents for other people is not so good.
Yeah,
I have to get better at that. Yeah.
There you go. I put it in my chat. Now
okay,
it's just,
excellent. Let me grab that.
Yeah, and it should be.
Amazing.
You have the page itself. It's one page. It's very.
Oh, I didn't even know you had a research docs channel. That's fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
And the nice thing about it too is that if you ever get into an argument with someone on Twitter about these subjects, you can quote tweet it at them and shut them down. And
that is so good. That is actually a project that I wanted to do myself at some point, but I see you've strongly beaten me to it. So damn. Oh my god, this looks so nice. Chat, take a second and just look at this. You got the fucking header with the sword and the book, the links, and then a signature down at the bottom. That's so awesome. This is so cool. And all the links.
Yeah, the links all work.
Yo, this is so good.
Or at least on so like there's just a picture in the tweet itself, but then if you like click on the link, it leads you to a Google Doc.
Yeah, I got the doc up right now. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna add that to my drive.
So yeah, no, I basically made it like the idea is that like I really wanted to make these documents like subject based so that you could have them up for specific things like what you're doing, like what you're dealing with, instead of like one giant massive document that like can be a bit overwhelming and difficult for people to navigate.
Yeah, the thing that I was hoping to do in the future was do like your idea, but with individual right-wing content creators. So like Steven Crowder, the like a cancellation document. That's a terrible way to put it, but basically like here's all of the abhorrent stuff that he's claimed and done in the past, so you can go here's Andy Neo.
Wait a second, hold on. Isn't that just Rational Wiki?
Is that what well, is it? I guess it is.
Yeah, I mean, like that. I mean, you could do that, you know, that's a good thing to do. But I mean, yeah, like you can probably, like, if you want a place to start, Rational Wiki is great for that.
It's a good idea. Yeah, I forgot about the existence of Rational Wiki.
Pretty good. Yeah. Like every time I've looked at it, it's been like pretty decent for finding info on like far right people. But yeah, I mean, like, no, that sounds like a good idea. Basically, I wanted to make something that could like stand the test of time, because also, side note, if you ever want to in your state, you could submit my docs as written testimony on bills that are relevant, because
really,
yes, I have actually made them into a format that you can do that for.
That
and
is
I have
incredible.
done it for the bills I have testified on. So these will also double as like the basis for if I ever have any like kind of political platform. These will double as like my policy basis, and they have also already been used in Maryland to push certain legislation push certain types of legislation. Yeah, so no, it's got a decent amount of, I don't know. It's the reason I haven't been like posting as much videos lately, just because like I've mostly been working on this and trying to figure out like basically my format. But now I feel like I've got it. Like this is pretty, like I could standardize this. Like this is pretty good. I'm going to testify using only Riley's docs. I mean, honestly, listen, I'm
it's
giving
better than nothing.
Yeah, like if you don't want to use this directly, then it's a great place to start, because it has like all of the literature on the particular subjects.
Riley, thank you so very much for this. This is going to be really good. I have a pretty chunky document here, at least for the trans stuff. Now, I'm hoping I'm not going to flub up the other topics because I've spent so much on this one, but I have a feeling this one's going to be the spiciest one anyway. The $15 minimum wage and federal gun control. Okay, federal gun control is a really easy one for me because I just read the text of the bill and I have some pretty good points to bring up about it. And the $15 minimum wage, well, I live in Seattle, and thankfully I'm very familiar with the experiment that was done here in Seattle, which had the government subsidize the change to $15 minimum wage over time. So basically there was a 5-year plan. No, but there was a 5-year transition period where businesses were themselves not required to foot the bill for the $15 minimum wage, but they were required to move up a little bit each year, and then the government would cover the rest. So the workers started getting $15 immediately, but the businesses didn't have to pay it because there was a special fund set up by the government to subsidize that. And it worked great. It worked fantastic. And Seattle's economy has been booming. Really? Obviously until COVID, but yes, previous to that, yes. So that's kind of cool. There was a huge study done by the University of Washington on how successful it was. So it's a model that I would love to see adopted elsewhere as a way to effectively move minimum wage up if there is pushback. I do tend to believe that most of the pushback on the $15 minimum wage is fear-mongering, mostly, from people who have the most to gain from keeping it down. But it's a very complicated topic because, there's not a whole lot of precedent until now. So that's kind of good.
Damn. Well, it'll be good to watch. I'll probably I'm just gonna be like gaming with Fallout 76. Friday nights are my gaming streams. So who all is gonna be on the panel?
Tonight it is me for the left. It's me, Trihex, and Hutch. And then on the right it is K Fellows, Connor Points, original. Oh, and No Comment Check. I forgot No Comment Check's gonna be on tonight on the left. And then on the right it's K Fellows, who I've never been on with before. But I think they're like a traditionalist. And then Connor Points, CTV, and KOE Phil. I don't know KOE Phil either. So there's going to be 2 new names on the right side that will be...
It's going to be interesting hearing... I don't know what Counterpoints is going to say about trans athletes.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I saw him tweeting a little bit the other day about it.
Yeah.
Or like not about it. Like there was the person who was going to debate me tonight about it.
Oh wow.
And that person backed out. Yeah, and then they backed out. They tweeted out, I concede. I concede.
Hey, at least they had the spine to concede.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know. I still wonder if they were just like clout chasing and they wanted me to be like, oh, thank you so much for being like yada yada yada. I liked it and I gave it like the most minimal form of engagement because I was like, all right, you did the right thing. But what was I saying? But yeah, I saw. Counterpoints respond asking for the info, and I didn't follow up because I don't know, I was busy. But yeah, I'll be interested to hear. And CTV, I don't know, you'll be fine. I expect that. Like I don't know the other 2 people that you mentioned. I
don't know K Fellows or Koei Phil, but I have a feeling that they're not specialized in this topic.
Have you looked into them? Do you know if they're large? You know if they're like...
K Fellows is reasonably sized. K Fellows has more follows than I do on Twitter. Not that Twitter is a good measure.
Wait a second, hold on. Like how many are we talking?
They have 4,900. Let's take a look at their Twitch. They have no videos. They have 2 followers on Twitch. What the fuck? Do they stream on YouTube? TikTok? Looks like they might be a TikToker. Oh no, it looks like they're a YouTuber. They only have 272 subscribers on
CTV is a Nosball, right? No, CTV is not a Nosball.
CTV is a Tea Party, like Tea Party conservative. Yeah.
That's generous.
Yeah, the mountain walking. Oh boy. Oh god. Oh boy.
Listen, I am so that will haunt me. My community loves that meme. I do not love it. All right. I do not love the take me to the mountain, daddy. Ooh.
Yeah, I can feel you on that, but
yeah,
what a but I had fun on that panel with you nonetheless. That was a good one, even if it was weird.
It was enjoyable. I mean, like, listen, I enjoy dunking on people as much as the next person.
Yeah.
So no, it was enjoyable, and like every time I've gone on Dylan Burns, it's been fine, and like I don't know. Usually, like actually, the only time I didn't get like super heated was when I went on with Destiny, because Destiny was like the much more heated one. I was like, fuck, I need to like chill and like I need to do some damage control here. Like there can only be enough room for like one super heated gamer. On
most of the time, yeah. But also, you know, Steve really loves to take up a lot of time on those panels. He tends to. He's got that style, you know. He either is totally checked out or talks for the entire time. That's what I've noticed on his panel appearances. I think he literally, like the last panel I watched him on, I think he literally just got up and left, and his chair was empty for like 30 minutes, and I'm just like,
oh really?
Bad luck.
Damn, yeah. No, not good.
I don't know about this Koei Phil person. I don't even know what their
Do you have any links to their social media?
No, there's none. Although I do see this. Here is... Okay, so a video came up on YouTube real quick. It's called Phil KOE Tells You the Way It Is. And KOE Nation is certainly a YouTube page worth looking into. Okay, 50 subs. Videos. A bourbon review. Happy birthday to President Lincoln.
Yeah, your screen.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. There you go. Can you see it on the?
I'm very interested now.
Can you see it on the stream, or do you want me to share to?
Oh no, share it on Discord. Yeah, share it on Discord.
Let's do that. How do I share screen? Okay. KOE Nation. There we go. All right. You should be able to see now. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is KOE Phil. They were shouted out by another channel. Poems of the day, happy birthday Martin Luther King, a lot of bourbon reviews.
Seems like a guy.
Seems like
Puts
a
up a lot of content.
conservative memer, maybe. Pretty small. 50 subscribers. I wonder if they have anything about... Oh, they have a Twitter. Let's look at their Twitter. Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast.
This is on the Dylan Burns, like, actual, like, not the recruitment. Like,
nope, this is the real deal. Wow. Okay. All right.
All right.
All right.
Well,
okay.
Sounds like you're going to be going up against... All right, so I'm not particularly worried now because I know what the hardest things you could get are now. Like, we've talked about them, and it doesn't sound like you're going to be getting them.
Yeah, it doesn't
It
sound
sounds like you're going to be getting the low-hanging fruit of, oh, they're biological men. Oh, that we shouldn't have men in women's sports. Oh, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, which is...
Like, it sounds like it's going to be. Yeah.
Which is, yep.
So have fun with that.
Yeah, this will be interesting. We got, what? We got about an hour before we do that.
Yeah.
What would I do?
I mean, like, I'm just putting together the stock. Basically, I'm trying to figure out, like, get all the premises in order because, like, a lot of the literature says the same things. So you can just have multiple sites of the same premises.
Yeah.
You can cite a source to multiple premises. There we go. But, like, some of them have, like, better language for conveying an idea than others. Some of them are very unique. Like, for example, the citation to the International Olympic Committee on, like, ensuring that it's necessary that we should include trans people and make sure they're not excluded from participation in sports. Like, that's great. You know?
That's really
good.
And
that only comes from there.
Which one of those is that? The 2015 one, right?
Yeah, it's 2015. Wait, hold on. Is that 2015? I think it's 2015. Yeah, that's the International Olympic Committee consensus meeting on sex reassignment and hyperandrogenism, November 2015.
Excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna have this link. Actually, I'm gonna have this PDF saved right here. Bam.
Yeah. If you want to,
they don't care, so they never ask for anything. They just will quote you a random Daily Mail article about a trans performer who crushed the skull or some stupid shit like that.
They're gonna do the anecdote Andy bullshit.
Yeah, they always do the anecdote Andy.
Yeah, just be ready to be like, all right, cool. Let's talk about the difference between anecdotes and actual studies. Let's talk about, the nature of selection bias and how using anecdotes isn't good, or how using anecdotes isn't representative because you're just picking one particular instance that supports the conclusion that you want. Whereas, like, if we're able to rely on broader studies, and those are better because they specifically account for selection bias, so they can have a more fair and accurate representation of the target population than what you're trying to talk about, than what the other person is discussing. And yeah. Because, like, they will probably cite you, like, the one or two, like, anecdotal instances. You should just be able to, like, swat those. And then
those are easy. Yeah, I've dealt with those a million times. So that's the easy part. The thing that I was worried about is that I was worried about getting blindsided by the December study because I'd heard about it already but hadn't had a chance to brush up on it. And then it was sent to me by Silent, who got it from your community. And I was like, oh, this is great. I'll review this before we go into it. So, but I think I've got that on lock. So, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready for this.
Yeah, you should be pretty good. Just remember, like, I think that the hardest nail in the coffin, I feel like the hardest thing that we have to deal with, like, honestly, like, the hardest part of the entire argument is the fact that the most recent study, which seems to be pretty good, is the Air Force study from 2020. And it does conclude that trans women will decrease in muscle and overall performance over 1 to 2 years, but that trans women may still have some athletic performance after 1 year, but that it may require longer. The study doesn't specify.
Case 2 years. Listen, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure most trans athletes are going to be fine with a 2-year delay, even if it's not perfect. That's much better than what these people are proposing in general, which is just you go and get locked in a degenerate cage because you're not allowed to be in sports because I'm grossed out by you, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And also it becomes moot because, like, again, in my opinion, these differences only become meaningful if you assume that trans women are not women. Like that, like, to me, that's the only reason any of these are irrelevant. If you want it, you can also have access to my trans women or women master doc, which is also just fucking... Like, I'm super happy with this.
I think I have that one downloaded already.
Well, then here's the link again because I have them all.
Just in case, I'll download it again. Thank you so much. This is this is an incredible amount of research you're willing to share, and I deeply appreciate it. I really do.
I mean, let's.
You are a much better. I will admit outright, you are a much better researcher than I, and I already feel like I over prepare for most, if not all, of the conversations I go into. It's pretty wild. Like, it's actually kind of wild. What's that?
Wait, hold on. I'm being told that I was.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Raid? Well, was I being? Hold on. What's happening? Oh, hey, No Comment Chick is raiding with a party of 20.
Hey!
Thank you so much.
Wait, but
Oh
No
my
Comment
God,
Chick's
that's
about to
great.
go on the panel. What the hell?
Wait, yeah. Why are you raiding here? No Comic Chick. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You doing there?
Maybe
Don't
No
do
Comment
that.
Chick is switching from YouTube over to Twitch or Twitch to YouTube. I don't know.
No. I guess it'd be like Twitch to YouTube, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
But hey, thank you for people who are just joining us. Make sure to join the Discord. Discord.gg/RGR. Do that.
Yeah, do it. It's the best Discord I've ever been in, without question.
Oh my God. Well, thank you. I'm not sure. I'm bad at taking compliments. Let's see. Is there anything else? Yeah. So you have access to that if people try to come at you, because like my guess with these people is that like basically they're going to try and make the argument that trans women are not women.
Yeah.
Like that's basically like where this like given them, I don't think that any of these people, just based on what little I know about them, probably have done as much research as we have.
No, none
they
of them
have. Then you'll be prepared for it. But just be prepared for like this to like I'm basically seeing this as going over the same way as the panel on like trans healthcare, where it eventually just becomes like instead of a conversation about like whether or not trans people should have procedures covered by healthcare, it just turns into a conversation about like communism and also are trans people who they say they are.
Yeah, it's pathetic. Honestly, again, like I hate the state of the world, that there is academic, medical, scientific consensus on the validity of trans people, on the validity of the other claims, the validity of transition, the validity of HRT, and our entire lives end up having to basically quell completely emotional bigotry that is based on no facts and is purely emotional, and it is exhausting. But I guess it must be done. So I'm hoping that exposing myself to the radiation of idiotic transphobes on the internet in the name of educating crowds of people and inoculating them to the crappy rhetoric is worth it. I think it probably is. So.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, especially right now, and we don't have to get into it, but like with the whole recent discourse about like, oh, cis people shouldn't speak up as much for trans people, like that recent conversation. And I don't want to get into the merits of it because it's very inflammatory as a topic, but like, yeah, it is now much more relevant that we engage in these kind of discussions.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, so no, I agree.
Well, Riley, thank you so much. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. But thank you so much for your help. And I will, I don't know if you're planning on watching the panel, but if you do, I hope you enjoy the fruits of your assistance to me, because I'm going to fucking knock it out of the park tonight.
Nice. All right. Yeah, we'll probably watch. We'll do some Fallout and have that going in the background. That sounds
Hell
fun.
yeah.
That sounds good.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Riley. You and your community are amazing. Much love to the Roundtable crew.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Love to you and your community. Bye.
Bye for now. Amazing. Amazing. My takes on cis people talking about trans issues, I don't care as long as they're correct. As long as they're right. As long as they're actually right. And if they're wrong, well, I'm going to debunk them. Yeah. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. How the mighty have fallen. Uh-oh. Take a look at this in a second. Oh, boy. Oh, no. You know she's hurting on the inside. Imagine going from Star Wars to Ben Shapiro. Jeena Ragnos hits back, announces new movie project with Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. They can't cancel us if we don't let them. Lamau! Lamau! I feel bad because people unironically told Xander Hall to stop talking about trans issues. That's more of a frustration. We can talk about that in a second. However, first, I need to go to the restroom. None of you fucking leave. I'm gonna play the theme song that Gayfesh has written for us while I rush to the restroom real quick, and then we will talk about some things before the panel. All right? Before the panel. Here we go.
This is a test.
Enjoy.
Of the
Be right
infernal
back.
broadcast system. Do not panic. This is just a test. There is no peril to your body. Because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, about would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on. This is a test of the infernal broadcast system.
Hello, I've
Do not panic.
returned.
This is just
I
a
have
test.
returned.
There is no peril to your...
Yeah, by the way, the bed, the mattress on the floor is one of the backup beds. It's going to be replaced. Yeah, it's going to be replaced in the future. I'm going to put a sofa back there, and we're going to have stuffed animals and pillows and blankets on it. It's going to look real nice, but we just got to wait because it's COVID and it's hard to get furniture in the middle of COVID. What's my stance on language policing? What do you mean? Yeah, let's do the meme review. Let's do the meme review real quick. Let me grab the meme. Let me grab the meme. Do 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 do. Broop 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 broop. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Wap 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 wap. Ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Trihex is an alt, right? Trihex is a lefty. Look at this. Do it for Mr. Lorenzo. Stonks, 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 stonks. Mr. Lorenzo. Hey, virtual guy. Good on you. That's awesome. I hope it's very, very valuable for you. Yeah, I'm excited to talk to Trihex. I've been really hyped to talk to Trihex. Who is Mr. Lorenzo? You'd know if you watched the C-Space debate. Hi, Lonnie. Great to see you. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's fair. Maybe we'll do a meme review. I mean, meme reviews are fun. We've done them a couple times. Save Lorenzo. I think Lorenzo's doing fine. Yeah, Lorenzo's still around. Wait a minute. Lonnie always watches my show. Lonnie's like a regular here. It's awesome. We love Lonnie here. What do you mean? Lonnie's here almost every stream. It's awesome. Hey, thank you so much, Gracie Fono. Really appreciate that. Also, I noticed, didn't you want to talk about the Xander trans issue? Which one again? Remind me what I was supposed to talk about. Also, I need to thank somebody in chat, which is, I need to thank Leah, the Procrastinatrix HCIC. Thank you so much for joining the Chonky Imp tier. Thank you so very much. Oh, today's gonna be great. Man, we got so many viewers. Everyone, we have 221 viewers, but only 147 likes. Can I please get some likes and some subscriptions from you all in the chat? If you haven't liked the video, please do, because it really helps me in the algorithm. And if you're not subscribed, well, how the hell are you gonna know when I go live? So make sure you hit that fucking subscribe button, please. Please. Thank you. I don't chill my content that much. Cis people talking about trans issues. Yeah, we might do the Dvosh Destiny thing afterwards. Yeah, it doesn't say talk about. No, I don't think that's true. What was I gonna say? Okay, cis, I don't mind if cis people talk about trans issues as long as they're careful and correct. Obviously, we need, like, I think it's important for cis people to be able to put, just like it's important for white people to be able to talk about, like, civil rights, and straight people to advocate for gay rights. I think it's it's important for cis people to be able to successfully advocate for trans rights. What I will not tolerate, however, is cis people using the fact that they've talked about trans rights in the past as if that's like a badge of honor that they should get respect. I am happy when people do it. I'm happy when they're correct, but it is really skeevy when somebody uses it like a shield from future criticism. It's bad. Don't do that. Wait, what did I say? Or I can just say Destiny. Oh yeah, that happens. Yeah. Don't do that. Just don't do it. It's terrible. Why? You wouldn't do it for women. You wouldn't do it for black people. You wouldn't do it for gay people. Why do it for trans people? Just don't. Fight for civil rights or don't. You know what we call you if you don't believe in human rights? A shitty conservative. You don't deserve an extra pat on the back for advocating for equal rights. It's just the way it goes. What are good sources for cis people trying to advocate for the trans community? Trans streamers, as it turns out. Come check out our stuff and you'll learn. RGR's documents are amazing, for example. What we just talked over. RGR's documents even blow mine out of the water. Join RGR's community and get her documents. Okay. Vosh gets a lot of crap for talking about black issues. I think that sometimes Vosh can be a little bit careless on them, but not too deeply. Unsmoothing the brains. Yep, poking those wrinkles right in. It's my job. My job is to massage your brain and leave some wrinkles in there. You watch me for the plot? Good call. Great plot. Poking those wrinkles in. Boink, boink, boink. Yeah, that was a little bit, that was incredibly poorly worded, Gayfesh. That's my biggest problem. Yeah. And again, it's pretty minor, but yeah. Yep, I agree, Jessica Metal. 100% agreed. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, Looney. But we all have room to grow. The idea that men are physically superior is pervasive in our culture. I've always been scrawny, and yet I'm expected to be able to lift things better than women who are stronger than me. Yeah, it's silly, but that's because people use statistics to try and advocate for individuals, and that doesn't make any sense. Yes, on a whole, men as a class are stronger, but that does not mean that each individual man is going to be stronger than each individual woman. It's that simple. Oh, 100% Ellison. It's really great to be able to have some help on this stuff because, again, I've been like swamped with panels, so I want to make sure I've got the most sharpened research as possible. And anybody who makes a document that makes it easier. It's bimodal distribution. Yeah. Sex is on a bimodal. Sex is understood at the moment to be incredibly complex on a bimodal distribution. But bimodal is not binary. It isn't even close to binary. So we need to be very careful about when we make rules determining sex. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it goes like this. Ascend to non-binary. Hey there, Yug. You but non-binary? All right. That's cool. Kunai with chain. Do you want to say that C-Space was wrong when he said that every man is taller than every woman? Oh. Stupid wording, stupid argument. I can't even answer questions in a binary. How the fuck is gender and sex supposed to be? Well, it isn't. It objectively isn't. Vosh literally woke up my inner leftist after initially being led down the right-wing algorithm, then spending a year disillusioned with politics. Adjacent streamers have helped solidify me further. That's awesome, Landricities. It is true. Vosh is incredibly, incredibly good at YouTube, and I have a lot of respect for Vosh, even if I disagree with him on a few things. I obviously have a huge amount of respect for Vosh. Damn, we're getting some follows on the TikTok. That's good. Yeah, stupid centrism is done. What is the discussion that's having? Does anybody have any questions? I feel like I could probably help. We have 30 minutes before the panel. TikTok like a clock. Tick-tock like a clock. Something like that. You ever want to do a Lynch movie marathon with chat? Ooh, that's a good idea. Oh, I need to organize this month's mod meeting. Or this mod hangout and mod meeting. We always do a mod meeting with it. You're arguing in favor of separate women's and men's sports leagues. They're saying that they should be integrated. I just started. I started my TikTok a couple months ago, but I've only started posting recently. But yeah, I'm trying to get into the TikTok thing. That's my next thing. I think that there's an argument to be made for both. I think that you could integrate the leagues and instead have a different standard. Like Riley was saying, an ELO system could be used. Weight class system could be used. There could be various things. I don't think it's necessary that we keep them segregated by gender necessarily. I think that's short-sighted, to say the least. However, for the time being, that's what we have. That's what we have, and we should, we need to work with it. We have to work on that system first. Something like baseball. Yeah, baseball, I don't think there's any reason for baseball to be segregated. What's the best or a good way to go about responding to bad faith arguments or straight up bad faith people? Call it out clearly. Make it known to the audience that they are being bad faith and how they are being bad faith so that the audience understands, and then go for there. You wouldn't advocate separating based on gender, though? What do you mean? Sorry, can you clarify that? Just based on significant physical advantages? Well, true, but that already happens in sports. We do that already, right? Like we already have in wrestling, we already have weight classes. Yeah. Economics teachers making some cringe takes. I don't know what's basic economics and what's capitalist talking points. That is a tough challenge, seeing as how there's only one type of economic system taught in America. Kind of rough. You just got to do your reading and do some more reading. Economics is really hard to parse out. It's just true. Just true. There might be. Yeah. I mean, there's probably, I mean, I know that in certain sports there is going to be a pretty significant difference between like if you have active testosterone in your body versus if you don't. But I think the way that we do it is anachronistic and not actually very good. Because keep in mind, there are a lot of cis women who dominate fields who have just biological advantages. Yes, it is. Yes, hopeful that's very accurate. The term bad faith can't be saved now. It just means I'm disagreeing with you or you're being insulting to me. Yeah. I mean, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Yes, good point, good faith actor. That is also a good point. Separating ideology from fact is very difficult to do in economics. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, bad faith is a term like, all right, see you soon, Kaizen. Thanks for coming by and thank you. Yeah, the term bad faith, just, most people don't know what it means. Yeah. I think RGR's definition is pretty accurate, though I do think that there's room for a little bit of flexibility with it, but yeah. Oh, yeah, gay fesh, but that's just irrationality. That's just raw rationality. What's a good retort for someone who discredits your evidence by saying it's ideologically motivated and then going on to push some pseudoscientific book by Deborah So as being a higher degree of evidence and not ideological? I find it really difficult to get through when people don't believe in the academic standard hierarchy of evidence. You can just ask them to show how, ask them to illustrate how it's ideologically motivated in a way that their source isn't. And usually they can't do that. They will just vaguely gesture, and then you can point out that they're literally actively, if they can't elucidate the audience to why yours is bad, but theirs isn't, then they look like a fool, and you can immediately call them out on that. A fuck? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, Lone Cat. Yeah, no problem. I'm really excited for tonight.
Vosh, I am going to stop talking to Destiny. Talks to Destiny and drama spawns out of convo. DDG comes after Vosh. Vosh, Pikachu face.
True though, Sergeant Beta, and thank you for the dono. True though. That is what happens every single time. Every single time without question. The latest one was particularly bad in my opinion. And you know what? I'm thinking maybe we might talk about it after the panel, depending on how many questions I get and what happens afterwards. It might be interesting. It might be interesting and fun because I think Vosh's new video, I watched about half of it already and it was really good. And I think maybe watching the rest together might be valuable. I think it might be valuable. Yeah, it is. It's completely stupid. Hi, I'm doing great, Super ACP. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good, and I think I could have some stuff to add. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? True. Yeah, me too. What's the debate on tonight? It's going to be on trans people in sports, gun control, and the $15 minimum wage. Yeah, here you go. There you go. There's the panel command right there, M. Nelson. It's going to be a real good one. I'm on with two absolutely legendary streamers, Hutchinson and Trihex.
Super stoked for this debate. So glad I found you from the debate on Monday. Hope we/you all can keep it up and make the world better.
We can, Hemnixtia. We can. I think Vosh is more focused on pulling from his community, but I might be wrong. I don't know. That's the impression I get. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to find out. The TTS is a little quiet because I don't want it to overwhelm whatever I'm doing at the time. As in the gamer hutch. As in, holy shit, yes, that hutch. The massive 350,000 follower hutch. The hutch of COD legend. And the trihex of global Twitch emote fame. It's gonna be unbelievable. I'm really excited. Okay, wait. Oh, yeah, go for it. Go for it, Jeena. That's fine. Oh, boy. There's so much. Yeah, I know. True, Gayfesh. True. We're almost at 6K subs. I know. It's incredible. What are we getting into tonight? Just use the panel command and you'll find out. Call meme review Meme and Mama. Ooh, Meme and Mama. Not a bad idea at all. Hyper Mama. Ooh.
Hyper Mama emote win 777.
Somniostatic, thank you so very much. And also, Xenophilic, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Aw, thank you so much, Xenophilic. Really appreciate that. Hyper Imp. Yeah, we need an Impo Hyper.
The wealth via student loans.
You'll do a face reveal, good faith actor? We'll hold you to that if you want. Iteration is inherently catchy? Oh, alliteration. Yeah, I agree. It is. Meme and Mama. That's why we got the drama mama. Yeah, we're blowing past 5K. Well, keep in mind, we've been going... Well, okay, true. You're right. You're right, Somniostatic. I've been called out, blown out, destroyed with facts and logic. Yeah, we blew past 5K, but I mean, that's what happens when you do my schedule. I've been fucking... fucking going full ham for the last, 2 weeks. You know how much content I've made in the last 2 weeks? Holy shit. I've been on camera almost as much as I've been off camera. Jesus. Yeah, I'm gonna have to slow down just a tiny bit, but not yet. Did you know I have invites out for panels on Saturday and Sunday too that I can't do, that I've been I'm sorry, it's too much, I need to rest. I can't do so much. It's a little much. I know, Danny. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're totally right. We'll see. Do I have water? Yep. Got a whole thing of water right here. It's taken a long time to do my to develop my work ethic. And it used to be much more unhealthy because I was much more obsessive about work. But now I've learned to temper it, and yeah, it takes a while to develop, but basically a lot of it just comes down to keeping in mind what you're trying to accomplish and remembering that the work is the grinding of life. Yeah, I've been trying to. I don't like turning down big invitations, but I need to rest. I don't want to burn out. Remember, I'm in this for the long run. I want to keep bringing you guys content. I don't want to just do 1 week of good content and then explode. I want to bring you content for weeks and weeks and years and years. Yes. Yeah, we might be able to work out something like that, Lonnie. Panels can be a little tough, but they're also fun. I mean, I'm a veteran of the panel scene. Most of the panels that exist right now, I was one of the first panelists to ever go on them. Explode. I command it. I blew up. There you go. I didn't invent panels. It's just that it just so happens that when I started doing it, there was a lot of panel shows, and so I tried to get on them, and I did. Oh, it'll be awesome, 1-for-1. I dream of that. My name is Demon Mama. I would love it if my imps became amazing. I would love that. A rising tide lifts all ships or whatever, right? I don't even remember what that's from. Was that JFK? Dylan is not the one you want to ask. You want to talk to Mr. Geek. That's not conservative, is it? Oh, it is conservative? Well, that's stupid. It sounds better. I'll come up with a better one then. I just mean like, hey. Did Margaret Thatcher say it? Oh, that's dumb. Whatever. I'll come up with a better one then. That's lame. Oh, that's stupid though. They hijacked it? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. How does that make sense for trickle-down economics? That's about rising together, not trickling down. What the fuck? God, conservatives are so dumb. They steal the best shit and turn it into idiotic, dumb shit. Yeah. Yeah, they stole libertarian too, motherfuckers. The saying, a rising tide lifts all boats. Like bootstraps? Yeah. Oh my god, it's so frustrating. Let's beat him up in Minecraft. We'll beat him up IRL. All right, we got 15 minutes. I wonder if there's anything I could react to in the meantime. Maybe. Oh, thank you, Sathers. I will. Would I ever consider teaching others to debate or at least get more debaters on the left? Yeah, I try to. Sushi? I can eat in 15 minutes. Yeah, totally. Let me eat some sushi. Oh, perfect. Now you guys can ask me questions while I eat some food. God damn it, I've had the fucking Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood theme song stuck in my head for like days. Yeah, it is. Hey!
Just for subbing. Also made a little emote about a week ago inspired
Thank
by
you,
some
Humphead
hogs
Sassy.
continually fail to be funny on these shows.
Let's take a look.
What do you think? You'll post in chat.
Hey, I like this. It's a little Joker. It's a little Joker. How do I show this on stream? Here. I love FMA Brotherhood. It's awesome. Look at that. Hey, we got a Joker. I'm the Joker, baby. Womp womp. Listen. The Joker. I like that movie, okay? That one. The one that goes da 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 ba da ba da 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 da. I don't remember what it's called, but da 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 da. Is it period? Is that what it's called? Let's see. Opening one. It's called Again. It's called Again. Maybe there's a cover we can listen to. Hi!
Do you want orange kickstart or yellow game
Ooh, yellow game fuel. I haven't had that in forever. Oh, thank you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I get double XP on a COD. Oh, wow. This is fitting for going on with Hutch. Thank you. Double XP. I don't remember how to do this. How do you... This thing has a tutorial on it. Why do they make it so hard to open these things? I don't even... Well, I don't play COD anymore, but I used to. Brotherhood is amazing. Brotherhood is amazing. It's really good. Wait, did... Oh, it's so you can reclose it? What do you think I am? Some kind of hardcore gamer? I don't really like Assassin's Creed that much. Oh, thank you. It's chipping now, unfortunately, but I'll have it redone soon. Oh, I'm so excited to eat this. I wonder if I could... There's so many ones, but I want to just do a cover. Oh, but they're all... Oh. Hey! I don't know if I'll get hit for this. I wonder. It's a 6-year-old video, but it's huge. I don't know, whatever. Don't play it. It's not worth it. Yeah. How do I think, Nibiru? Oh, negatively. Very negatively. Let's be real. Let's be real here. No risks. I hate it. I want to play songs for you all. It's so good. Oh, wait. This one is like not. This one's like a... Let's see. I don't think it's the same one, right? あの子みたいにで戻りたいわけじゃないのなくしてきた空を探してる分かってくれますように犠牲になったような悲しい顔はやめてよ最後は涙じゃないよずっと苦しく背負ってくんだ決めない感情メロディ誰を待ってるの一人の音に綴ったようにもっと素直に吐き出したいよから逃れたいんだ現実ってやつから Thanks, Dragon Friend. I haven't yet. うまく言えなくて心配かけたままだったねあの日抱えた全部明日抱える全部順番つけたりはしないから分かってくれますようにそっと目を閉じたんだ見たくないものまで見えんだもん嫌ない噂にちょっと初めて聞く発言とち仲やったら友達だって嘘はやめてね高いハートが苛立つように体の中燃えているんだ本当は期待してんの現実ってやつかなるために生きてるんだって叫びたくなるよこれでいますかなんてやってられないから帰る場所もないの優しさにはでも感謝してるだから強くなりたいあの歌へ進むために敵も味方の関係ちゃんとやって次の音 Yeah, this is good. Maybe Nibiru. It's possible. I don't really care if he does or doesn't. Yes, I do. Yeah, I think Mustang is becoming. I think Colonel Mustang is becoming my increasingly my favorite character. But I also really love Armstrong. I really love Armstrong.
Thank you for all you do, Ret and Queen people hug.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't remember the name of the episode. Yeah, Armstrong is amazing. I love him. He's so wholesome. There was another thing I was gonna play. We got 5 more minutes. Okay, I gotta get ready for this damn panel. Hold on. I gotta go put this out here. I can't finish my sushi in time. Be right back. 1 second. I don't have enough time to finish my sushi. But I finished most of it. You're fine. You don't need to apologize for that. Love you. Da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 da. I don't remember which episode I'm on. I've been watching it with Silent. It's been really great. All right, let's get ready. Let's get this set up here. All right.
And then eventually I realized, hey, I'm not getting paid for this. And I just have to...
All right. Are you ready? Are you all ready? I am. I'm motherfucking ready for this. Why is it doing this, huh? So weird. All right, everyone. Here we go. We'll see. He's been doing a good job keeping his head cool lately, though. I will give him credit for that.
Seen him on a panel before.
Yeah, there's a lot of big personalities who are coming by. Prime and Dylan Burns now.
Yeah. Like me.
Like you. True.
True. How y'all doing today?
Great. How are you?
Doing good. By the way, I'm streaming right now, so don't say anything offensive or whatever.
No gamer words.
Yeah, no gamer words. Well,
Okay.
certain ones I guess are okay on YouTube, but not on Twitch.
What
so.
part of joining the Hippy Dippy ahead of time did you think that there wouldn't be other people already streaming ahead of time?
Oh, I always say it as a courtesy, because
Right. So should I always point out the obvious whenever it's obvious?
Yes, probably.
I mean, you'd be surprised. I've had some people say some pretty fucked shit.
Yeah.
Is there somebody in this room in particular that you got your eyes on, since you want to put it like that?
No,
Well,
but I no, it's somebody I no longer associate with, but yeah.
Well, so I have a question. So sometimes people take offense to the gamer word pussy, because they view it as playing into toxic masculinity and misogyny. But if we were to swap out the word pussy with the word bussy, as in boy pussy, do we somehow like invert the fucking like woke polarity fields to the point that we can start using bussy the way old people used to use pussy?
I think there's certain contexts in which calling someone a pussy or using it like that can be pretty bad. But I think that about most insults. I think that most insults are contextual. And I think usually what determines like what a slur is or what isn't a slur is generally is a fuzzy line. But you can usually tell. Certain terms can cause like a lot of harm to people, and I think it's really easy to just avoid those terms most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
My edgy teenager is looking for words that I can now use as alternative insults.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, people use all kinds of things as
I don't see pussy as being an insult, right? Because in reality, I wish I could get some damn tires made out of that material, because you can't wear it out, and no matter how hard you beat it, right, it's gonna keep being there, right? So I'm just saying, it's literally a compliment.
I doubt people take it, Wes.
Yeah, I highly doubt that's how it's being used. But,
hey.
Hello. Yeah, when I called you a pussy, I was trying to say you were resilient. I wasn't insulting you
thanks.
personally.
I appreciate that. It was a bit of a there was definitely a language barrier going on there. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Probably more of a dialect than language, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the different. I guess the difference when it's that galactic in meaning is I think that'd be like almost a language difference. Yeah, but maybe it could be.
You still understood the word, though. That's why I say dialect, right? Just a different way of saying things. Dialect's actually a more appropriate word to use.
I mean, if I say the word pawn, do you understand that word?
No, but I would assume you got a different dialect.
Yeah, sure. I mean, PAN, yeah, sounds the same in multiple languages or very similar. And
like pan?
Yeah, like you'd say pan. But in
say
French, that
pan,
would mean
it's frying pan. I've got hit upside the head a couple
French, that
times
exact same spelling
life.
and pronunciation would mean bread. So
part of being married, you know.
Yeah, sure.
You hit upside the head with a frying pan every once in a while.
Damn.
Yeah.
I wonder what you're doing to deserve that. Whew.
Wow. It makes you wonder, don't it?
Why
and yet I'm still here. If that tells you anything.
It does.
Yeah, that means she wasn't swinging for the fences. I mean, she was like, I want to hit him hard enough to hurt him, but not to kill him. So that's
Vermin. I don't know. Good. Just begin
I'm happy
to
she's
prepare to cringe.
I'm not she's not on the killing.
She's
the
not
killing
completely a sociopath. Huh?
Yeah, wife guy stuff.
Well, either that or you haven't done anything to piss her off so bad that she's like, hey, this dude's got to go.
I don't know. I think I have a way about me.
I think most men do. Shit.
It is right.
Hey, thank you so much, Keen Croyle. Really appreciate that. I know.
Yeah, sorry if I'm a little out of it.
Sensitivities. It's all right. It's that time of year.
Oh, that's hilarious.
What is?
What's hilarious?
Oh, I didn't mute myself when I came in, so you all actually heard me singing through Whereby.
Yes, we did. Indeed.
I didn't. It wasn't even that good. Damn. I would have done better if I known I had an actual audience other than my audience who loves me and they put up with my bad singing. Yeah. Wow.
About to say they're the only ones that matter.
In the end, yeah. Let's
Hello.
see.
Hello.
So I gotta get back into the Whereby then. I kind of lost the. Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't think so.
Really
I don't think so, Seth. Nope. There's one blink. We got a blink.
I'll try to play nice. Apparently, people didn't like how many times I used the F word last time, so I'll try to try to slow it down a little bit.
I mean, personally, I love that swear, but you gotta it's kind of like salt or pepper. You gotta if you put too much of it in, it just overpowers the rest of the dish.
I'm the McDonald's of the word fuck.
Yeah.
That I like, yeah. That I can get with. Hey, does anybody else know on OBS virtual cameras, is there any way to turn yourself around? Is there any way to flip the image gets flipped? Is there any way to unflip it?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
yeah, if you go to view on your OBS and then down to
I probably could.
Correction
View?
tools.
Okay.
Go to tools, right? Go to tools and then virtual
But I kind of
cam,
like having mine on so people
and then
know it's
it'll
my
pop
stream
up,
though.
and then it'll give you the
I don't know.
option
We'll see.
to horizontal flip. You click that and then hit start, and then you can then share your OBS camera to Discord or to Whereby, either one.
Oh shit! I need to
just
do
make
that.
Button for that. Interesting. Yeah, y'all. Just everybody know, we're on stream now, so don't anybody pick their nose or anything.
Oh
definitely,
my
if you
goodness!
if you do, whatever you do, don't eat it, or they'll call you booger, whatever your name is, for the rest of your life. So.
Okay, this is America, and if I want to eat my boogers, I will do it.
Well,
Yeah.
then Destiny's
it is
gonna,
your freedom to do so.
bring that up in a debate. At some point.
So what? He's just a closet booger eater? Is that all
I
it
guess
is?
so. Yeah.
Listen,
Booger Steve.
I'm
Like
not
nobody
saying I'm
else
a
did as
booger
a kid.
eater. I'm saying I reserve the right to eat my boogers. Okay, so
Yeah.
I may not like that you eat your boogers, but I will defend to the death your right.
You're right to eat them. Yes.
I can see we're headed for a highbrow conversation tonight.
No.
Already on it. Yes.
No, sorry.
Booger. We're waiting for a few other people here. We got to get Trihex in here.
Should have sang something better. Like I could have been singing "Fly Me to the Moon," or like instead I was just like not on Dylan's door. Anyway, I thought I was amused with it because like Dylan is the songwriter. That's anyway.
You came in real hot. It was.
I came in super hot, super spicy with those Dylan memes. With those.
Extremely high.
Bring in some Desolation Row energy to this panel. How about that?
Sweet.
I'm gonna take y'all out to Highway 61.
What about
I'm trying to remember all the Dylan songs I actually know.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back, Dylan.
Wonderful.
Hi, friend.
Trihex, do you understand the
thanks,
mechanisms
dock
of the
lighting.
whereby?
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm just I'm trying
lighting.
to I'm getting my OBS virtual cam set up without like losing without dropping my stream. It's taking a second to. I didn't prepare it in advance to have virtual cam outputs. I have to like open up 2 OBSs and like MacGyver the shit out of it a little bit here.
No worries.
I'm almost done though.
No worries.
So is virtual cam using the same webcam on 2 different sources? Is that what that means?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. So like
I think so,
previously,
Cyborg, yeah.
you'd have to either like have like 2 webcams on standby manually, which is like archaic and like stupid, or have 2 different cameras on standby. But if you didn't know, you can have your one camera be used by multiple programs simultaneously. OBS does allow you to do that, but you have to like. I didn't enable virtual cam output ahead of time.
I hope you
so I have to like
have
kind of like
the links ready.
Figure that out a little bit here, or not even figure it out. I got
my mods. I hope you're ready to drop the links because
I'm
remember,
almost there now though.
It'll be the introduction and the outro that we need those links
we
dropped.
Are
we need them in Hutch, Trihex, and
Work
Dylan's chats.
actually,
Please,
held them back.
please.
Is somebody on the right side, KOE Phil? Sadly, he's not here at the moment. So if he's not here soon, we will have to find a quick replacement for him. Sadly, I'm trying to get an update on where he is, but we can still go through introductions and give him some time, hopefully, to get here. So I would like to thank everybody for coming on to the Hippie Dippy Roundtable. This is the 27th recorded episode, probably the 30th or 40th in total. I'm excited to have a colorful cast of characters like always. So before anything else, I want to cover some ground rules. The number 1 rule, of course, is not to do anything against the terms of service. I hope everybody here is familiar enough with Twitch terms
Make sure
of
that
service
it's readable, please. Easy for people to
policy. I would also like to say that we do, even though we are a platform that loves speech, we have banned a few words, and the reason why is because every time when these words are used,
I'll reimburse you for a sub.
Hurting the dialogue. So please do not call anybody else
I'll
the
reimburse
B
you for a
word,
sub.
the C word, or any slurs of any sort for obvious reasons. Because once that happens, the debate is no longer a debate about policy or issues. It is a debate about why you called me this, and it's just not good vibes all around. I will not moderate your niceness. So
Thank you, Windleby. You're
say
awesome.
like, well, that's stupid, I'm not going to jump in or get down your throat there. But I will ask you all politely to be happy campers and little Care Bears for me, okay? Wonderful. We're all going to sit around the campfire and sing songs.
Question. So when you say the B word, we're talking about
bitch.
Itch with a B?
Yes.
Like okay, just making sure there was no other words.
Now, W is authorized, just no B, right?
What's W? Which? Oh, which? I've not heard that word used in that manner before. Critically thinking veteran. That is definitely a critically thinking veteran question.
Appreciate it, Cyborg.
So far, that word is not banned. You sure do critically think.
What is banned is using the word witch hunt when clearly it's not the word you actually want to use.
True.
Like I've seen that like thrown out like.
It looks like
endlessly all
Cyborg
day
has
long.
Hutch
This is
under
a witch
control. We
hunt.
need
It's
somebody
like,
for
okay,
Trihex,
it's not,
and then we
but
need
alright,
somebody
sure.
for
You
Dylan.
wanna- you
Just
wanna pretend it is?
Rigged witch hunt.
No.
So
They
the
won't.
next rule
just
is going to be
it's
that
only in the
I have
intros.
this
Gina,
handy-dandy
just coordinate
little-
in the chat, please.
I almost showed my social security number on stream. I'm gonna
It's
flip
weird.
that page over. So, I have this handy dandy little notebook, and on this notebook, I write down your name if you raise your hand.
cool.
So let's say that there's a debate, and it's like, damn, everybody's talking too much. I don't know how to get in here. Raise your hand. I'll write your name down, and I'll make sure eventually the conversation gets over to you. So please, if you do that, understand that it might take a little bit of time to get over to you, but I'm gonna do my best to do so. That is to encourage productive dialogue. And this is the most important rule above all other rules. If I am talking, everyone shuts up. I'm not talking to give you my take on the minimum wage. I'm not talking to give my opinion. I'm talking simply so we can get the dialogue back to being productive, and we can have everybody just, follow the rules. So, and lastly, do your best not to interrupt people too much. If it gets excessive, I will step in line. Is there any questions about any of these rules?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Then we're going to start with introductions. This time we're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Hutch and Trihex.
You should see me now, finally. I'm sorry, I finally figured it out.
Let me turn your mic off. But you got to turn on your camera. We don't see you.
Don't see me?
There we go. Now we're
okay. I just clicked apply. There we go. Okay. Now we're good?
Yeah, now we should be good. If everybody refreshes their thing, they should be able to see you now. Wonderful. So, I do want to say that. Oh, where did everybody go?
We refreshed.
Refreshing.
Oh yeah,
Told us to
refreshing.
refresh.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I
We
told
have
you
to
to
powder
refresh.
our noses, Dylan.
Of course. So we're gonna start with introductions in the top left-hand corner with Hutch.
Yeah, what's up, fellow panelists? Nice to meet you guys. My name is Hutch, and yeah, I got started on YouTube about 12 years ago on the Call of Duty scene, and sort of switched into politics maybe about 5 years ago. Although I've been interested in politics since I was 18, 19 years old. Doing a bunch of impeachment stuff this week, and excited to be here on the panel. Thanks for the invite, Dylan.
Happy to have you here. Next, we're going to go over to Demon Mama.
Hello, everyone. My name is Demon Mama. I am a political edutainer on YouTube. We do a whole bunch of debates. We do a lot of panels. We talk about a whole lot of breaking news stuff, and we do some variety curiosity stuff as well. You've probably seen me on this panel before, but if you haven't, you can follow me over at YouTube, or you can check out my website, demonmama.com. Dylan, thank you so very much for having me on tonight. I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
I'm really happy to have you on. We just got word that Phil will not be here for 40 minutes, so we're going to be looking for a replacement. I'm sorry to say, maybe he can come on in the future. Who knows? Now we're going to go over to Connor Points.
Yeah, hi, my name is Connor. I run a small but quickly growing YouTube channel named Counterpoints. I am a former Marine, which is why I use the word fuck a lot, but I'll try to minimize it for the sake of this panel. And I'm also a former law enforcement officer of 4 years. I do have a 4-year degree in business, art, and history. It's an interdisciplinary degree, which basically means that I couldn't pick a degree program. Those are kind of my credentials. You will see me on the panel scene. You will see me on YouTube. If you like military, law enforcement, violence, action, psychology, political debates, anything like that, then I would encourage you to subscribe. My politics are kind of center-right, so I kind of get into beefs with a lot of people a lot of the time.
Okay. Now we're going to go over to K Fellows.
Yeah, what's up? I'm Kay Fellows. I am a political and social activist. Have my own YouTube channel, but I'm most active on my Twitter, and I stream regularly with another content creator that's actually been on this panel, Tom Foolery. My politics are left-leaning libertarian. I have a lot of different opinions that vary from left to right. I have absolutely no credentials. I'm just somebody that's very passionate about a number of topics, and I like to talk about them. So yeah, that's me.
Okay. I would like to say, Trihex and no comment check. I can actually not see you anymore. It seems to be black screens.
Okay, after that, can you all see me, or is it because I see
Oh,
myself?
I bet I
on one.
know. I bet I know.
Can't see either of you.
I think this is just a settings deal.
It's all good.
Possibly.
Oh yeah, I went back to my game capture. Yep, that's why. Okay.
So no one sees me at all.
Oh wait, I can mirror myself. Yes, let's mirror. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, now I can see no comment check, but I
Wonderful.
cannot see you, Trihex, now.
Trihex, just go into your settings, and it probably switched over to a different like camera or something.
Like in my browser settings.
No, the settings for whereby it's up in the upper right-hand corner, next to the like letter of your name or whatever.
Let's see. I'll just take that. Apply. It's like crazy.
K Fellows is a right winger, I believe.
Be down and out. Come back here.
Yeah,
Sorry
K
again. I
Fellows is
might
a
just like go
traditionalist, I
offline
think.
and fix it for real. Trying to And now my camera's frozen.
I know, Danny.
Is there anybody that I did not have to do the introduction yet?
Perfect.
I didn't.
Perfect, Cyborg.
Oh yeah, no comment check.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Hi everybody, I'm No Comment Chick, and I am a super sweet streamer that never touches drama or anything like that. Any of those bad vibes, any kind of bad lady saying mean things. That's not me. That's some other streamer. I don't know what people are saying, but none of it's true. I'm just a completely normal and very nice and friendly streamer in your general neighborhood vicinity. So I'm No Comment Chick. I stream Twitch and YouTube now, and really growing quickly on YouTube. For some reason, the algorithm really likes me, giving me a lot of views despite my small ass channel.
Perfect.
So I'd appreciate if you could help make that channel a little bit bigger by going over there and subscribing. But yeah, also here on Twitch, I do a lot of debate analysis. So streams like this one, I'll actually watch with my community, and we'll talk about you know, how kind of narrative works within that framework and how it's used as a rhetorical device and how we can improve our own narrative, tell our own story in a way to affect the change that we want to be in this world. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, give me a follow, give me a subscribe over on YouTube, and we'll be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dylan, for having me, and for having me and Dylan and Demon Mama on the same panel, because I feel like that's kind of like a lot of firepower for one panel. I got mad respect for you for braving that.
Okay, I wanted to ask you. You're lagging out a lot. You're moving like one frame every 10 seconds, and is this your? Are you using the correct mic?
He's got a gun on.
Mic. Let's check that really quick. Since the camera got flipped, there's every chance that the mic got flipped. No, the mic did not get flipped. It is the correct mic. So on the mic, let me check. That's actually on Discord.
He's got a gun.
Why I checked on Whereby.
He's got a gun.
My natural instinct. We'll go into Dylan's. Oh my God, I've got entirely too many of these. Anyway, I'll solve this in the background. I think I know what might be up.
Okay.
I should be able to
so
fix it.
okay, got it. Okay, so we're gonna get started because it's taking way too much time. Okay, the first topic is going to be we're waiting for somebody else to come and replace KOE Phil. We're looking for a replacement for now. We're gonna have to start the topic because we're just running out of time. Hutch is going to probably start us off on the trans sport debate. Now, this.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm throwing it over to you.
Sorry, go.
So the transport debate, the reason why I'm bringing this up is that Tulsi Gabbard and other politicians recently have been proposing certain bills that has to do with restricting funding to schools that allow trans individuals to play sports with people who
Did we move past intros already?
Oh, CTV he got passed up.
Did you get past? I said okay. CTV is critically thinking veteran. You can get him at twitch.tv/critically thinking veteran. He is he was in a submarine. He like destroyed like all the communism with his amazing submarine torpedoes. Okay, we really got to keep it moving, so we just got to blow through this. Okay, so the transport debate is basically it's on the issue at the moment because of the amount of bills that are being proposed to restrict funding to educational institutions that have trans individuals play sports with people who identify and play with people who as they identify with that gender. So that is why we're talking about the transport debate. It's not something that I chose as a topic lightly, and I know it's an emotional topic for a lot of people. So I just asked everybody to please try to be kinder and understanding with this topic. And I'm going to throw it over to Hutch to start it off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have too much to say in the intro. I think on this topic, I'll probably do more listening than talking. But on the topic of Tulsi Gabbard, I think it's pretty telling that as soon as what were sort of the last things that she did when she was in Congress? She voted present on an impeachment vote for Donald Trump, and she proposed legislation to, punish schools that incorporate trans athletes or something like that. I'm not quite sure what it was, but she clearly knows her audience, the Dave Rubins, the Joe Rogans, the Tim Pools, and you could foresee that coming literally like a year and a half ago. On the topic at hand, I'm very open-minded about trans members participating in athletics, and I think so much of the discourse has just become so toxic that it's very tricky to have this conversation. So I'm going to be very careful and pass the mic to somebody else right now.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah. Interestingly, this topic has been researched pretty extensively, and the consensus is that there really shouldn't be any controversy over this. Most of what is fixated on in this conversation is, unfortunately, base fear-mongering that is thrown out, usually anecdotal evidence of someone saying a trans person did this or a trans person did that, which is usually, upon further investigation, not true at all. As it turns out, most sports organizations in the world have already had working standards in place for trans people to perform as their chosen gender, and there's not been any major issues with it. This issue seems to keep coming up as a sort of boogeyman issue for a lot of conservatives specifically, who don't really seem to actually have much care for the sports themselves, nor much consistency on the arguments that they're making. Instead, they use it as a cudgel by which to propagate fear and hate towards trans people. And as a result, I'm very disappointed to see that politicians like Tulsi Gabbard, although I will say I expected this sort of thing, to be jumping on that train, especially because there is no substantive evidence that there is any need for panic or even concern. The Olympics have for well over a decade allowed trans people to compete as their chosen gender, and that has been perfectly fine. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to No Comment Chick. We cannot hear you. One moment. Let me fix that. There we go.
That's
Say
a problem.
something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so something changed. Cool. I'm glad that we got that worked out. So as far as the big scary trans ladies coming along to dominate the sports and take away all the awards from the real women that are supposed to win the awards, I hate to break it to you, but we're already here. We've been here, and guess what? We suck. Trans girls. We suck. We haven't won anything. We haven't won medals. We haven't dominated any fields. You know, they'll focus in on like one or two athletes of people who transitioned when they were older and still, you know, retain some muscle mass so that it's like shocking to the public. You know, they'll do that sort of thing. They'll try to give you anecdotes and stuff like that. But like Demon Mama said, there's no actual research. The research isn't conclusive, but the research that we do have doesn't suggest any sort of advantage in sports. In fact, you can even think of some sports in which the quote unquote advantages that get retained are actually disadvantages, right? Like the increased bone mass, and not such a good thing if you're like a long distance runner, right? And you have to carry more weight because of that. So, you know, we think in a way about this issue, the conventional wisdom is not our friend. the conventional wisdom kind of leads us into like really bad takes. And this is something that the experts, like Demon Mama said, have already weighed in on. And, you know, from what the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence that we have right now, there's no reason to exclude this class of people from sports. And it has real impact. I'm going to put myself on the line here. I would have been able to potentially compete pretty effectively at kickboxing had it not been for the fact that I know that entering into that either on an amateur or a professional level competitively would make me a target. Because of that, I'm only able to teach essentially. And I mean, that's fun and I enjoy it, but it's taken something away from me. So let's not get over invested in these abstract notions and these cerebral ideas of like, well, you know, conceivably somebody could be affected. No, people are affected and our qualities of life are diminished because of it. Okay. And that's because of the hate, not because of the law, the experts, everything is on, you know, the side that I should be able to compete. But in terms of the social experience, there's been studies that trans women who participate in sports get treated, you know, really badly.
Okay.
And
we're going to move on to the next person. We just want to make sure everybody has time to do the intro. Next is going to be Trihex before we move over to the right.
Hey, so you want my take on this topic, right? On trans athletes?
Yeah, I mean, you can skip if you want to.
Oh no, no. Let's hop into it here. So to not make it like too long-winded here. So there seems to be a fixation on the fringe examples of certain trans athletes, typically the male to female entering a female specified spectrum of competition and being able to like dominate. This is like not really like something that's been done in excess, but these fringe examples are the ones that are usually cited as like the unfair advantage and hurting the integrity of the sport. And the problem with this argument for me is that it's already bound in like arbitrary bullshit in the first place. Sorry, I'm not allowed to curse on the flame or not here. We can bring up a particular example here. Caster Semenya, am I saying their name right? It was a female athlete who was denied the ability to further compete. And I believe the 2016 Olympics or was it 2018 Olympics? I don't remember which one exactly here, but said female, biological female, produces a outside the expected spectrum of testosterone, and after passing a suspected what's the word here, drug test or something like that, ultimately it was like, okay, well we can't prove that you have anything here, but they still ultimately declined her the ability to compete because she just had an abnormally high amount of test, which ultimately gave her an advantage to be able to produce, you know, more muscle and be able to just kind of like destroy her competition essentially. So ultimately, it's never really been about the biological spectrum of one's being, but instead it's more like the societal norms and confining into like I hate to say it here, like the cis assignments of like what is considered totally normal, and the idea that the any kind of like transgenderism is influencing that is already like, to me, on the back burner of the integrity of the sport. So the whole thing goes back here to the argument being that we don't want to do it because it'll hurt the integrity of the sport. So people who argue for that purpose, to me, I would throw them this citation instead here, that it was never really a normal, it was just only an accepted tolerance in the first place here.
Okay.
So
we're gonna go over to the right now, and we'll have everybody do intros, and then we'll have open dialogue. Again, we're trying to get somebody to replace Phil. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that soon. We're gonna start with Kay Fellows.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I know that I'm supposed to be representing the right here, but this is something that I very often disagree with a lot of my right-wing peers on. I don't see this as being this big, humongous issue that they're making it out to be. I don't think that this is an overwhelming problem, and I don't think that it's a problem to the extent where we need to be passing legislation in Congress, in the federal government, to prevent something that isn't even happening yet, setting preventative measures for an issue that we're not even really seeing is an issue right now. I think that the argument that because a transgender individual wins a medal or a trophy or anything is specifically because they're trans and they have some sort of unfair advantage. I feel like that's a really, really terrible argument. And I think that whenever people make that argument, it really goes to show a disconnect and a misunderstanding between many right-wing individuals and understanding transgenderism and this topic. I think that the right really does have a long way to go in understanding the topic of transgenderism as a whole, not just in sports. And I think that, I know that somebody else has said this, but I think they've made this into some sort of like boogeyman conspiracy issue that we're just not seeing any evidence as it being a serious issue at this point. So I really don't understand why we're having, not just it be considered such a serious issue, but to the point where we're actually having Congress people presenting legislation to prevent it from happening whenever it's not really happening. It's kind of mind-blowing to me. There's so many other issues so many other legislations that we need to see passed,
we're gonna hear
and
a lot
this is
about
what
this
is
one.
being focused
Don't
on.
worry.
My issue with this whole thing is that we're having so much time taken up and having this conversation that doesn't even need to be had, and getting this legislation passed that doesn't need to be passed. Like, there's so many other things that Congress needs to be doing besides attacking transgender athletes.
Agreed.
Okay, next is going to be counterpoints.
Yeah, so Demon Mama basically brought up the standards that are used by athletic organizations in order to, basically help trans folks compete on a, obviously, like, sports is supposed to be relatively meritocratic on a relatively fair, even keel. I wouldn't mind having a conversation about what those standards are. So, for instance, I've heard it talked about by Riley Grace Rochon, I will shout her out, that basically, like, what it comes down to on a competitive level is endocrinological, like basically the testosterone levels in your body. So that's actually the real thing that kind of determines, like, this disparity in athletic performance. So what I would like is an inversion of the rhetoric of the right wing for the past, like, 5 years, 2016 to 2020, where facts shouldn't care about our feelings. We might feel that because we saw a trans athlete blow through, a track competition, or we might feel because there was a combat sports trans woman who, dominated that fight or whatever. We might feel that this is an unfair advantage, but we should follow the facts. And if the facts say that after 2 years of, basically hormone treatment, the endocrinological levels drop back down to that, to a comparative cis level, and on top of that, we're trying to hit a moving target while we're riding a fucking bullet train. The studies that need to be done in order to figure out exactly what needs to be done in sports, it's being done right now, and we're probably not really going to have a hyper codified what do we do about trans athletes? We're probably not going to know the answers for another 20 or 30 years. So I'm happy to debate the finer points of this issue. I could say, I just don't care. But for the sake of the conversation, I'm going to say, like, we should have a conversation about standards. We should have a conversation. If a trans person is, they kind of finally come to the realization that they're trans, and they're 15 years old and they want to compete in a combat sport, or if they want to compete in a very physical sport, then we should have a conversation about what's needed in order to allow them to compete in that sport. And obviously we're limiting it from, male to female, or we'll get to the correct terminology, and I'll cede my time for now.
Okay, and we're going to go lastly to CTV.
Well, since I got ran over and skipped, I'll take a moment to say I'm critically thinking veteran. I served 9 years on Ohio-class submarines, right? So I got a hell of a lot of experience with a whole lot of nothing, right? But what I will say on the issue of transgenders competing in sports is that if the Olympics doesn't have any standards for individuals that transfer from male to female, or transition rather from male to female, but they have standards, or correction, standards for females that transition to male, but they do have standards so far as testosterone levels for males that transition to female. It certainly seems that the Olympics already off the start is pointing out that there's a difference between the two, which is perfectly fine, right? I think that understanding people's differences is exactly what needs to be understood in order for this topic to be the most understood, right? Because we do have a lot of examples from a lot of different sports, i.e. cycling and running and powerlifting, and a whole lot of instances where transgender individuals were able to come into women's categories and completely dominate, not just a little bit, like they dominate the sport, right? Which doesn't create or harbor a fair competitive environment when it comes to sports. Now, these things are important when it comes to sports that have been delineated along very physical types of confrontation that would happen between the people, right? So that's why we segregate the sports to men and then one to women when it comes to more physical altercations, right? That way,
He doesn't.
there's not any disparity
never
of
does,
force.
Vermin.
But the reality is that any individual, once they go through puberty, right, if they had the added benefit of going through puberty as a male, right, and they gain the broader shoulders, the bigger muscle mass, the bigger skeletal system that they have, there's already a lot of advantages that they have from Jump Street, testosterone levels. While you can bring those down, don't change the fact that you already went through puberty as a male and are now competing against women in these sports. So I feel like that the best and most fair way would be to keep the system as is. And if trans people want to compete in the sport, have them compete against other trans individuals. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to general discussion. You may go back and forth, discuss the topic, etc.
Yeah, basically everything that CTV just said is verifiably incorrect. The idea that there is a dominance by trans women in sports is simply not true. There is no data to show that whatsoever. And in fact, the data that does exist shows the opposite of that, that there is actually very, like no comment chick sort of joked about at the beginning, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of trans people winning in these sports right now, which would indicate that there is that would indicate that there's no statistical advantage if we've had these standards for a long time.
Wait, you mean CTV's fear mongering?
Yeah, fear mongering. But the
No
other
way.
thing too is that it's really funny because first of all, a lot of this conversation, at least here in the United States, is fixated on high school sports. Which, I mean, there's a number of reasons for that. There is a certain element of, protect the kids rhetoric that's pulled upon, which I think is very low and disgusting. But also, what people don't note is that even what biological differences do occur by the end of puberty, the data that does exist currently shows that those benefits are not conferred pre-puberty and that they are not conferred if puberty is halted. And so it seems to be that most of the quote-unquote biological advantages that come from having testosterone in your system is from having active testosterone in your system. And there really isn't much more to be said about the situation there. Also, the standards that are put forward by most conservatives, the idea that, we should have a special trans league, which is, in my opinion, on its face discriminatory. But the other idea that it's like,
that's what we do in everything is we make discriminatory, fucking things in order to.
You do that.
No,
CTV.
everybody does that.
No, you do.
Stop. Okay. So, there's this thing with our ears that's really magical, but also extremely hurtful to us when trying to take information. When we have three people yelling at each other, we can't hear shit. So you think you'd get 3 times the information, but we actually get none of the information. So, I would like to hear CTV finish the statement, and then there could be a response.
He interrupted me.
We as human beings discriminate
going for a while.
He's a dude. It's okay.
No.
Okay.
Like,
Can
wow. No comment, chick. What the fuck is that? It's because really.
Okay.
Are you not paying attention to the conversation?
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
That's utterly ridiculous.
Okay. That was quick. Okay. So,
may I?
Who said may I?
Connor.
Yeah, Connor, you did raise your hand, but that engagement didn't end. So I feel like we need to get an end to it. So
let's finish the engagement and I'll wait.
Okay, so CTV, what you were saying was that there are discriminatory decisions made when it comes to separating people.
Look, it doesn't matter what you're doing. There's discriminations that are made, right? Because not everything is exactly the same. Whenever you walk down the street, you make discriminatory decisions about maybe you don't walk down this way, right? Or if you're participating in a sport, right? Matter of fact, NASCAR would be one where they make sure that all the vehicles are within certain vehicle specifications, right? In other sports, right, they make sure that males are competing against males, right? Females are competing against females, right? There's a lot of discrimination when it comes to trying to harbor an environment of fair play between individuals, right? So the idea that there's supposed to be no discrimination is completely crazy, right? And the fact that you can't understand that why there should be any at all is in fact, again, crazy to me, right? So you're going to have to lay it out pretty hard for me to be able to get where you're at.
Okay, Demon Mama. That was directed pretty at Demon Mama. So Demon Mama, Connor, then Hutch. We'll put in that order.
Yeah, I wish I could make sense of what CTV is saying here, but honestly, it just sounds like fear-mongering drivel. I don't even know what I'm supposed to pull out of that. The idea that that somehow forcing trans people to perform in a league all of their own, that would not grant them access to the rest of the sporting world is somehow the same thing as when you choose to walk down a different road. Like, this is nonsense. This makes no I don't even know how to respond to that. The only thing that I would say is that the standards that are usually put forward by people like CTV are incredibly ill-informed, and also ignore the fact that FTM trans people exist, aka people who are assigned female at birth and transition using testosterone to male. And these people, when they have testosterone in their bloodstream from HRT, perform better, because as it turns out, it's all about your almost exclusively your active testosterone levels, which resides in your system for a little while, usually is completely out of your system by about a year, maybe 2 years at max based on the data. And people like CTV, if we were to follow their prescription for it, would have either trans people completely isolated to out of the world of sports into their own little separate but equal quote unquote league, segregated, or would advocate for FTM individuals to be competing against cis women who do not have testosterone in their system to the same degree, and would actually demonstrably, statistically be able to defeat the competition because they're taking T actively. It's just silly. This is silliness, as usual.
Okay.
What was that?
You literally just say that
Guys, come
FTMs,
on.
right? They did not go through the hormonal process of puberty. They did not develop bigger skeletal frames, right? And they did not develop the muscle mass and everything else associated with having a bigger body is somehow going to be able to come in and crush the men's competition. Did you really just
and there's
say
evidence
that?
of it. Yes, and there's evidence of it.
God.
Damn, I gotta go.
Okay.
Wow.
Can I respond?
The good thing about starting with this topic is you get all of it out now, and so later everyone's gonna be super chill. Okay, so we're gonna go over to Connor now, because I can't hear anything that anyone's saying. Okay. Connor, take us away from that.
Sure. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna introduce a rule only for myself, and then I'm gonna go into my points. If I'm talking a lot, I'm going on a fucking 5-minute rant, and you say the word interjection, I will say accept or decline. Basically meaning that if you want to make a point while I'm making some points, I will allow you to speak so you don't have to scream over me if I make a point that you think is dumb as fuck. Okay? If you guys want to adopt that rule too, I think it would be cool. If you don't, declined. So basically, like, I'll start making my points now. Some sports don't even need to be on the table, okay? Some things that are coming to my mind right now are like volleyball or field hockey or soccer or something like that. These are team sports. They're generally speaking not contact oriented. They don't even need to be on the fucking table, because even if you have like what would you call it? A person who was assigned male at birth, but then was transitioning to being a woman. If they competed in these sports, they're a part of a team. It's a team effort. It doesn't really fucking matter. They can be as athletic as they want. They still have to contribute to a team in order for that team to succeed. So that, like, some sports we can already take off the table. So one of the things that was mentioned is if puberty is halted, there's no conferred advantage. CTV, I want to make this point. People now, especially because the transgender issue is much wildly more aware in the social discourse. Some people are transitioning before they go through a normal puberty. And effectively, if you look at some of these people, some of the assigned male at birth who transfer to women who go on puberty blockers and then sex hormones, they're virtually indistinguishable from anybody else because they basically skip their puberty. So that's where we need to have a more nuanced conversation about what we're doing here. To Steelman CTV, I promise I have one more point after this. To Steelman CTV's language about discrimination, he's not talking about individualistic discrimination, saying like, oh, I'm going to discriminate against a certain person. He's talking about using judgment. And I understand what he's saying with using judgment, because we do have to make a judgment. We have to make a judgment about endocrinological levels. We have to make a judgment about what kind of sports we don't even give a shit about. We have to decide whether or not we care about female to male folks in sports at all. And I will to articulate why you've never seen a conservative talk about female to male at all, is because basically most dudes already have a fuckload of testosterone, right? So if you take an assigned female at birth person, you start giving them T, and they kind of become buff or whatever. I'm a big fan. This is a little bit of a meme. I'm a big fan of trans-inclusionary radical misogyny, where we just accept all the female to male trans folks into our big old fucking male club, and then we all fucking eat hot wings and drink Bud Light. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody gives a fuck about this. We can narrow the conversation down to male to female, what sports, combat sports, endocrinological levels, what's fair, what's appropriate. We can narrow the conversation.
Hutch, I think you're next.
Yeah. So I just want to point out that the only reason why we're having this conversation right now is because of Obergefell versus Hodges in 2015. They lost the culture war when it came to gay marriage. There was just nowhere to go beyond that point. And so what did they do? They moved on to the next boogeyman, which is why I think what Tulsi Gabbard did was particularly odious. She doesn't give a fuck about this issue. She's just trying to get more people to sign up on her shitty Dave Rubin locals page or whatever. So I just want to point out that is literally the only reason we're having this conversation right now. Trans athletes have been a thing for decades right now. Why has it only been in the last 5 years that this has become such a hot topic? And it's because it's a wedge issue. It's an issue that conservatives, they know that they can serve this up to their base, and it's going to get them really pissed off. None of them gave a fuck about women's sports before, and here they are all of a sudden, talking about the integrity of competition within like high school volleyball games or something like that.
Yeah, some would say it's a proxy issue for the validity of trans people, which is the put it on the table, that it's a proxy way of doing that without seeming like a complete asshole.
Of course, that's what it is. Yes.
And, absolutely.
Yep. I wrote a few things down, so I just want to keep my thoughts all organized. Just to kind of segue into something else, but on the same topic here. But we know by now, we have the data that shows us that affirming and I'm talking specifically about athletics when it comes to kids. We know how important it is to affirm a child's gender identity at a very young age. We can see a correlation between doing that and less rates of suicidal ideation and suicide attempts. So on this topic, it just seems like such a no-brainer. Do we really care so much about trying to achieve perfect fairness in sports, or are we trying to teach kids about cultivating a sense of confidence in themselves and learning how to be a teammate to others? These things are obviously far more important than trying to achieve this perfect fairness in sports, which is inherently impossible. If you have a 6'5" kid who's 14 years old, is it fair that this person is playing basketball with all the other kids who have an average height of 4'10" or whatever? No, but
we shouldn't discriminate at all then, right?
Well, personally, I'm not supposed to give my opinion, but I personally love pelting the smaller kids with dodgeballs, and I think taking that experience away from me would be very hurtful.
Of course, I don't want to take that away from anybody, but
no, I'm just we shouldn't discriminate at all then, right?
Well,
zero discrimination at all.
Well, because you asked
that question. Is that the solution here?
Well, I don't think discrimination is the word I don't think that's the word you're quite looking for here. But
CTV's just trying to get a gotcha on you. There's no substance. You can ignore him.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up.
I would not like to encourage the ignoring of different panel guests. Okay, that is one thing I will discourage.
You can ignore that.
I wrote a couple other things.
I wrote both.
Since apparently there's some kind of fucking meme going on. The word discrimination means the ability or power to see or make fine distinctions or discernment, right? So if you have a fucking problem with that word, that's your fucking problem.
Let's admit that it's
what
a
it fucking means,
CTV,
right?
Let's admit that it's a loaded word. It's a loaded word.
If you want to see something that's fucking loaded, then you see it as loaded, right?
No,
Was that
but
a
okay,
threat?
can we admit that
No, it is
discrimination
not.
was
Okay,
kind of
let's calm
used
down.
against like black people in the past, and maybe we could just use judgment instead of discrimination, and then they would lose this fucking meme, and they wouldn't be
Seems
able
like-
to talk about that
Well,
word
I
anymore.
use the
hold on a
fucking
second.
language
Wait.
I used according to my dialect and the way that I fucking speak, and you learn how I speak since I come from a different part of the country.
Okay,
Just
I don't
like
wanna-
everybody else on the fucking panel wants their voices to be heard and respected. So instead of having this snarky fucking attitude, like, I don't know, somebody else on this fucking panel, right? How about we actually start trying to listen in good faith instead of being snarky little I don't knows,
I
right?
mean, I do think it's ironic that you're asking for us to listen in good faith when damn near every person I've ever talked to would recognize that there's a difference between the dictionary definition of discriminate, meaning being able to make distinctions between two separate things, and the colloquial version of discrimination, or the legal distinction, the legal term.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
discrimination.
I join a panel that's supposed to be made up of some type of intellectuals that will be able to use the definitions of words that are actually in a fucking dictionary?
Aren't you kind of?
Did I
Aren't you
or did
impugning
I
yourself?
literally just show up to fucking WWE and all I got to do is make you look like an ass? Is that what this
sounds
is?
like you're
What is
taking
this
an
now?
issue with your own inability to
that what it
discriminate
is?
between different words, and maybe you should.
Are
take
you going
some
to
time
answer the
calm
question or
down.
just avoid it?
You didn't ask a very good question.
Are you
I
going to
don't-
answer
I'm
the
not going to
question or
honor
just
it.
avoid it?
God damn.
CTV, you don't need anyone to make you look like an ass. You do a fine job yourself.
Okay.
Okay, in the interest of getting like back
I was
on
going
the
to actually, I was
topic-
actually going to throw it over to Kay because you raised your
Okay,
hand
so
earlier.
if we're going to discriminate based in the world of sports, like why has the conversation boiled down to trans individuals anyway? I mean, Hutch brought up a perfect scenario of, everybody hits puberty and goes through the transition of life differently at different stages at different times. Whenever I was in high school, I was on the basketball team, and there was this one girl, 6'5", just towered over all of the rest of us, and everybody used to say that she should be playing against on the guys team. She should be playing against the guys because nobody could get around her. It was like running into a brick wall. There are exceptions as far as all different sexes, gender identities, whether you're trans, whether you're cis. Why are we making the discrimination simply based on trans individuals? Why is it that we have the divide between male and female sports? And who decided at what point that we were going to divide them up? Because, my 6-year-old brother plays with girls whenever he plays basketball. At what point did we decide that we needed to make that just clear-cut divide between the sexes, where trans individuals feel like they are kind of stuck in the middle and they don't have a place to engage in sports?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
You bring up a really good point, because as time goes on, and as more and more people choose to identify as non-binary, we have another problem, which is that a binary sports system doesn't really make room for them. And there is issues with this. In fact, there have been propositions for different ways of more equitably separating sports that actually isn't based on an arbitrary sex. Now, why we did it in the past is because we had certain understandings, certain assumptions were made, and there are broad generalizations about the presence of testosterone, which, testosterone gives some musculature advantages. Interestingly, as it turns out, the bone structure discussion as well as the bone mass, neither of those things seem to be particularly directly advantageous, except in very, very specific instances, which could be easily adjusted for. But there has been propositions for using different systems for stratifying sports that doesn't involve.
So what are those instances? What are those
mean?
instances?
Athletic
You
performance.
said that there's instances, right? I'm assuming
Sure.
that you know
Yeah,
what you're talking
yeah, I
about when
do
you say
actually.
that. So
I do know what
please
I'm talking about.
lay out these instances.
Yeah, sure. I can give you an example of that. In the same way that like wrestling, for example, is split by weight class. Likewise, if you went through male puberty, and you developed slightly larger bone mass, you would have more body weight, which could impact you. It could impact the competitivity of a sport like wrestling. However, it actually wouldn't really much affect something like, say, swimming or rowing. Rowing has, in fact, almost no difference between cis men and cis women, there's almost no difference in competitive advantage, even with active testosterone. So there's a whole, believe it or not, yeah, I know this has been studied. And
I'm sorry for frowning.
No, it's fine. It's one of those things where there's actually information on this, and I know I wouldn't expect you, CTV, to know any of this, especially with how brashly you talk about these topics. But yeah, this has been studied, and yeah, there are very, very slim incidences where it could make some difference, but we already know that there are differences even among members of the same sex. That there are differences between some men who are like 6'4" and have massive bones, and smaller men, like, I don't know, I'm just thinking right now of, like, I don't know, The Undertaker versus Rey Mysterio or something. Like, men of completely different size and build who are in different weight classes. So it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where there's actually really simple answers to most of these questions, and it gets obfuscated because of hate. And that is what it is. It is about hate.
Can I unobfuscate?
Sure.
Yeah, Connor, you're gonna do something, and then I'm gonna see if I can.
You can see if you can call on me after that. You know what I'm saying? I want to hop in.
Yeah, yeah. We'll try Hex at any point. If you want to like hop in, or you can't hop in for whatever reason, if you can't because you don't like it's just too much Ellie, raise your hand or write your name down. We'll get to you eventually.
Okay. And officially raised after Connor.
Okay. No worries. Connor, you good?
Yeah. So okay. So culture war next boogeyman. Like this is part of what's frustrating about the conversation. I'm sorry if I'm making it about rhetoric and shit, but at the same time, like I know CTV. CTV's not a bad dude. He just has some fucking skeptical bullshit about his fucking about what's going on. And this is actually the difference between conservatism and traditionalism. So conservatism is giving progressives and liberals and fucking all those people shit about their fucking ideas so we can codify their ideas so we can make their fucking ideas better. And then if there's an idea worthy of adoption, we move society forward. However, if there's bad ideas and we give shit to those bad ideas and those bad ideas die, then those bad ideas die. That's the social function of conservatives, okay? That is different than traditionalism. Mm-hmm. And traditionalism would just be holding on to fucking traditions for the sake of fucking traditions, okay? So one of the things that you're going to have to do as progressive advocates, as people who are pro-trans in sports, all that kind of stuff, is you're going to have to communicate. You're going to have to communicate to parents. You're going to have to communicate to religious leaders. You're going to have to communicate to sports leagues why it's acceptable for all of these memes that CTV is saying, but are legitimate. If you think CTV's objections to what's going on here are what parents are going to say, I promise you this is the PG fucking version of what parents are going to say about fucking high school sports. So these concerns need to be addressed whether you like them or not. And no, I'm not going to accept your interjection. And then, so gender confirmation as a perfect example. Hutch, you brought up gender confirmation and how it basically helps people, right? So if you go into conservative circles, libertarian circles, or whatever, the only thing that you're going to see is the Ben Shapiro fucking statistic that, like the single study that post-surgery suicidal ideation or suicidal consideration is the same as before surgery or whatever. They don't have this information. You have to communicate this information to them, and you have to say that a teenager's evolution as an individual and their parents and social acceptance is incredibly important to their social well-being. That's an argument that a conservative or a libertarian can't even refute, because basically they're all about social cohesion. They're all about the social unit functioning, the family, all that kind of fucking bullshit. So telling them, hey, don't treat your trans daughter like shit, and maybe they won't think about suicide, that's a pretty strong and compelling argument. Demon Mom, I promise I'm almost done. So Kay brought up, why does sex even matter? These things are arbitrary. I used to play with somebody who was 6'4". Do we even need to make these judgments about sports? Yes, we need to make these judgments about sports, because if you just want to say, hey, we don't have to make any kind of fucking standards about what we do here, then basically people like me, I'm 6'4", I'm 210 pounds, I used to be fucking athletic before I fucking busted up my fucking back. I will fucking bat the fucking ball out of your goddamn face every single time you go up for a fucking shot. We have to make judgment. I'm almost done, I promise. We have to make judgments about what we're doing with sports. And when CTV asks you, hey, what are those judgments? That shouldn't be an opportunity to call him a fucking asshole. It should be an opportunity to explain to him the better system that you are proposing. And with that, I yield.
He's not asking out of curiosity, buddy.
Why are you assuming his intentionality?
Why are you assuming? Listen to the tone of his voice. That it was
okay. Do you want to call him a piece of shit for the next hour, or do you want to sell your ideology?
I don't think he's a piece of shit. First of all, I don't know how to sell my ideology to someone like CTV. I don't really think it's my responsibility.
Well, then if you took a little bit more time to sit and listen,
it's your fucking responsibility.
Listen, hold on a second. If I can butt in here real quick. First of all,
okay, one moment before you butt in. Trihex has been waiting patiently. He hasn't said anything the whole show.
Waiting patiently. So I feel like we're debating and arguing over certain points here, and I just want to take a second to kind of reframe is the issue with the whole trans athletes being inserted into sports as we know it right now with our general men women divisions here, is the issue over the integrity of the sport? Because it feels like a lot of this comes down to the high school iterations of certain, as Connor put it here, contact oriented sports. And I'm trying to understand here, well, is the point of high school sports more to facilitate social engagement and maybe perhaps explore career possibilities if you're gifted in that situation or whatever? Or is it more about pure competitive objective fairness in the sport? Because I feel like a professional league would be more oriented on or more fixated on that, and the high school one's probably more about this allowing and fostering of the passion of the sport, and if you want to go further in, then go for a career in it. Again, I could be wrong on that obviously here. I just wanted to make sure that we clarified what is our beef with the trans athletes being put in here. Is it competitive integrity and objective fairness, or is it some other shit here?
And I'll shut up very briefly. That's beautifully said. I think people who are arguing against transgender folks in sports probably haven't even thought about that question. So that's beautifully said, a perfect thing to consider. What are we actually objecting to?
Yeah, I don't.
To me, it sounds more one of the same thing, right? Because I don't want to harbor an environment if the professional league, I would feel like that they would be better suited for setting up, whatever it is that they want to set up as far as competing in any kind of sport that they want. But at the high school level, I feel like that's where you should definitely be engaging in what would be absolute fair play, delineated along the sexes, right? Male and female. And that way, in that environment for the majority of the population, there is the environment of fair play and competition and learning what it means to win and also learning what it means to lose sometimes, right? Because you can't win them all. But whenever you're competing what's that for? What was that for? Did that serve any purpose in the debate? Did you just want my attention? Do you need to feel special? Is that what it is?
I want your attention,
apparently,
Daddy.
right?
Can you give me more attention, Daddy?
Let's not do. Okay, look. We're not gonna do that here. Okay, we're not. No, I've added. Okay, well, I've added. Daddy is now another banned word. Okay, I've added it right now.
The D-bomb.
Yeah, no D-bombs here. Okay.
Take that, patriarchy. Take that. Yes, we banned the D word. Okay.
That's the D word with a hard Y is now banned.
No more daddies. Irene ruins everything.
Yep.
There's no reason to there's no conversation to be had here with somebody as bad faith as No Comment Chick has been being, right? Since the start, it's been nothing but bad faith, right? You've done nothing but just interject whenever there's some semblance of a conversation happening and it involves my voice. You do this, right? So clearly there's something going on there. I'm not sure what it is. But perhaps maybe you should take a look in the mirror and self-reflect a bit instead of having some kind of crush on me, right? Okay. So,
all right.
Can't because I've got a gator in front of my face. I literally can't.
I was saying, I no longer care about this engagement. So it's
me
over.
Neither.
Can I?
Okay. Don't do that like you weren't half of that at least.
Excuse me?
Wait.
What?
Are you kidding? What, Demon? Okay, no, I don't even want to hear the comment. Okay, so we're gonna move on
honestly,
from this.
I'm really interested. Please tell me what I did there. I was quiet for the last 10 minutes. What?
You just said, excuse me, what, at the top of your voice. I was talking to No Comment Chick. Did I say Demon Mama? Or
yes,
did I
you did say me.
Chick? Okay, then I meant No Comment Chick. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's easy to get us mixed up.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Is anybody on the list now, or should we just move on to the next topic? We've been going on this for about 45 minutes to 50 minutes.
I did actually have some things that I wanted to say.
Okay.
In response to Connor points.
We'll move on.
I don't entirely disagree with some of the things that you brought up, Connor. The thing is, I've talked to, in this line of work, and long before I ever streamed, I've talked to a lot of parents about trans stuff. I've talked to a lot of people about it. And the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of people who are just malinformed, but there's also a lot of people who are simply resistant to being informed at all or caring. And it does come from a position in a lot of cases of just raw discrimination. And there's a lot of people who are pushing disinformation, knowingly, in fact. People like you mentioned Ben Shapiro. People like Ben Shapiro and many, many others. Keep in mind that this goes all the way down the conservative line as far as media goes on trans issues. They're pushing like obvious disinfo. The study that you referred to specifically, is a Johns Hopkins University study that's almost 40 years old now. And it is, not only was it critiqued at its time, but it has gone down in history as one of the most off-base studies about trans individuals that's ever been done. It was an incredibly flawed study. And that's yet nonetheless pushed, all the time, to justify this sort of, weird fear-mongering about trans people. And again, while I understand what you're trying to get at with CTV, I can't help but feel like at least speaking for myself, but especially also for Hutch and Trihex and even No Comment Chick, despite No Comment Chick getting a little more spicy with CTV than I have today. We've all made really fact-based attempts, and then there's been a focus on words like discriminate and an obvious and a very, very blatant misrepresentation of the argument. When I was talking about how there are better systems that we could use to separate this, I was then questioned on, well, what are the specific situations where bone density might matter? But which is fine, and I'm more than willing to discuss that. But then when it's then used as a launching point to act victimized about how I'm trying to communicate to the audience where these things are important, what has been studied and what hasn't been, I can't help but feel that it is a form of obfuscation. It's a way of rolling down the clock so that you can spit out that I think that men and women are the only things that exist and they should just be, trans people should be put in a league of their own, which to me is just very, very misinformed and also patently incorrect.
Okay, so we're going to go into outros on this. We're going to go in the top left-hand corner. We're going to go around, and then Phil's going to introduce himself, and then the announcement I've been building for the last month is going to be announced before going to the next topic. So we're going to start in the top hand corner with Hutch.
I've said everything. I'm good.
Okay.
I appreciate the discourse. Yeah.
Okay.
Short and sweet.
Beautiful.
I don't know what order. His order is different than my order.
I said K next.
Okay, so for me, like, I want to kind of put out there because Connor made a great point about, how it's easy to get offended and get upset, and then we just start yelling at each other. Nothing productive happens. But to kind of go on the flip side, trans individuals are having to deal with just horrible hate day in and day out, constantly from right-leaning people. And whenever we're having these conversations, these extremely heated conversations, I think that it's really easy to see something that's in bad faith, even if it might not be in bad faith. And so I think that whenever we're having these conversations, it's really important to remember the things that trans people are have to go through, the things that are said to them on a regular basis, the constant uphill battle that they're having to fight just for their existence to be acknowledged and accepted, is something that everybody should really keep in mind whenever we're discussing these topics.
Okay. Next is going to be CTV.
So, I didn't hear anything that changed my mind. All I heard was a bunch of snarkiness, right? So, after all the research that I did today and all week in preparation for this topic, I didn't see anything tonight that deviated my opinion of it beforehand. I still see lots of examples where trans athletes got involved in women's sports and they completely dominated the field, right? I saw the differences at the Olympics.
No, that's not how this works. No comment, check.
Name one.
No comment, check. I just said that's not how this works. You're going to be muted until it's your time to speak. Continue, CTV.
Yeah, so, because this is the Hippy Dippy by Dylan Burns, not the No Comment Chick with no viewers, right? So, since we weren't able to get into any of that because we had somebody that would do that very example right there, there was no way that we could have any type of a genuine conversation about the topic at hand, right? So, with that being said, I wish that we would have had an opportunity for me to be able to bring up the examples that I went and even bothered fucking looking up, right? Because I genuinely do care about individuals being treated fairly, and I do care about fair competition in sports. I don't want somebody that's going into it just looking at it and go, why the fuck am I having to compete in this, right? We do a lot of discriminating. That's why we create weight classes. That's why we create different categories for people to be able to compete in, right? Like, we literally do that. But, we don't want to talk about that or the facts or anything to do with reality. We want to stay locked into this echo chamber where we start yelling at people about their opinion and everything else and not trying to participate meaningfully. Phil, I'm glad you're here now, brother. I'm hoping the next 2 hours is going to be much better, right? Because this one right here was complete shit, brother. You didn't miss nothing, all right?
I still regret not being here, sir.
Yeah.
We're going to throw it now over to Trihex.
Bro, okay, my point was, I'm going to pivot here, man. It's like, trans are completely dominating. Like, you haven't said one, and then you're sitting here bragging about how you have all this research and have all this citation over all these sources here of definitive trans domination in sports, and you didn't even name it in your outro. I got them all, bro. I got them all, bro. Like, oh my god, dude, you're killing me, CTV. You're killing me right now. But anyways, though, I guess because we're not responding to anything now, even though I did fucking whatever though. Yeah, I wish we were talking more about what the system we were advocating for rather than just what we're against at this point. So if we are against trans athletes in sports because there's like an attack on the integrity of the sport, or there's like a unfair advantage or whatever the issue was, I would look at it more like, what is our priority? What is our clear objective here? And it comes down to like, if trans youth has like an abnormally high suicide rate, then I would say like that probably to me resides as like a higher priority to address, and that there's a societal like lack of acceptance, and I feel like having them be helped to feel accepted is probably a higher priority to kind of just bring suicide rates down, particularly here if we as society aren't doing all we can to help the situation in the first place. So I would look at that as like the priority of what I want to address, which I guess kind of a boring topic because it's more about the boring like societal cultural pressure of like being trans and trying to endure the transition so that you become who you feel accepted as and born as or whatever. But that is kind of the real issue I look at here, as opposed to just like the integrity of the sport. That's like kind of like like Connor was saying here, it's a moving target while you're on a bullet train. Because it's good, like even then right now, I argue that like our current, men's class, women's class situations are already incredibly antiquated and completely outdated. But that is a different topic for a different day, though. So with that, I conclude. Next.
Okay. Next, I'm going to throw it over to counterpoints.
Yeah. So. Basically, I think Trihax brought up a really good point. Like, what are we trying to do here? And I think conservatives need to ask themselves that question. Are we trying to bar transgender folk from sports? Are we trying to, protect young girls? Are we trying to make sure that we have an even playing field? Are we trying to socialize our children, which I think should be the priority of youth sports, is socializing our kids and giving them an incredible outlet with which to participate in society? Basically talking about trans suicidality and like all that kind of stuff. You typically, I'm sure there's probably about a bajillion studies. Most people feel less depressed, less anxious, less suicidal when they're integrated into what feels like a tribe or a group or a community. So really, like, I think those are important questions that you can kind of like, I identify as on the right, but at the same time, I am not a person who thinks that rhetoric doesn't do anything. I can be swayed on certain issues. I think these are powerful punches that you can use against conservative people who just don't want to have transgender people in sports because they have some internal, like they have some kind of transphobia. I think you can use this rhetoric. What are we trying to do? Is it about the integrity of the sport? Is it about social engagement? Is it about including people? If you actually care about trans suicidality, why don't you look at the study that says that actual gender affirming care decreases suicidality? Why don't you try to improve their communitarian relationships? These are all things that you can use rhetorically to beat up on the right without calling them just like antiquated, bigoted pieces of shit. So I yield.
Okay, next I am going to throw it over to Demon Mama. Oh, I am muted on the mainstream.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Demon Mama.
Thank you very much. Trihex, I really, really appreciate you bringing up what you brought up. Something that I want to talk about here is trans people, of which I am one, are excluded, targeted, and hated in damn near every field that I can imagine right now. We are the hate of the month for a lot of conservative mouthpieces, if not the conservative party in America as a whole. And it's really fucking sad. And what's worse is that these sort of issues are totally proxy wars for a larger conversation about the direction of culture in America, and literally young trans people are paying the price. Like the rate of trans people being kicked out of their family, dropping out of school, having suicidal ideation, the depression levels are staggering. And this has been studied again and again, and we know what the cause is. The cause is that they're treated poorly in society, that they're targeted constantly, that young trans people have to see themselves never represented in media except as the target of hateful rhetoric, of being treated like some kind of an alien that's invading spaces or that's trying to take over things. It's horrible, and it's really, really bad. It's gotten out of control. When I watch mainstream media, the only messaging that I see ever, and I'm 30 years old. I'm a trans elder at this point. But I know that the kids out there see nothing but them being characterized as aliens, as being characterized as invaders, and characterized as somehow wanting to corrupt the like spirit of good sport. And honestly, it's sad. It makes me sad, and it's wrong. And we should be able to stand against this, especially because there's just no data. There's no data that says that there's any controversy to be had here. And I think that was shown on this panel. And while I understand that some people can be frustrated at the implication that their views are bigoted, at the same time, there's also just a capitalization on the time of these discussions sent to people being mad about what they think they might be being implied by somebody who's just trying to argue in the favor of people being able to be included in sports that they deserve to be included in. I don't believe that a worldview that pushes for separate but equal or further othering trans people is a good one. And I fight strongly against that. Trans rights and trans thriving.
Okay, now No Comment Chick is going to have their ending statement. I will say everybody that during
her and she her. Thanks. Yeah, no, like as much as everybody thinks.
Wait, didn't I say there?
I go by she, her, though. Use there, but that's okay. Like, you didn't know. So as much as everyone is thinking that I'm going to use this opportunity to go after CTV again, I'm going to defy your expectations here and speak to one of my many viewers. Actually, I've got like a lot more viewers than normal. Like, yeah, tonight they wanted to know, you know, so yeah, I don't know. They must love me dunking on Chuz or something. But like, you know, as far as the separate league comment, which somebody else made too, Demon Mama was kind of like making fun of that. She was memeing on that, right? And the reason it's ridiculous is because we've already had separate leagues. It's a very bad part of our history. You know, sports used to be segregated by race. You know, like there's a precedent for that, and it's an ugly precedent. But you know, like for people who really love have some kind of fetish for discrimination, I guess that might be appealing somehow to force people to, you know, play in their own league for reasons which, you know, I guess you didn't have time to get into tonight. I'm sure there are many, and you know, Demon Mama and I would love to take them on one by one and knock them down. But honestly,
thank you so
CTV,
much.
all you're
Thank
bringing
you,
is
Cyborg
anecdote Andy shit tonight. So how do you expect me to respect you after that?
Right. So you say you're not gonna get into me, but then you end it with me.
Mute. CTV, you know the rules. I muted her. I muted you.
And
Well,
so do I.
Everybody's getting muted today. It's a fun little experiment. Now, KOE.
You're tough but fair.
KOE. You can introduce yourself, and then I will make the announcement of what I've been working on for the last 4 months.
Doing this evening. Can we all hear me, folks?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, we can.
I don't know anything. It's weird.
It is a pleasure to be here on Dylan Burns TV. Folks, what are you doing? Like, share, subscribe. Fastest growing internet community out there, and you are here at the ground floor. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE, here to lend you all of my analysis to this amazing show and this amazing community. You can find me over at KOE Nation on YouTube. I do different varying reviews of liquors or whatever kind of libation you can imagine. I do poetry readings on Wednesdays, all kinds of fun stuff over at the KOE Nation. You can also find me over at the Dog and Chicken Show, and I'm an occasional guest star for the Tomfoolery Show and Dads Worldwide. But enough about that, folks. I am just so thrilled to be here. I am glad to finally get here. It's been quite a day. Work held me up a little bit, so sorry. I was going to be here a little earlier, but I am here now. I could tell you what went wrong, but it would basically just be a series of curse words and talking about why farm semis don't work under cold weather. So we could just move on from that, and it is just glorious to be here with all of you. Raise a glass to yourselves, folks. If you're out there, it's Friday night. You should be enjoying some sort of libation. And with all that being said, Mr. Burns, thank you for having me this evening, sir, and I yield back the balance of my time to you.
Wonderful. So now everybody's muted because I've been working on this for 4 months.
Here we go, everyone.
And so a while ago, everybody here at the Dylan Burns TV community putted funds towards a secret project. I didn't give anybody any hints about what it was. I've been kept this completely under lock. A very few select people know what I've been working on. But for the last 4 months, I've been trying to figure out how we can change panels on Twitch, because panels on Twitch are getting stale. They're all kind of the same. They're all the same kind of format. And they also are usually in isolated communities. Political Twitch doesn't really reach outside of political Twitch. I've done my best to. I've tried my best to bring people from outside of political Twitch. But I found that political Twitch has a problem. And that problem is political Twitch wants Twitch to be more like politics. When I think politics, if you're doing politics on Twitch, you need to make it more like Twitch. You need to make it flamboyant. You need to make it, you got to give it a spice. You got to give it a certain air to it that makes people want to pay attention, makes people actually care more, not only about the issues, but about the performative nature that Twitch is. And so, for the last 4 months, I've been putting down different ideas on how we can change political Twitch. And I came up with the central idea of a champion's mentality being needed going forward on political Twitch. And so, what I had made is a custom, 100% custom designed, hippy dippy championship belt. This is a real belt that I had custom made with the hippy dippy logo on the front, hippy dippy champion. You got different belts on the side. You got the Twitch logo. On the other side, you got the YouTube
my
logo.
belt, baby.
And what I want to make is, when it comes to political Twitch and Twitch generally,
belt.
there's one face, one name, one champion. And you know what? I think when it comes to this piece of equipment here, this is the type of spice you can add to political discussions, political debate, and not only political debate, but debate generally. We need to reach out more. I want to see people debating video games. I want to see people debating music. I want to see people going through all these different communities. You see Trihex is on this. If you want to debate what's the best Smash main, you can win this belt by debating that. But there's only one face, one name. The problem with modern wrestling, the problem with modern boxing is too many titles, too many belts. You need one face and one name. And that's what this is going to represent. And so, we have a certain match set up to win the first title. And we're about to announce who's going to be going head-to-head for this. Two people diametrically opposed on fundamental issues. Somebody who's had a few problems with Twitch in the past, too. But we have created a custom ranking system to figure out who will be able to challenge for the belt. We have designed special tournaments to see who will challenge for the belt. We have designed battle royales, Royal Rumble style situations. We're also we're in the middle of making tag team championship belts. So tag teams can pair together with custom themes and challenge each other. But on to the announcement. Now, everybody who's in the channel right now listening to me is not going to hear the announcement because it's going to be playing some footage on stream quick. So I'm going to play that quickly. It's a quick announcement, and I think everybody will get straight to the point. Let's play that footage real quick.
Here, let's play it. Stupid ads.
So, as you can see, it's going to be Vosh versus Bastiat, an oil lawyer versus YouTube and Twitch's most popular socialist, going head-to-head on fundamental issues. Two people no more diametrically opposed could you possibly find on the platform. This is what I've been working on for the last 4 months. We're gonna have one face, one name, and hopefully with this we can bring some innovation to debate panels and panels generally, and make a bridge between political Twitch, which is quite isolated, to the rest of Twitch. Get more gamers on, get more IRL streamers on, get more people outside of political Twitch into political Twitch
love it.
to start that dialogue. I want to see not only people debating politics for this belt, I want to see people debating games and other topics. So this is what I've been working on for the last 4 months. That is scheduled for January 26th at 10 p.m. after an undercard tag team match, which we're still making. Next week, we're going to be testing this new format out, and I'm excited to. You will now all be unmuted. Thank you all. I've been playing this for 4 months, and thank you for your patience. Unmute you all.
Beautifully done.
2022?
Don't have one yet.
No. It's January, February 26th. Sorry, not 2022. Sorry, February. It's January.
I gotta get a jumbotron. Yeah.
Yep, I think it's a decent idea.
Fuck yeah.
It's 2021.
Yeah, I'd have the video in advance. So you're doing like a a debate battle royale for the belt. Is that?
Well, we're having a 1v1 between Vosh and Bastiat for the belt originally, and then we're gonna have a battle royale to see who challenges that person, the new champion. We're building up.
Oh, okay.
Do we get the physical belt if we
Yes, you
win?
get the physical belt. We sent it.
Okay,
out.
all right.
I must
hell in a cell, baby.
I want that belt.
Like, as one of the co-stars to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast and a 7-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion myself, and the only ever KOE champion of the KOE Nation, I must say, sir, that is one of the most spectacular ideas I have ever heard. Podcast championship. Now, I mean, gosh, I just got here and met all you wonderful people, and you've already given me something to strive for. Oh, isn't life amazing? But yeah, since I'm the king of extreme, the 7-time champion, and the KOE champion.
He has like 50
Dylan,
followers.
Amazing idea.
But he seems high energy.
I cannot wait to see the matchups that are coming and who will be crowned the first ever hippie dippy podcast champion.
Vosh versus Bastiat. Look out for it. We're gonna have them shooting promos. We're gonna have pre and post fight interviews. We're having the whole shebang. We even have hired a ring announcer to help do commentary over certain things. So we're doing the whole shebang.
That's awesome. Have you told us yet? What will they debate?
Yeah, Herman, he doesn't have the control that I have.
It's TBA, but the most likely it's going to be socialism versus capitalism. Got to start on the basics.
Oh boy.
Start with the basics, and then from there, I mean, I wanted to eventually get over to every circle of Twitch. I eventually want this to go over to gaming Twitch. I want this to be something that goes through all the different communities. I want this to be something that that helps build a bridge between political Twitch and the rest of Twitch.
Hell yeah.
I want a front row seat, man. I'm gonna get my biggest bag of popcorn. I'm ready. I'm ready.
You're gonna be like one of those, in boxing matches, they go into the crowd. It's like, so that's the 3rd division champion who's been wanting to fight. You're in.
It's all right,
Vermin. The competition. You know what I mean?
It's all right.
I want a fucking belt, dude.
Everybody.
I think
here's my other question for you.
Beautiful piece of equipment. Who wouldn't? You can wear this, by the way. This is a real belt. You can wear this.
Dylan, I have one more question for you. Actually,
belts?
Undisputed. Yes.
Yes. That's where we got the RWP title. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
May I ask one more thing here, Dylan?
Yes, sure.
So here's the other thing I have for you. Like, okay, so I understand here that like anyone can like get the belt, they can chase after it after like the person wins the initial bout. My question is, how would you determine who? Because like I feel like you're gonna get a lot of people who want to act.
This is the problem. I think you're about. How do you determine who wins? Right?
How do you determine who gets to challenge the winner?
Oh, we have a whole rating system. System we've custom designed to basically you can check a list if you want to enter your name in. We'll put you on a list, and by having other debates with other people, if you want to submit it to us for review, that can move you up the list.
Oh, okay.
So this is a real functional ranking system showing that anyone can hold this belt if they work hard enough.
What you gonna do?
Obviously, the people with clout can get the bigger debates, get more attention, moves them up higher. But this is America, baby. I believe in the American dream. So anybody can really get this. I love Dusty Rhodes. So I mean, I'm a fan of the American dream. We can do it, man.
What's Dusty Rhodes, baby? Great American Bash, baby. You cannot wait to see it. Oh God, Dusty. Sorry.
Yes.
What's the Samuel L. Jackson samurai? What was it? Where he like
Afro Samurai?
Afro Samurai, where only number 2 can challenge number 1.
And so the way we're going to find out who wins is we're going to
cool,
make sure
Cyborg.
that
Yeah, I'm gonna
whatever
get
the
that set
topics
up
be
this week.
debated, we try to get people from that
I'm gonna get that
community
set up this
to
week,
be the
don't worry.
judges. So if this is a video game debate, we're getting people from video game Twitch to be the judges. And we're going to have a certain amount of judges. Twitch will, of course, Twitch chat will be able to, of course, vote. But, of course, I always get final say. If I think a decision was completely whack, I can jump in and say, nah, it doesn't make sense. But usually I will not exercise that power. So any questions anybody else would like to ask me about this belt before we go into the next topic?
Nah, it's fucking based.
No, it's hype, dude.
Rock and
Good shit.
roll.
Congratulations.
Thank you very, very,
I
very
want
much.
that belt. I want that
Well,
belt.
got to work for it.
Yeah, that belt,
Okay.
that belt is ripped
I'm the
AF,
hardest
dude.
working woman on Twitch.
So we're going to go into the next topic, which is federal gun control. Since the Democrats have taken over the, it's another soft topic. Since the Democrats have taken back over, there's been talk of gun control legislation being passed, and there have been certain bills proposed on the state and national level. So the question comes out, do we want gun control? Do we not want gun control? But
Here we
guns,
go.
pretty cool. They go bang, bang.
Hutch
Good
wants to
argument.
dip. Oh, no.
So we're going to start in the top left-hand corner, as always, with Hutch.
Yeah, so unfortunately, like so much of the gun control debate, I feel like gets sidetracked with clips versus magazines, that sort of thing. Like what does AR-15 stand for instead of the issue that we're actually trying to address. Unfortunately, I think that gun culture is so deeply ingrained in this country that it's really, really difficult to untangle the culture from that sort of historical context. I think that there is a broad I know there's a broad consensus among the American voter base that things like expanded background checks are exceedingly popular. I think something like over 90% of the country thinks that we should have stricter measures when it comes to determining who gets a gun. Things like closing gun show loopholes. But I don't have a whole lot of faith that this country is prepared or really all that motivated to tackle this topic. When we have mass casualty events, mass shooting events, it's in the headlines for a week or so, and then people forget. Usually when you ask people what their priorities are when they're voting, gun control is typically pretty far down that list compared to issues like immigration and foreign policy. So yeah, this is going to be another one of those topics where I'm going to be very eager to hear what you guys have to say. So that's going to do it for my intro. Thank you.
No problem. Moving it over to K Fellows.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of echo sort of what Hutch said. I feel like the gun debate, I honestly hate the gun control debate because I feel like it has just become so politicized and we are accomplishing absolutely nothing. It's just one side versus the other side. It's either you want the government to come and just trample over all of my rights, or you want to see school children get gunned down on a regular basis, and nothing is being accomplished. And it's all the way up to the federal level where we have our sitting politicians just using it to virtue signal to their bases so that they can continue to get elected over and over again. And it's just one of those situations where every election cycle somebody brings up the gun debate, and it's like, well, the left wants to take all your guns, well, the right wants to see school children get gunned down. And unfortunately, I don't see our ability to move forward in this conversation and actually have a productive conversation on how we can prevent school children from being gunned down and still allow law-abiding citizens to have full access to having as many firearms as they want. I'm originally from Texas. They like guns. They like a lot of guns.
I got a gun.
They like sheds full of guns. And I think that that's great as long as you are not harboring any hatred towards another individual and intending to kill another individual with your guns outside of the realm of self-defense, then you should be able to have as many guns as you want without the federal government being in your business. But I do agree that we do need to do something to try to prevent the number of people that get gunned down on a consistent basis in this country. It is a problem, and we need to start having a conversation about how to fix it.
Okay, we're going to throw it over to CTV.
I feel like anytime we're talking about gun legislation, there's a whole lot of other topics that are being brought up at the same time. The Constitution is framed in such a way to where it guarantees the right of the individual that the federal government will not be infringing on your right to keep and bear arms, right? So any type of legislation that you want needs to be at the state level, right? So moving forward from that, I'm going to say zero legislation at the federal level. And there's no case that you're going to be able to make without you proposing, say, an Article 5 Convention of the States in order to amend the Constitution and then remove the Second Amendment, in which case I think you'll have a much bigger problem on hand, right? But beyond that, I think that if the state wants to put in some type of legislation for
What does that
whatever
mean?
possible situation that they have to deal
What does
with,
that mean?
they can do that, you know. So can the counties.
Does that mean
Right?
he's
So
gonna
can a
kill you?
town, right? Or a city. They can obviously be more strict than the federal government when it comes to some of these rules, right? That's why, like, I use North Carolina as an instance because that's where I'm from and most familiar with that state constitution. But it lays out the exact language for the Second Amendment that's laid out in the federal and then includes exceptions when the state can actually regulate that. So that's from the start of the country and the founding of the Constitution in 1787. That was the understood framework then. There's no reason for that framework to be understood any other way now. And that's exactly why people need to start taking a look at their states and not trying to have the federal government do anything like this, because you're going to have a much bigger problem on hand trying to amend the Constitution to be able to do this than if you went to your state and took care of things locally, because with something like this, you want the power of it to be as close to the individual as possible.
Okay, next we're gonna throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah, I was looking up the linked legislation, did some reading on it, and I tend to have a kind of a unique position online because I tend to be a pro-gun lefty. I am actually okay with some basic level gun control as long as it's reasonable and not easily, how do I say, taken advantage of for targeted discrimination. And what I'm saying is that in the legislation of the latest bill I looked into, and I noticed there's a lot of fixation on criminal background checks, which to me seems like a bit of an oversight in my opinion, especially given that that last year was the year of us talking on a large scale about how uneven policing is in this country. It seems to me that over-policed communities would be unduly affected by a law that makes criminal background checks a part of the gun control process. And I am actually concerned about that because I think there's a problem with encroaching policing where many laws can be written that can allow you to enforce selectively on certain populations in the country. And if they're marginalized populations, that makes it pretty easy to target them. So I do have concerns about that. However, I do think that we need to be willing to address some of the problems we have in this country with guns. American gun culture is beyond toxic. We do not have a culture of gun safety. We have a culture of gun sales that has been run by the NRA for decades upon decades that does not put safety or responsible gun ownership at the forefront. I do believe there is great value in preserving the individual right to own guns. However, I think we must do so carefully because at the end of the day, a gun is a weapon and weapons kill people, and killing people is, well, pretty final as it turns out. I think we should take these things very seriously. And while I do believe, once again, that that individual gun ownership is a good right to have, we need to do so very responsibly. So I'm not opposed on a blanket level to gun control. I just think it needs to be done carefully.
Okay, next I'm gonna throw it over to counterpoints.
Yeah, so this is a very passionate subject of mine. It's something that I care about a lot, deeply. I think the balance of power between the civilians and the government that serves them is incredibly important. I'm very happy and thankful to be born in a country that actually takes that very seriously and instituted it into its Republican framework. That being said, I do agree that something needs to be done, but that something needs to be very targeted. And what I didn't see in HR 127 was anything targeted. I saw very broad, sweeping shit that's not going to address anything. It's not going to address criminality. It's not going to address drug dealing. It's not going to address broken communities. It's not going to address broken families. It's not going to address economics. It's not going to address mental health. It's not going to address all it's going to do is it's going to make you register your fucking weapons. And it's going to make you have increased background checks. That's all it's going to do. So effectively, registration leads to confiscation is something that's commonly said inside the pro-gun community. And what I would like to see instead is, like everybody mentioned before, a real conversation about what we do in order to prevent mass shootings, or at least reduce their frequency, and a real conversation about, excuse me, gang violence, broken families, and broken communities. So I think the left and the progressives, rather than focusing on gun control, have a killer fucking argument when it comes to material conditions, broken families, and improving the lot of the average lives of citizens. And with that, I yield.
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to No Comment Check.
Thank you, Ada. Appreciate that.
Yeah, guns are a complicated issue. I am embarrassed to live in like the only first world nation that has as much of a problem, as many guns and as much gun violence and mass, casualty events as we do. But that being said, that's the hand that fate dealt us, and there's, being mad about it isn't going to change it. Much like what Demon Mama said, I believe that concentrating on enforcement of gun legislation, in other words, confiscation, right now would be done at the expense of marginalized communities. I feel like the guns that would be taken away from people are the guns that are protecting people like me. And yes, I have had an experience before where, I was at a Pride event and the Proud Boys decided to show up, but so did the Socialist Rifle Association. And the fact that they were there with their guns was what kept me from getting my ass kicked. So yeah, no, I'm but I feel like, if we could turn back time, if we could change the way that our country was formed, yeah, it'd be nice to like not have as many guns, but doing it now, basically police reform has got to be our priority. I think we have to do police reform before we can meaningfully address anything to do with the guns.
I have a gun.
So that's, my take on it.
Okay, we're gonna throw it over to Trihex.
Yeah. So the question posed here is, are we for federal gun control, right? And I have a lot more to say. I'll answer that question directly first here. Yes, because ultimately, if we leave it to only states to solve the situation, if we're even admitting here there's a problem with mass shootings, the problem here becomes the fact that you have like another Chicago or Illinois 2.0 problem where like some states, typically blue-leaning states, will go a lot more hard on gun regulation, making things stricter, having longer background check periods and whatnot here. And then comparatively, the lure of having a more relaxed gun economy will lead to sales, spiking in neighboring states anyway, so it makes the whole thing kind of redundant. You need a universal agreed way to tackle that, to not have the Chicago 2.0 problem reoccur again here. But if I can go further in on that, aside from that particular question, ultimately about gun regulation, yeah, America has a huge gun fetishization problem. We already kind of alluded that from earlier. People were saying this beforehand here. We have more guns than people. We already have plenty of. I'll just going to rapid drop some fast facts for you here. Obviously, states that have more guns tend to have more gun violence, more gun deaths. We've had. If we're going to cherry pick one of the worst examples here, we can look at Sandy Hook, which happened in December 2012. In which case, since then we've had 2,000 plus mass shootings. Mass shootings being, the gun violence where 4 more people were involved. And we've had 2,000 plus of those since. I agree it's a huge problem. We need to clearly get that under control here. That's like not good at all under any condition, no matter how much of an advocate you are for guns. The gun violence and the gun deaths are out of control here. They're insane. I recall a stat here that USA is home to almost 2/3 of the world's gun violence. It's abysmal across any metric here.
Yes, it is.
And there's plenty of like false narrative spun from like either fear mongering that comes into play here, whether you can look at NRA lobbying or gun advocate lobbying altogether here, whether you want to say that more guns would make things more safer or having relaxed regulations so you can have more extreme concealed weapon permits be able to be acquired easier, or just general scare tactics meant to just give a short-term boost of sales for these gun manufacturers that comes into play as well here.
We have a gun sales culture.
Ultimately, what I'd like to see happen here, if we're going to get back on policy here, is obviously, as someone in Louisiana, I can tell you a little bit more about that. But gun show loopholes got to get close where they're able to still dodge background checks here. Got to have consistent background checks in the first place. And there's a lot more we can go into from that if you want to get into more of the specific policy stuff here. there was some stuff that I heavily disagree with Biden on comparatively. If we go back to like things that Joe Biden has said that he will do in his administration back when he was running for the Democratic primary. But that's if you want to get into more policy specific stuff there. I'll just conclude here that, yeah, I'm for federal regulation. I think states is going to ultimately just undermine everything and have an inconsistent shit show of enforcement, kind of like how we have with COVID at this point. And I like to see it at minimum, background checks can be consistent, and honestly address and admit here that we have a mass shooting and gun violence problem, period. And I conclude.
Okay, next is going to be Phil.
Well. You need 5 wells for a truly dramatic introduction here, folks. I'm very glad to be addressing this particular topic because it's one that is very close to my heart. I am somebody that I'm very proud to live in a nation that allows its citizens the greatest possible chance and rights of self-defense of any nation on earth. And so to that is a good thing, objectively and measurably. Rights are the necessary conditions of one's proper existence, and every single one of us have a right to repel threats against ourselves and our loved ones. So I do actually think this is going to be a very interesting debate to have, so long as we can avoid one thing that normally comes in the gun control debate, and it's both sides trying to claim that they have some sort of monopoly on care, or they have some sort of monopoly, like, because you'll have the, well, you want people to die. No. You see, you want people to die. No. You see, you want more people to die. If we can avoid that, because we all want a better world, we're all looking for a way to try and improve our situation, that's where we can actually get somewhere. Because like Kay said, those are the kind of things that make this debate somewhat irretractable. Now, in regards to HR 127 that's being proposed, and I believe, oh goodness, I can't remember who brought it up, but when I was looking over it, it really just kind of looks like we want to punish gun owners for owning guns. That's really what it kind of broke down to. We want to register your weapons. Let's be frank, folks. The government only wants you to register things. They might need to know where it is later. There's really only one purpose for a registration for such a personal object like that. Now, in terms of 2020, we actually added 8 million new gun owners to the United States. So those are people that, in the year 2020 especially, we all kind of learned might be on our own. So that was when a lot of folks decided, I'm going to take my personal safety into my own hands, and God bless them. And I think something to keep in mind, if we do have a registry here, we've got over 300 to 400 million guns, depending. Take your pick, pick what number, but let's go with the most conservative number of 300 million guns. We've got over 300 million guns, and that's not even including ones that are still in operation from the Civil War on, so we probably got a significant amount more.
My goal is just to get more followers.
They're wanting people to register
and educate them.
Now, curious, does anybody know how many bump stocks got registered when those got banned? That's kind of what I'm getting at here, is a lot of Americans, I mean a lot of Americans, are going to decide, you know, I think peaceful non-compliance is actually a fairly valid form of civil disobedience. So we'll see what happens with that, folks.
Okay,
but
cool.
really, in regards to gun control,
appreciate that a lot.
The fact that it's not popular and the fact that people have lost elections based on their stance shows that it's not really as popular as people would like you to think it is. And we'll see what the ultimate, how this HR 127 ultimately shakes out. I don't think it's going to make its way through.
Yeah,
if
I think
it
that's
did,
in the background.
Right, we're going to see what the Supreme Court has to say about the Second Amendment here in a couple of years, won't we, folks? Been the first time we've had an actually favorable Second Amendment Supreme Court. So, with all that being said, folks, I am very much looking forward to this discussion on Second Amendment rights in America, and will we have greater gun control in this nation?
I've got like scars on my cheeks. He's got like glowing skin.
Yes, but give it time. I yield back the balance of my time.
Wonderful.
Negative balance.
You over withdrew. Okay, so we're gonna go now on to the open discussion. I need to use the bathroom desperately, so for the first 1 minute, don't kill each other. Can you all promise me that?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll try.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Rabble.
Right.
Well-
So let me ask. I just want to ask this question. Right. It seemed like everybody was pretty much for some type of federal legislation, except for Phil and myself. Is that fair?
Be open
Or
to
are
it.
you-
What I want to see passed, I doubt you would have too much objection to.
Okay, so I'm for 0 federal, right? So that's
Would you
where
like
I'm
to
at.
see
I
passed?
get it.
Okay.
So
What
I
would you like
guess
to see
I'm just
passed? I'm just curious.
I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
What would you like to see passed, sir? I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, okay. So specifically, this is a question of confidence. We're really
Phil
talking about
reminds
access
me
to
of Chris
firearms
Farley.
versus like what kind of people like own firearms. I think any God-fearing, gun-loving, bacon-eating fucking American wants the American population to actually know how to use guns. Toddlers get killed, kids get killed. These things are stolen from houses. They're stolen from cars. The gun show loophole, I hate to say, is kind of a red herring because basically, like all the guns that are used in homicides are not bought at a gun show. They're burglarized from people's cars and houses. So educating the population, whether it's at the high school level or when they go to purchase a firearm, about safe storage, potential theft, burglary, the four safety rules, all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that is necessary to prevent people from owning guns, but that education needs to be, if we're going to have guns, the people who own those guns need to be educated. And that's what I would like to encourage societally.
Wait, I don't know if I see that being a red herring though. Like, but just because there's
the
a lot of
criminal's
guns
favorite gun is the one you leave in your car. That's the criminal's favorite gun. Whatever gun is left in your car, that's the one the criminal loves. So he's got a very good point there. But I will say, in counter to the idea of safe storage, is gun owners of America, if you let the anti-gunners into your house to decide if your storage is up to their standards, you're in for a world of trouble. So
Well,
now,
let me-
the idea
let
of
me
just
just-
let me
let me
just-
just-
you into your hole for exercising your right.
Okay, Phil, you weren't here for that. When I talk, no one talks. Just want to throw that out there right now. So, once again, now when you all talk at the same time, you think it would be 8 times more information. It's actually 0 information because once again, nobody can hear you when you all talk at the same time. Okay, so I see that Connor is raising their hand, but I also heard Trihex got interrupted earlier when he was trying to say something. So would you like to clarify what you're trying to say, Trihex?
Oh, well, so Connor seems opposed to, well, he dubbed that the gun show loophole is a red herring and shouldn't even be entertained to close that loophole because the statistic that like what were you saying, that gun violence happens through illegally obtained firearms anyway, right? Is that what you were alluding to, Connor?
Yeah. Let me know whether or not do I have like a minute to address 2 points, your point and KOE's
sure,
point?
you can go. It's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
sure, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So all right. Not trying to be mean, but
maybe it's all up.
Okay, cool. So basically, when it comes to the gun show loophole, when it comes to mass shootings, gun show loophole, the guns bought at gun shows are not the ones that are being used in homicides. Additionally, if you're talking about gang violence, drug violence, domestic violence, all that kind of stuff, that shit's not being bought at a gun show loophole. So closing there's a form that you have to fill out.
What is this gun show loophole?
I'm almost done.
For me.
I don't yield. So basically, if you go to a gun show, private dealers do not have to disclose the purchase or sale of their firearms to another fucking person. They don't have to do a background check. They can just do a private person-to-person sale. So that's the issue. But if you were to implement or impose a mandatory background check and a mandatory bill of sale, effectively what you're doing is you're generating a 4473. That's the background check form for purchasing a firearm. 4473s do get filed with the ATF. You've created a de facto registration. So basically, people should be able to transfer private firearms between each other without any kind of government intervention or background check, because it shouldn't be registered what firearms are going where. And then I can expand upon this point later, but I just want to address the safe storage argument by KOE before I shut up.
I didn't hear a gun show loophole. What I heard was you specifically say that they were private sales.
I don't yield.
Okay.
Felt like we were done.
Okay,
I need 30 seconds. I need 30 seconds.
You can continue.
Okay. So, KOE, you were talking about safe storage and how you don't want it to be legislated because you don't want the federal government dictating what people do with safe storage. I don't give a fuck what you do with your guns inside your own house. Leave it out by your fucking toddler. But what I'm okay with is if your fucking toddler gets killed by a gun that you fucking left out, you're criminally charged. If a gun is stolen from your house because it was improperly stored and then it's used in a fucking crime, let's say that the freak accident happens, a burglar steals your gun that's improperly secured and then is used in a fucking mass shooting, then you're fucking civilly liable for part of the fucking crimes that are committed with the firearm that you allowed to be stolen. I yield.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
Sure, but Demon Mama has risen their hand. And Triax, did you want to also respond to that?
Wow. Yeah, I'll let Demon Mama go first before I.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's just there's a lot here. I'm kind of neutral on the questions of gun shows. Personally, I think there's a lot of problems with gun shows on a cultural level, having gone to many of them over time. Particularly that a lot of gun shows also tend to have a whole bunch of stands selling Confederate flags and Nazi flags and all kinds of stuff like that. And I think that's an issue with the culture as a whole that surrounds gun culture in America. That there's this idea that it's going to be that buying guns is about prepping for some sort of coming civil war, which is I find really, really fucking concerning. But I think there's another thing that needs to be addressed, which is the fact that a lot of gun violence in America is self-inflicted, and it's a lot of men who die from this because they tend to choose more lethal methods. There is evidence shown that safe storage does reduce the likelihood of self-harm. If from family members or from the owner themselves. And I think that's something that a lot of gun owners need to pay attention to. And this is something that I talk about, again, as someone who supports building a healthier gun culture in America, because I do support independent gun ownership. I think that we need to be really frank and honest about the fact that a lot of people kill themselves with guns that are not properly secured. And the fact that the sort of fantasy of like the castle doctrine, like whipping out your gun and blowing away a burglar that's in your house, just doesn't really happen all that frequently. Most of the time people can't get to their guns even when they're not properly secured, and they're not really necessarily likely to use them. Or if they're in like an apartment, they'll blast through the floor and hit somebody else or endanger somebody else's lives. To me, the value in gun ownership is in its collective value. That places that have a healthy gun culture and regular gun ownership are much less likely to be imposed upon by white nationalist gangs, by extremely unjust government action, because there's a knowledge that these people are legally armed and can legally protect themselves. The fantasy of like, again, the sort of hero whipping out the gun and blowing away the invader is just not really there. And the price that we're paying as a country by not addressing this issue is that a lot of people, a lot of young men, are killing themselves with guns that are not properly secured. And I think that's a really big tragedy that a lot of people overlook, and that I don't think it necessarily needs to be a particularly polarizing issue. I think both right-wingers and left-wingers who support gun rights should be able to say, yeah, this is actually a big problem. We probably should try to look into a way to change this. And a lot of that might come from encouraging much healthier storage of weapons.
Okay. Can I ask you, no comment, did you raise your hand earlier, or did I miss that?
No, that was actually right next to me, or I don't know if she's right next to me.
Sorry, I just saw some comments from chat.
It was K.
Okay. So I believe it was going to be Trihex, then Phil, then it's going to be K after that. Okay, just going from the order they raised their hand. Okay, so Try, you're first.
Okay. So Connor, yeah, I'm not here to like let's bring it back a little bit here, because like my whole thing is I'm not here to like rain on the parade of like clowns. Having like gun owners locked down and be completely whatever, like demoralized with their gun freedom or whatever. Really what I'm getting at here is that like it's the gun violence, the excessive amount of it that happens in America, the excessive amount of like the fact that we've had what is it right here? We've had like I think it's 12 persons die from gun violence per 100,000 capita in USA, and it's increased from 10 to almost 12 in the last 10 years or something like that. But regardless, the point here is that there is a saturation of gun violence, and that is the issue to me. The issue isn't how relaxed gun handling is, or how extreme all that is. The problem is the consequence of the gun violence. So with that in mind, whenever you're bringing up things like that, the gun show loophole or whatever you want to call it here is ultimately skipping the background check or skipping the logging of where guns go. I have to ask here, well, like, then what's the point of the formal background check at a gun store compared to the gun show? Then is it not just belittling the whole thing here? Wouldn't anyone who wants to do anything just go for the exploit anyway at the gun show comparatively? Now, I don't know if you want to equate here the gun show to like a private sale or not there.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. So basically, the American per capita homicide rate as it stands right now is like 5 per 100,000. Europe or Western Europe by comparison is around 2 per 100,000 or 1.5 to 1.7 per 100,000. And we're not the most violent country on the planet. Some countries have a fucking 22 or 50 per 100,000 fucking homicide rate, like fucking Nicaragua or Mexico or a whole bunch of other different countries. So it's not necessarily the guns that are driving the homicide rate. And by comparison, we are actually worse than developed countries.
Fucking X country.
That is the barometer by which we are being measured. Specifically developed countries that often have stricter gun control. So specifically, and also on top of that, this is like a cultural and chronological thing. So back in the 1960s, our homicide rate was around 5 per 100,000, and that was the standard back then. It actually almost doubled by like 1992 to 1994 to around 10 to 12 per 100,000, and we've effectively cut that in half in the past 20 to 30 years. We're back down to 5 per 100,000 through potentially aggressive policing that we all want to reform. Hold on, I'm almost done. So the point being that there's a whole bunch of stronger, infinitely stronger. So I have concerns about registration because historically registration has led to confiscation. The 4473 and universal application of 4473 forms to gun sales would be de facto registration, whether you like it or not. And then basically there's so many other things that I can do, or that we could do, and that the left, I think, has much stronger arguments for, like fixing broken families, fixing broken communities, basically, fixing systemic racism, fixing income inequality. All of these things that improve the lives of average material citizens, it would basically reduce the homicide rate, maybe not to the European levels, but just to give you an idea, the homicide rate in the Black community specifically is 22 per 100,000. It's fucking brutal. So there's obviously, if you look at the white per capita homicide rate and you look at the Black per capita homicide rate, there's obviously something going on in these communities that's different, and we should address that difference to reduce homicides.
Very interesting.
Phil, you are next, and then it's going to be Kay.
All right, sweet. Very interesting take there, and looking forward to further analysis on that. But I wanted to get a little deeper into something you were saying when it came to in regards to safe storage, whether you're talking about if a child were to get your gun or if it were to be stolen. Two entirely different things, in my opinion. Now, if a child were to get a gun to get to where you want to go, that would just require a very small tweak in our criminal negligence laws. And I think we could actually get a lot closer to where you're wanting to go in that without having to do some sort of large sweeping gun control. In regards to stolen firearms, boy, howdy. Like, somebody's a victim of a crime, theft, and now you want to make them responsible for what somebody does with that. I'm sorry, we don't make people responsible for the crimes of other people. So there's really, there's no verbal jujitsu that you're going to get me to say, yes, I want people who are the victims of crimes to be responsible for what the people who perpetrated those crimes against them did afterwards. I'm sorry, there's just no way you're going to get there. That's a perversion of justice by any measure. I'm sorry.
Interjection.
No.
Can I go? Okay, I'll be very brief for everybody else's fucking sake of time, okay? Okay, I didn't say criminally, I said civilly. So basically, and specifically, I'm talking about negligence. So for instance, if I leave a firearm inside a McDonald's bathroom and a toddler walks into that bathroom and shoots themselves with my gun, then I am going to be charged with negligence.
Seems reasonable.
That's what I mean. So if a burglar breaks into your house, steals your gun, and commits a crime 6 months later, I don't give a fuck. That's not your fault. But we have to assign a certain rights. This is what I'm pissed off, and then I'll shut the fuck up. I am perfectly fine with rights. I also want to talk about responsibilities, and I want the left and the right to start talking about social responsibilities that come with our rights.
Right. Okay. So I've listened to everybody in the room.
Before you say something, CTV, Trihex, that was directed at you originally. Oh, so did you want to respond to that? Or you could just pass it if you don't.
Well, I feel like I kind of like I lost what I was gonna say initially because we like kind of went because like a lot of it was just at me, and then I didn't write down specifically what I wanted to get into there, other than like I don't know. Yeah, I largely still disagree with a lot of what you're saying, but that's okay though. I'll better refine myself whenever we get back to me and you talking more, Connor.
Okay.
I'll let CTV go.
Got it. Before CTV goes though, Kay did raise their hand, and then CTV, then Hutch. I'll put CTV between it. We'll make a sandwich. Kay, you're next.
Yeah, I kind of want to echo what Connor was saying about more of this being like a responsibility discussion, because I see it being a very, very slippery slope if we're going to try to legislate the idea of what is considered safely putting your firearm away or safely keeping it, because there are issues along those lines, being that I have seen situations specifically with domestic violence cases where women have gone to sleep with their guns underneath their pillows because they're terrified. They're half awake throughout the night waiting for their abusive partner to break into their house, and they live in this constant fear. So for us to try to legislate that you have to have your gun stored in a safe, a specific distance away, a specific height, so that your children cannot get to it, I think we kind of get into a gray area where it comes to every case is different, every situation is different, and everybody has a firearm for different reasons. So I think that this does need to be more of a discussion about responsibility and education on how to be responsible when owning a firearm in your home, particularly whenever you do have small children or people that struggle from severe mental illness that aren't capable of understanding safety guidelines with firearms.
5 seconds. Everybody who listened to that, Google stop box. If you have a firearm inside your home, if you have children or mentally unstable people, look at stop box. It's very cheap, and it's a good product.
Okay. Maureen, you know that was more than 5 seconds.
Sorry.
Well,
all right.
That's why I wasn't on submarines like you. That takes a lot of math to be in a submarine.
It does, actually. Yeah, like the fact that.
Well, I meant that unironically.
For every 100 feet you go down, it's 44 pounds per square inch of pressure, right? So, been in a pretty pressure-infied. I just made up a word. All right, so. I listen to everybody, and everybody seems to be for some type of federal legislation, which lets me kind of know that I am not in the room with principled people, right? For sure. Because,
of course.
I mean, if we understand this, right, then what we need to understand first is that the Second Amendment is there, and it has the language, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Right now, you take that one idea, and then you read every fucking thing before that where it lays out what the framework of the federal government is, right? So either A, you're an American and you believe in the Constitution, right? And the fact that the federal government is the one that should not be making any laws with regard to weapons, because why? They shall not be infringed upon, right? So if you, all of these arguments are great arguments, right, for you to take to your state government, right, and convince the people inside your state that that's what needs to happen. But if they don't go crying to the fucking federal government, because the reality is that in DC versus Heller, right, the Supreme Court said, hey, guess what? So how's it probably going to be viewed? In the aspect that the federal government is the one that should not be making weapons laws. Leave that up to the states. Matter of fact, there's a whole lot of issues that you should be leaving at the state level and not bringing to the federal level. This shows a gross misunderstanding of the actual fucking form of government and definitely in need of civics education, right? So that's kind of where we're at with it. I haven't heard any reason at all for the federal government to be getting involved.
Hey, let's not suck.
I can tell you one.
Goes to the dick of the founding fathers too hard. CTV.
Yeah. I can give you some.
Predict I want.
Go
Don't
ahead.
shame me. No comment, chick.
You can have all the dicks you want, Connor. Yes.
Thank you.
And the crush continues.
Hutch, if you'd like to go.
So
you...
back.
Go ahead.
Okay. So. So we're going back. We're going back to the list. I don't know who rose. If
it
Demon
was
Mama
me.
yeah, I know. Yeah, you're next, Hutch. But I'm trying to figure out. Chat, if you could help me. Who rose the hand first? Was it Demon Mama or Try? Hutch, you're next.
So I'm glad you brought up DC versus Heller, because Scalia in that opinion wrote, nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools, government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications
Triax go
on the
first.
commercial sale of arms. Also, just to like hit on the wording of the Second Amendment, it's so bad and confusing. It doesn't make any fucking sense. A well-regulated, like you talk about shall not be infringed. The fucking amendment starts with a well-regulated militia. Now we can quibble about what that means. And Scalia himself said that. Anyway,
did you read any of the previous parts of the Constitution? It pretty much lays out the idea there.
Let me just lay it out for you. A well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary for the security of a free state, comma, the right to keep and bear arms.
Semicolon.
It doesn't matter. The sentence doesn't make any sense. It's
literally how English
confusing.
works. It's literally how English works, man. I didn't make up the fucking language. I was born here in 1983. I showed up. People taught me the language. I started learning how it fucking worked.
Anyways.
Okay.
It's an incredibly confusing amendment, and obviously it's like very much open to interpretation. But I just wanted to like clarify your position, CTV, because you said there should be no federal legislation whatsoever to infringe on anyone's right to bear. Do you think that the federal government should be able to tell people you can't own a nuclear weapon? I just want to test like how much.
Oh, see, I'm glad you bring up nuclear arms. I'm so glad that you do, because I feel like it was irresponsible of the government post-World War II at the discovery of the atomic age.
No, we're getting off the rails here.
No, are you going to ask the question? Oh, you asked the question. Do you want the fucking answer, or do you just want to be screamed at?
But
which one you want?
Question, though. Do you
I'm trying to answer the question. Are you going to listen?
Do you think that the federal government should prohibit individuals?
I'm redressing the question. I'm saying the question so that the answer. Jesus Christ. Okay, so
salad dressing.
All right, so
undressing.
With regard to nuclear weapons, I'm glad you asked. At the discovery of the atomic age, I really feel like that was very specifically one instance that our founders would not have been able to see. And when the atomic age was discovered, right? Because it was already here, we just didn't know that it was. We had to discover it, right? That's how these things work. So once we discovered it, the Constitution should have amended to include that the federal government had the power when it came to controlling atomic energy, right? Be it for nuclear power plants or for nuclear weapons, right? Okay. That's where the Constitution needed to be amended for this thing that is completely brand new, and there was no fucking way that they would have been able to see it. Now, you can argue every other point, but they would have been able to see, like, advanced ships. They would have been able to see guns. They would have been able to see a lot of these other different guns that were out there available. They would have been able to see all that. But with regard to nuclear energy, the Constitution should have been amended.
No, I'm talking about nuclear weapons. I mean, like, forget about nuclear weapons. What about a Gatling gun, a minigun or something like that, right? Like, those didn't exist at the time of the founding fathers.
There was the puckle gun. Yes, there was. Matter of fact, we already had that
Gatling,
before.
A minigun?
I said puckle gun, yeah.
On the level that we have now? Is that what you... Can you explain that to me? Like,
Thomas Jefferson,
rudimentary technology.
Going into a fight with one of those against modern weaponry. Be honest.
So that's my point. Are you saying that a modern Gatling gun could compete with the sort of weapon that you're describing from 1776 or whatever?
Whether it can compete with it doesn't matter. It's still rudimentary technology that was just advanced. It's still the same technology.
Okay. Give me a second.
Come on. Let me hop in here, please.
Yeah. Okay. Hutch, finish your last point, and most of the chat said it was try, so that it's try and demon. So it's gonna be Hutch finished, then try. And I'll put
so if CTV is agreeing that the Constitution should have been amended and updated, which is a position that I completely agree with you on, then are you not arguing that the federal government has a right to determine like what sort of firearm? Are you not arguing that the federal government has a responsibility to its citizens to regulate firearms at a federal level?
I think the citizens have a responsibility to bring it before the federal government and have the Constitution amended, because that's literally how this whole system works. It's controlled by the people.
That's
right?
gun control. That's
Thank
a
you,
form of
no.
gun control.
Appreciate that.
If the federal government tells you can't own a nuclear
Hello,
weapon,
are you not listening?
I'm listening.
If you don't want to start with an amendment to the Constitution, which is exactly what you would need in order to change the way the framework is written now, right? If you're not talking about doing that thing, right? Then you're not talking about anything, because reality is the way the law is written, there is no room for federal legislation when it comes to firearms. None.
Okay, but do you not understand what I'm saying though? You are arguing that federal gun control is justified. If you're saying that we should update or we should
gun control, it's not nuclear control.
Arms control, whatever you want to say. I don't know how to like phrase this
I'm
in a way
addressing
that's
a very specific technology that was discovered, right?
RPGs.
The fucking split
RPGs.
That's not the splitting of an atom, is it?
RPGs.
Right, like we literally have provisions in the Constitution that allow us to fucking make room for the sciences, right, and the arts. So this is one of those things that should have been amended then at the discovery of the atomic age.
This is what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that, like, when we get into these gun control conversations, this reminds me of the conversation we just had a little bit ago about discrimination versus judgment. This is just completely pointless, and you just derail the conversation, and you end up
right because I'm literally pointing out science to you, and it's incapable of being understood. I understand.
Well, okay, so we're gonna go over to Trihex now, and then it's going to Gooey Demon, Phil, then Connor.
All right, so CCV. So you're a diehard constitutionalist, but you're really an advocate for verbatim how things are stated in the Second Amendment, which you are agreeing is an amendment to the Constitution. So therefore, it was an extension that was added after the Constitution was initially drafted. So then you probably would be open to more amendments to happen in the future, would you not? If there was a calling for either like a lapse in specificity or just like a need to be addressed in situation right here, because we're getting like, a very antiquated amendment interpreted in the best of faith catering to whatever you want done. Like you have to give us something here. Obviously, Second Amendment was drafted in relation to weapons at that time, mainly muskets, which take minutes to load and are incredibly inaccurate and are nowhere near comparable to modern weaponry. You got to give me something here, dude. Are you just like in denial?
I'll address this, right? So
Thomas Jefferson's favorite gun had a 22-round capacity.
Right. So we've had 16 amendments that got added since the 10th Amendment, right? 16 amendments have been added, right? And then we also looked at Article 5, where it spells out specifically how you might go about amending part of this Constitution, right? So since we understand what needs to happen as far as to be able to get to that point, that's what you would need to do if you are a principled person when it came to getting anything done with regard to federal legislation, is you would need to have the Constitution amended. And this is where a big fucking problem comes in between the left and the right, because you're just like, hey, over here on the left, we'll say that we're for guns, right? But then we're like, well, we want the federal government involved in this area. Then you're not really for the Constitution or the Second Amendment or for guns, because you don't want to protect the individual's right to be able to protect themselves from not just government, right? But some asshole trying to break in your house, or you're going through a walk in the fucking woods and a bear comes out of fucking nowhere, right? So there's three instances right there where you would want the ability to have a weapon, right? And the principled stance from the writing of the Constitution and the way that it's also being explained in the Federalist Papers is that it shall not be infringed, and any legislation that you would want needs to be done at the state level.
I feel like you're entertaining an incredibly slippery slope because you're terrified that if anything happens on gun regulation or gun safety, that you're going to have like your entire gun ownership revoked entirely here. Like the idea here that like anything's going to happen to the point you have an insane gun culture where like Beto O'Rourke got obliterated because he said, we're gonna do gun buybacks. Vaguely, didn't even say definitively after that horrible shooting happened in Texas back in 2018 or whatever year it was. Like, dog, you're not gonna. I hate that you're entertaining such an extreme slippery slope, and like you're not even entertaining the reality that we have like a mega gun violence problem.
What I'm really trying to do is to point you in the direction where you can be able to enact the kind of good that you would want, which is at your state legislature, not the federal government.
Okay,
until the Constitution has been amended.
Oh my God, Dylan, please, dude.
Yeah,
I haven't even got to finish my point at all. Once yet, it comes in every time. Here.
You get an unrestricted go, and then we got to move it over.
All I want to say here is that you still have not actually addressed your opposition to like a federal overreach of any kind or any kind of policy there, because I've already brought up
policies.
No,
you talking over me. You gotta let me finish, dude. Chicago 2.0. If we say leave it up to states here, what will happen? Blue state is going to go for the policy. Red state, neighboring state will not. You're going to have all the guns coming from that state. It's going to be the same shit as Chicago was in the first place here. It won't actually solve the problem. You're throwing me a technicality. Doesn't solve the problem for admitting that gun violence is still an issue. it's like having the COVID thing right now. If a blue state has like LA has like a hardcore lockdown to prevent COVID spread, and then Arkansas doesn't really give a shit, what's the point anyway? Right? We're not regulating where fucking people travel between Arkansas and Los Angeles here, so it's the same fucking difference. So like you gotta like address the act. Don't tell me the technicality of what you want to do with states' rights. Tell me how you actually want to address the substance of the problem of gun violence in America.
I'm calling it a principle, not a technicality.
I think
moving on with Dimona.
Okay. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff going on in this conversation, but I think the position of like constitutional like originalism or whatever is totally bunk. The Constitution has been amended many times. Yes, it should not be easy necessarily to amend the Constitution, but it should be possible. I think everyone would agree with this. Anybody who doesn't is contesting to civil rights in America, and basically many major improvements to our country. So that's just a very silly. The idea that like believing that we can amend the Constitution is like unprincipled is silly. But secondly, I really like the fact that Trihex brought up issues of red states and blue states. We value, and we should value, the freedom of movement across the states very highly. But that introduces some problems. For example, if, say, I don't know, Texas, bordering a whole bunch of other states, decides to legalize, I don't know, RPGs, like was said, or huge machine guns or whatever, then you have a problem because somebody could easily take that to the neighboring state and blow the shit out of somebody, and they wouldn't even be able to defend themselves with the guns they have there. So there are issues where we need to be able to address the fact that, like, okay, clearly there has been a considerable amount of technological advancement from the beginning. Clearly the Second Amendment isn't perfectly clear. A lot of people have interpreted it differently over time, and I think that we can come to a recognition that people have a right to be able to move between the states freely and also be safe existing in their state and not have to worry about a mob of people with fucking truck-mounted miniguns rolling into their state, blowing them up, and then driving back. Like, it's ridiculous. But this is a serious risk, especially as we see this very last summer an issue of someone illegally transporting a firearm while underage across state lines and killing people. And I'm not going to get into the entire dialogue over that, but nonetheless, this example is not exactly far-fetched. In fact, we've had this many times in our history. So we have to be able to acknowledge that that this is not like some frivolous concern, nor is it representative of some like lack of principles to say, hey, we might need to clarify some things in our Constitution. I think at the end of the day, it's always interesting to find out what people believe the purpose of the Second Amendment actually is. In my opinion, the Second Amendment has, despite the fact that I always support independent gun ownership, that it is clear that the Second Amendment was designed to be able to allow communities to defend themselves in a much different time that we do not live in anymore, and the goal then we should focus on being able to equip communities to defend themselves reasonably, and that does not mean allowing people completely unrestricted ownership of all firearms into the future. I mean, what, are we going to be having the same debate when fucking laser guns exist, when plasma rifles exist, and then we're going to have people being able to melt down an entire house with a single shot? This is ridiculous. Like, obviously, we have to be able to evolve and adjust with changing technology. And let's be real. The purpose of gun control, I know there's some people who think, oh, you need to be able to resist the government. Unless you're literally talking about owning tanks and drones, you're not going to be able to defend yourself against the government.
So give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Okay, so there's a lot of points being made here. There's a lot of dialogue being made. Would it be cool if we moved it on a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Can I just say my response,
give me a moment. Okay. So
I don't think it's a bad argument.
I thought it was clear about this. When I talk,
sure,
no one else does. I have the list. I know you're thinking like, I know I'm next. I know I wrote your name down. When people raise their hand, I write it down. So I just wanted to say quickly that I think it'd be cool if we had a quick question to cool things down. Raise your hand if you like mint chocolate chip ice cream. Raise it.
Boo.
The amount of disrespect from Trihex here to not raise his hand on the best ice cream flavor is absolutely fucking disgusting.
Sin.
Actually, from it, disgusting conduct from Trihex. This is more disrespectful if you just didn't show up. Honestly, horrible.
No, I'm not
Mint
a lib.
ice cream, sin. Mint brownies, a crime.
Not a lib at all.
Travesty.
It's not even
Why would you
brownies.
ruin
I have
brownies?
welcome back
10 minutes
Mint?
mute.
Why do I want? Why would I want toothpaste as a flavor for my sweets? I'm sorry.
I'm
No,
sorry.
garbage.
Wait. You know
Garbage.
the most popular gum flavor is mint, and it's for a reason because some people like to have delicate.
Man, that is a lot of
refined-
defective tongues, bro. That's crazy.
refined
Is that the
palate.
Rona spreading right there? I don't know what's going on there, dude.
You think? I mean, I feel like this is kind of like a flat earther mentality.
waka.
You know what I mean? Like what I say by that is when you're
doesn't
the
taste like
person like,
toothpaste
oh,
at all.
everybody else is the actual sheep. Well, I'm not the nutter one. They're the nutter one. When they're actually the people who are the
Nowhere
normal
close.
ones with
True.
refined palates. Just because you can't taste anything, Trihex, doesn't mean you need to project that in front. You could have just pretended to like mint to be normal, to be an average, decent human being. You could have pretended.
Okay, now you're flavor shaming. That's fucked up.
I will shame. I will shame. Look, I'm pretty progressive, but I will be a hardcore reactionary on mint ice cream. Okay, if you don't like mint ice cream, you're just saying you don't have good taste.
So you know what? To be fair, mint ice cream I could tolerate. It's really mint brownies I'm beefing on. If we're being honest here, that I don't vibe with.
Yeah,
at all.
you're right about that.
I'm
I do
Dylan
like mint ice
Burns,
cream
and
a
if you
lot.
don't like mint ice
Yeah.
cream, then fuck you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Allow me here.
Yeah.
Short anecdote. One time, classroom, some teacher, I forget whatever it was, a teacher brought like brownies, and I was like, yo, I'm about to slam down 800 calories of brownies like real quick here. I bit into it thinking it was a wonderful, gooey, fudge-induced, fun time of sugar, sin, and butter and fat. I bite into it, mint, buzzkill.
So he's been traumatized. We need to
Yeah.
we need to respect that.
Have I ever
True.
had a mint brownie? I don't know. I mean,
Fucking
it sounds like a
true.
good idea.
Fair question here before we judge me. Have you had mint brownies before? Mint chocolate brownies?
I have not, but you were making these determinations about mint ice cream too.
That's
right?
fair. I'm admitting guilt of that, and I'm retracting. I could
Okay,
tolerate
I'm
mint
the
ice
first- I'm the
cream.
first debate champion. I just won. I won the belt. Now you have to defend it against me.
Oh!
I said it's really
There you
mint. You're right. I'm
I don't know where
projecting
we're going
from my
with this.
experience, my traumatization from mint chocolate brownies.
Oh
'Cause
wait,
they're
hold
terrible.
on, Dylan, hold on, wait. Gotta look. All right.
You're.
Is that supposed to be an easy clap?
What was
was that?
I thought that was like
It's a belt,
slap
dude.
around.
Like Jesus Christ, how many of you motherfuckers watch the WWE? That's the fucking dink. You know, the 3 count.
Jag
Winner
bell.
of
Come
this
on.
match and new
Jesus Christ.
champion,
Oh my.
Dylan
Okay.
Burns.
That's enough. Now we can get back into the heated discussion. Next, now I'm gonna do. I know Tay, you had your hand raised, but we're gonna go Phil, Connor, and then I want to see if we can ditch the notepad because we're kind of just working off the notepad for a second here. So let's see if we can go back to open discussion. Okay, I said I saw your hand.
I just really quick, if I can just say what I need to say, because I actually have to go because I have to get my husband up for work in a couple hours and I need to sleep. So I'm just gonna, if I can just say like this last piece, it kind of give my closing statement, and then I'm actually gonna have to dip.
Okay.
First of all, like
Dylan's not
I
happy about
loved
that.
the discussion, guys. I thought it was great, and I respect each and every one of you and all of your opinions. And
Dylan
I
ain't
thank you,
happy.
Dylan, for having me on. I really I had a great time discussing all these different issues, and I hope that I can come back in the future. And with that, I'm gonna go because I have to get my husband up in like 2.5 hours, and I haven't slept in like 12. So I will see you guys later.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Peace.
Good luck.
See ya. Okay.
Then
We're
there
gonna.
were 8.
Okay, so now it's Phil and Connor. Then we're gonna get off the notepad, hopefully, and probably we're actually gonna move on to the last topic.
I can do mine as closing if you want.
All right.
Sure, Phil.
Now, in regards to can your firearms have any sort of effect against military hardware? I believe that was Demon Mama that was making that argument. You know, if that was the case, then they wouldn't even bother to issue rifles to soldiers in a battlefield. For the last 10 years, our soldiers in battle have been going up against, in Afghanistan, folks with surplus Russian equipment and rusty Kalashnikov rifles. Yet they've still been able to cause quite a problem for just about every empire that's ever gone there. So the idea that they have no effect at all is, that's just not analyzing history. Now, in regards to also you said we've never amended, it's not right to say we shouldn't amend the Constitution. We have amended the Constitution several times and to do good things. But what we're discussing here in this instance would be something unique to anything ever in American history and a truly dangerous precedent at that. For the first time, we would be amending the American Constitution to take rights away from Americans. This has never happened before in our history, and this would be setting a very dangerous precedent indeed. And so I just cannot get behind that. And two last thoughts I just wanted to say. I believe it was Trihex was saying that they just didn't, the founding fathers didn't know about the kind of weapons we have now. That we'll get there. Yes, actually, when we ended Prohibition, well, it was a constitutional amendment just so we could get our liquor back. But so what I'm getting at here is there was actually Thomas Jefferson's favorite rifle was a 22-shot rifle. I believe it's called the Pendersoli or Pendersali rifle. You can, folks can look it up. And it was a 22-shot rifle that you just had to tip it back, hit a button, it would load another round, and it was actually pneumatically charged. And Thomas Jefferson loaned 2 of these rifles to the Lewis and Clark expedition because they actually used that to defend themselves when they were actually being under heavy assault. It was 2 people with these rifles up against 40 different people, and they were able to hold position. And then the last thing I'd like to say, a very interesting thing, we were talking about nuclear weapons. I just want you all to think about this and all realize this. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, we have lived under a very interesting reality. We have had privately held nuclear weapons since the fall. You can go to Vice News, where they actually do a story on privately bought nuclear warheads on the Bulgarian black market. At the time, about $5 million could get you a warhead with a blast radius of about 5 miles. Sure. And we have lived under this reality since the 90s. And you will notice the sky has not fallen upon our heads. So just something to keep in mind when people try to go to this extreme of the privately owned nuclear warhead argument, and you think you're arguing in the abstract. You're actually not. This is something that we've been living under since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And with all of that said, all you beautiful people, I yield back the balance of my time.
Got it.
Actually, I'm gonna ask. Can I ask CTV a question about just to clarify? I'm not literally not trying to blow him up here on the nuclear question.
Sure, quick, but it's got to be like a minute.
CTV. So, are you saying? And I'm just trying to clarify here. I'm genuinely curious that constitutionally, I have the right to build and maintain a nuclear ordinance, and that we need like a constitutional amendment to stop the Revolutionary Council of Catgirls from getting a hold of a nuke.
That is awesome.
Like, is this true? Like, do you think it's constitutionally is he muted?
Oh my god.
Am I muted? Is everyone muted?
I hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
Hear you.
Did he hear me?
Don't hear critically thinking veteran.
I think he did, yeah.
I just want to know. I'm curious. I'm
I
seriously curious.
literally don't know what all that after language was about.
You don't have to worry about
but
that.
in
part.
reality,
like, is it legal
from a, are you gonna wait for the answer, or do you just want to try to talk me?
20 seconds.
Slow.
Right. So,
do it.
So in reality, right, from a principle standpoint, there is no law against it.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's closing statements. Can everybody please keep them short and sweet, because we only have an hour left and we haven't even touched minimum wage, which everybody will agree on. We're gonna go to Hutch.
Yeah, I just want to open by saying I appreciated Connor's point. I had to go to the bathroom a little bit. When I came back, he was talking about how the problem is very multifaceted. It's not just an issue about how do we restrict gun ownership or what sort of guns should we restrict. You also have to address a lot of socioeconomic factors as well. And I think this is sort of
okay. We got more content after this. Don't you worry. We always do Q&A and debates afterwards.
Right-wingers think that people on the left, for the majority of the people on the left, just want to come in and take everybody's guns. But as far as I can tell, there's nobody on this panel that wants to make it so that nobody can own a gun, period. And if we're talking about if we're talking about the like CTV's position was that it shouldn't come from the federal government. It should only be the state that regulates what sort of firearms or like whatever kind of firearm regulation should occur should only occur on the state level. Well, what would happen if Nevada decided tomorrow that you should be allowed to own an RPG or actually you might be able to do that in Nevada. I don't know. If we were talking about like Utah or something like that. If touching on the point that Demon Mama made. If you have certain states that allow extremely deadly weapons for personal use, what are the ramifications for that for neighboring states for the rest of the country? It just seems kind of silly to me. But again, I just want to reiterate my point that I personally don't see a lot of hope for much progress on this issue being made because, again, this is not something that most voters prioritize above a lot of other issues that are on the table right now. And I think we can all agree that we want less gun violence. So I think that's kind of a cop-out answer. Bullshit.
Okay. Let's make the next ones a lot quicker. No comment check.
Yeah, the problem for the libs out there is that, like, you know, they're a lot less, they think they're motivated on the gun issue, but they're a lot less motivated than the right wing. The right wing lives and breathes this issue. I don't anticipate us doing much progress, you know, towards that. And I would frankly say that, like, our attention would be better served addressing police reform before we can even like start to worry about that, because who's going to enforce the gun control? Who's going to do the confiscation? We don't want it to be racist cops. So let's take care of things in the priority order and not get ahead of ourselves. My spicy take.
Okay. We're going to get a replacement because we try to keep the balance of 4 lefties, 4 righties to make sure it's not unfair for anybody. So we're getting a replacement soon. Next is going to be CTV.
All right. So from a principle standpoint, like I said earlier, the Constitution should have been amended at the discovery of the atomic age, right? So after that, there's no legislation that can be or should be, from a principle standpoint, be put into place with regard to arms.
Doesn't even make any sense.
Because Second Amendment.
Replacement righty.
Right? The only way that can change is if you amend the Constitution. If you're principled, right? But if you're okay with partisan politics and only caring about your team, right, and not really giving a fuck about the document itself, then by all means, right, you can go advocate for whatever the fuck you want, right? Everybody can do that. But I would tell you that the best place for you to be doing those things is at the state level or at your county level or at your city level, because from all the socialist arguments that I've been hearing over the last few months, you want the control of things to be at the closest level possible to the community in which you're trying to enact some type of good on, right? So that means that you need the laws and you need them to be understood to be from the individual standpoint, so that it brings it back closer in to the individual and the community that they're in, right? So having a government that would be literally 5 places away, right?
Adam,
in most cases, from the individual is a pretty far away place for the type of control that anybody that would be advocating for gun control to be at, right? And notice how a couple of the lefties here have probably deafened their chat so that their chat doesn't have to hear the truth, right? So that's kind of where we're at with reality. And if you really want something good to happen with your community, advocate for it at your local level and your state level. Federal gun control is not something that you should be wanting from a principle standpoint, because you also would understand that there are a lot of issues across the several states and they have a lot of different needs. So you want that to be closer to the individuals.
Okay. Now, going forward, everybody got only 30 seconds because we are now under an hour for the last topic. Okay.
Oh,
so,
man.
Demon Mama, 30 seconds.
Yeah, really appreciate that Hutch brought back up the idea of states having a right to protect their own citizens. So I think that federal collaboration is necessary on many issues, and I think that guns are an important issue, especially in the modern age where you can cross state lines very quickly with a vehicle, which we regulate and license, and bring a gun there. Now, do I think that guns should be able to be owned? Absolutely. But we have a absolute epidemic of suicides in this country that does a lot of damage, and I do believe that a lot of that is because we have a rampant gun sales culture. We have no consistency across the states, and it clearly isn't working, and a lot of people are dying, so we should be safe and be smart. So that's all I got to say on this one.
Okay, perfect. Straight over to counterpoints. 30 seconds.
Bathroom time.
Okay, try to be brief. So an earlier point was that the Second Amendment language sucks ass. The Second Amendment is capable of being understood. Guncite.org, guncite.org has a whole bunch of different interpretations. We have a mega violence problem inside the United States. I disagree with that framing just because I think we have a violence problem compared to developed nations, but I think we're doing pretty well overall. I also think that we can improve. Constitutional originalism is bunk. I disagree. The reason why constitutional amendments shouldn't be repealed, the only time a constitutional amendment should be repealed is if the problem it was meant to address has disappeared. The balance of power between private citizens and the government has not disappeared. It should be remained. Final point, you can't defend yourself against the government. I have a video on my YouTube channel called Asymmetric Warfare Memes for YouTube Moderator and Tanky Teens. Go check it out. It's basically a 20-minute diatribe about the balance of power between private citizens and the government. Yield.
Okay. Now we're throwing it over to Trihex.
All right, I'll keep it short. Yeah, gun violence is a very... Gun violence and gun fetishization in American culture is definitely an issue. We need to definitely address that as soon as we can. With that in mind, rather than repeating stuff, I'll just go over like what I would advocate for here. Clearly, I would like to see the universal gun, background checks for gun purchases. I'd like to be able to see less exploitation of stolen and illegally obtained guns. However, we can address that as quickly and as effectively as possible. I would even argue we can make parallels here to like again how we regulate other things of mass killing potential, like vehicles. Maybe we should be reconsidering here the whole paradigm of like insurance regulation on gun ownership. Maybe we should be looking back into like the idea of curbing the culture by implementing some kind of exploring the idea of voluntary buyback programs for guns to be able to just lower the amount of gun saturation right now, because we're not gonna be able to really solve this problem realistically within this century if we don't start doing something dramatic now.
Hello everybody, I'm back.
But again, this is like a much more bigger topic to get into later
guy?
on here. So with that, I
don't know this person.
Stop.
Okay. Throwing it over to Phil.
Well, folks, I'll keep it very short. Rights are the necessary conditions of one's proper existence. Nothing more, nothing less. You have the right to repel threats to yourself and those that you love and care about. Any state that would infringe upon this right is wrong. And so that's why I would implore you to oppose H.R. 127 or further gun control efforts in the future. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay, and we have a new guest for the last topic on the minimum wage. Their name is Sheepdog TV. I've been made aware that even before I was on Twitch, they were making the rounds on the panel game. My good co-host Janabo made me aware. Welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? Go on.
Ooh.
Hey, what's up, Sheepdog?
Nice to meet you.
How you been, brother?
Nice to meet you.
I'm living. It's
beautiful background.
Would you like to do a quick introduction?
I'm just your average blue collar dude, center right, left on some things. Pretty reasonable. Not married to any ideas.
I tried to boost his audio.
Just a content creator, man. I'm a blue collar worker, a free man, in a free nation, and I love this country.
Wonderful.
Right
so
on.
So we're going to go on to the last topic, which is the minimum wage. Biden has, of course, proposed that we should be raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour as part of the stimulus. This, of course, has brought back a lot of debates about what will happen to small businesses, what will happen to workers' wages, what will happen to the economy generally.
Code for I like
so,
weed. Yeah,
always,
true,
we'll start at the top left-hand corner. Then after that, we'll go into an open discussion, and this is the last topic of the show. So, Hutch, you may take us off. And remember, everybody, during opening statements, no interruptions. You'll be able to debate this.
I have no idea.
So, Hutch, you may begin.
Seems like it.
Yeah, so clearly there are a lot of issues that are plaguing this country right now that require attention and legislation. But I think probably the most significant one in my mind has been income inequality and how that's grown nothing but worse and worse for probably like the last 5 or 6 decades right now. And if we go back to the original intent of the minimum wage in 1938, it was to increase the buying power of low-income earners in this country. That was the entire reason. And I think the arguments for and against the $15 an hour minimum wage are sort of divided amongst people who either believe that anybody that's working in this country, full-time job, 40 hours a week, should they be afforded the dignity of being able to support themselves or a family? And then there are a lot of people in this country that believe that people that sort of flip burgers for a living shouldn't be allowed to make as much, make enough money to
Oh,
support
I think we
themselves.
totally will be able to.
That wasn't always the case in this country. You used to be able to support like a family of 3 or 4 just on a single income earner working a minimum wage.
I will
Sorry, I'm
check
stumbling
this.
a little bit. I've been streaming for about 11 hours and I'm getting a little tired. But this is the one topic
We'll
that I
check this
probably feel
afterwards.
the most strongly on out
Thank you
of
for that.
all the topics that we've picked. And I'll save the rest of what I have to say for the discussion part. I'm eager to hear what you guys have to say.
Wonderful. Next, we're going to throw it over to No Comment Check.
Yeah, I mean, the minimum wage is, part of the package, that we got so many years ago, part of the, part of the whole, part of the breadcrumbs, honestly, that we've been thrown in order to keep capitalism acceptable. That being said, when people are going hungry, breadcrumbs are fucking useful. So, we'll take what we can get. It's a little late and it's a little small and it hasn't kept up with the productivity.
Oh
so
my
if you
God,
know,
Redcon.
in this country, there's 2 graphs.
We'll look
there's
into it
productivity,
afterwards.
and that's the rate of the essentially what the average worker does, the value that the average worker contributes to their employer, right? That graph goes up and up and up and up. There's also income, and that graph, these graphs went up together. They were like together. At some point in the 70s, income flattened out, productivity kept going up. That slice in between there, that's what they've been stealing from you, okay? At the very least, you can recognize that that is stolen wealth from the American people.
He's
Yeah,
painting.
I'm glad that they're doing it. It's a little
He's
late,
painting
it's
a
a little
figurine.
small,
He
but I'll
paints
fucking
figurines.
take it. And with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Okay, next is going to be CTV.
I don't think the federal minimum wage needs to be changed. I think that if you're taking a real good look at the economies across the nation, if you're not setting a federal minimum wage based off of the very poorest community, you're going to end up, and then you try to attempt an average between all of them.
Yeah, we'll look into it
in
after.
some
Yeah,
kind of
for sure.
meaningful way, or I'm assuming it would try to be, right? You're going to end up making it harder for other communities that don't have the business infrastructure there to be able to pay a higher wage, and you're going to reduce the amount of businesses that can actually do business, right? So I feel like that this is one of those issues where
Yes, you
California
can,
is an
Max, of
example
course.
that where they actually have local minimum wages for county municipalities and cities, and they have their own minimum wages based off of what their
Loney
local
Mac,
economy
yes.
is. And I feel like that this issue, much like gun control, would be something that you would want to be handled at the more local level that's closest to the constituents. That way, as times change, people change, those laws can be updated to the way that people are now. But if you try to argue for something at the federal level that is
it's so
unattainable
cringe.
for certain states to be able to participate in because they don't have the business infrastructure there to be able to do it, then all you're really going to do is feed corporations. And I know my friends here on the left definitely don't want to be feeding the corporations, right? Because they would be the only ones who would be able to do any kind of business. So it seems like that we should be on the same side when it comes to having these things handled at the local or the state level.
No.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah, I think that it is high time for us to have a $15 minimum wage. The minimum wage has been almost laughably low, and Americans are paying the price, especially as the pandemic has appeared, and we realize that actually Americans can't even take time to avoid a horrible, deadly illness. We have a serious problem, not just with a general income inequality in our country, but specifically with the lowest brackets of income being the stickiest in our country. I think that we should be much more willing to actually invest in the poorest members of our society, because the result will be a better economy in general. And the idea that a $15 minimum wage will instantly bankrupt all kinds of companies simply isn't true. In fact, there's and for anyone who doubts it, because it is, of course, somewhat experimental. We've never had a $15 minimum wage before in the past. Except we have tried it in some places, like here in Seattle. Here in Seattle, we had a 5-year program by which the $15 minimum wage was worked up to, and the difference between what the original minimum wage was and the $15 minimum wage for workers was subsidized by the state. So the state put aside some money and said, all right, businesses, if you're below a certain level, you don't have to jump to this right now. You can work your way up. And it worked great. And it's been fantastic for the economy. The These studies can be all accessed publicly on the University of Washington's website, and you can learn all about it. But as it turns out, it's been a really, really, really good experiment, and I think we should try it on a larger scale, especially because our economy is in shambles because of COVID and how horribly mishandled it was by the last administration. So I think this is as good of a time as ever, and we should also consider maybe even pushing it higher, because as it turns out, despite all the fear-mongering from business people, it actually might be really good for businesses, and they might grow as well.
Could I throw over the counterpoints?
Yep. So this is where I think the right has lost the plot. I am not interested in living in the 19th century. I am not interested in my children working in a fucking pickling factory, losing their fingers to goddamn unregulated fucking machinery. I'm not interested in working 60 hours a week in order to support my fucking family and have my wife working fucking 40 hours a week. I am not interested in my kids being uneducated fucking Walmartian fucking clerks who have to live under the goddamn glare of fucking halogen lights as they slowly fucking wonder why they're even alive. I am not interested in an economy that just works for itself. I am interested in an economy that works for average human beings. I am a Republican because I care about a republic. I care about a republic because I care about the people within that republic. I care about American families. That means that I want American families to be able to feed their kids. That means I want them to be able to be put through school. That means I want their schools to be high quality. That means that I want them to have access to either vocational training or high quality education. That means that I want them to be able to start businesses, meaning that I don't want the government to be such a fucking burden that it basically destroys all business. But at the same time, if the studies that Demon Mama brings up display that small businesses can still operate at a wage in which their employees can support themselves financially, then I see anybody who opposes this as a fucking vampire who has been sucked in by ANCAP fucking propaganda that's been largely fucking propagandized since the 1950s. And I will make one final point and then I'll shut the fuck up for a while. The Make America Great Again movement was based off of boomer mentality, the 1950s and the 1960s. The 1950s and the 1960s economic opportunities were created by redistributive economic programs created in the 40s. So, let's make America great again.
Man,
I love FDR too.
You were swearing like a sailor over there. Okay, we're gonna bring it over to Trihex.
Yeah, obviously I support $15 minimum wage here, but I would say we can do better than that actually here. The problem here is that we haven't increased the minimum wage since, 2007 under Bush's second term. It's been a long ass time now. We've had to incur tons of inflation and some other bullshit. And ultimately here, $15 is not enough on the basis that it needs to be definitely tethered to inflation going forward. That way there's no more like antiquated because we're essentially minimum 10 years overdue for a minimum wage increase federally here.
Yep.
So what needs to happen is you need to address that rotting decay period. So there needs to be, from here going forward, definitely make it to where it's like tethered to inflation going forward permanently.
It's disgusting.
On a year by year basis forever. Make that part of the legislation here if we can possibly. But let's go further here, right? So Florida's already passed this. Florida already passed whenever there was a direct democracy initiative to ask Florida, the state of Florida, would they want to have their minimum wage increase. It happened. It passed overwhelmingly. I think it was like something like almost 70%. So they already have it enacted. Seattle already has it here. I believe Colorado also has it as well. It's already active in other places here. The fact that we have a starvation wage where minimum wage right now is so comically low that you can't actually afford to live in any major metropolis city on minimum wage. If you worked full time,
yeah, but he deleted that.
You have to get a second job. You have to overextend yourself. You have to extend yourself far past what should be a reasonable amount of time and effort. It's bonkers. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. And as we were alluding to in earlier portions here, not only that is $15 not enough. Not only is it not being tethered to inflation, but also if we consider here that if it was tethered to inflation alone, it would actually be $18. If it was tethered to productivity, it would be upwards of $22. There's a whole lot going on here. And finally here, all the arguments about it crumbling and obliterating small businesses. Well, obviously, how this would be implemented altogether here is you would do it on a slow release basis. Whether you want to call that, $1 per year, or you implement it over the course of 4 years or 5 years, you don't do it immediately, and you can obviously scale back and tether and do individual studies to figure out what is the average cost of living in each state, and then apply a different level of speed individually towards states and have an overall mandate of it all being implemented within the next 4, 5, or 6 years, ultimately. So yeah, I'm enthusiastic for there to be no longer be this like starvation, poverty, wage doesn't actually fucking do anything.
Okay.
I'm done.
I'm gonna throw it over to KOE Nation.
Well, thank you. Now, something in this discussion, whenever there's minimum wage discussions, I always find that quite a few people are putting the cart before the horse, because you're talking about if it was adjusted to inflation, it'd be $22. Actually, no, not even close. I got some numbers here for you, folks. In February 1st of 1968, the minimum wage was $1.60. Now, the thing is, under that time, we were under a bimetal standard. You would have been paid $1.60 in silver coinage. Now, the current spot price for 1 ounce, because $1 was 1 ounce of silver. The current spot price is about $27.40. So $1.60 is adjusted. If you were to actually have the still sound money silver standard today, you would be making roughly $41.10 an hour. That is the amount of purchasing power that has been stolen from you over the last decades, ever since we went off of a sound money standard. So if we're talking about, yes, people are drastically, ridiculously underpaid, but under our current fiat money inflation system, you can make the minimum wage as high as you want. It's any gains that you could possibly perceive are going to be inflated right out from under your feet. So if you want to really benefit the little guy, advocate for a sound money
Switch
system.
to Bitcoin,
you want to really
right?
fuck over the big timers and the big elites, advocate for a sound money system. That is actually how you can get to the point where we actually have people working. And yes, actually at the time in 1968,
yeah, 85
we were earning $40 worth of purchasing power. So yes, the idea that we can't get there, we could, but without a sound money system. Now, I know it's a little bit of a different thought than most people have usually encountered, but yes, under our silver system, you were making ridiculously better wages. So, yield back.
Okay, now the last intro will be Sheepdog, and then we'll go into open
It's
discussion.
probably not a diploma. It's probably like a gold buyer's license or something.
So, as a guy that has run businesses, been a supervisor, manufactured places, the current shop that I work at, we pay people that with no skills. They come in as newbies, anywhere from 13 to 14, sometimes $15 an hour, depending on their age and maturity.
Why does their age just
I live in
matter?
Texas. As a welder fabricator, it's all about the trade. I don't know about other states.
Yeah, exactly.
But you go to a fast food restaurant, of course, you're not going to make a whole lot of money. But I live in an oil state where you have a choice. You don't have to flip burgers. I realize some people can't drive to a manufacturer. Maybe they ride a bike to work. Maybe they walk. I don't know what
most of America
transport is like. What I could tell you is I've run crews, and some of these crews at different shops that I run, if $15 minimum wage were to hit, I'd have to lay off half my crew. Supervisors are given a salary cap. So when we hire a crew, we try to leave a little bit of room so that we can give people raises after their 90-day reviews. So if I have a salary cap of 200, let's say I have a salary cap of $1 million for my crew. I'm not going to budge past 900,000 within my crew. That way I have room to give people raises. But in some of these smaller shops that I worked at, if they were to make the minimum wage $15 an hour, I have to lay off half my fucking crew because there goes my salary cap. Another problem with a $15 minimum wage, not saying that it's not a great idea. I do want American people to be able to pay their bills, take care of their children. That's all great and dandy. I get it. But at the end of the day, this little burger joint in my town employs 5 people, 6 people top on their crew. It's a really small little burger shack. If they have to pay all their employees $15 an hour, and this isn't a place that makes a whole lot of money. This is a retired guy just trying to keep his lights on. Okay? Really tiny shack with like 6 tables. If he has to pay his employees $15 an hour, not only will he probably go out of business, but your little $10 burger and fries and a drink is now a $25 burger, fries, and a drink. So at the end of the day, you're like, hey, yeah, we're making $15 an hour,
There's no
but now you're
evidence to
going to
support
pay
that.
more for everything. You know what I'm saying? It's never ever going to just hit the corporation and be at the cost of the corporation. Anytime a business or a corporation takes a financial hit,
This
per
is
se,
so
like
stupid.
you know, $15 minimum wage, the employees are the ones that are going to suffer. A lot of them are going to get laid off.
Nope.
And also,
wrong.
Whatever your service
Wrong.
is, you got to increase the cost of it.
Wrong.
Maybe your service is manufacturing insulin. You know, maybe your business is making a life-saving drug, and the customers are the ones that take a hit. So the customer that just got $15 an hour now has to pay twice the amount for their medication, and that goes for every industry across the board.
Please let me go next. Oh my God.
And that's not to even talk about really small business like these lawn services in Texas that employ like 5 fucking people. 5 people. You know, they charge $50 to mow a lawn and they got 5 people doing it. They have a certain amount of time they got to bang it out. Now you have to fire half your fucking guys because you can't afford to pay them. There's no profit margin. So if they're going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, there's a whole bunch of other things they have to do as well. You can't just say all businesses $15 an hour. You can't do that. There's a whole bunch of other things that have to happen
You actually can.
that make this extremely fucking complicated. It's not just as simple as raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Your little $3 gallon of milk is going to turn into a $7 gallon of milk. Maybe my math is wrong there, but prices of everything go up if you got to pay your employees more.
Okay, let's get into the open discussion.
All right. Yeah. Basically, everything Sheepdog TV said was just not correct at all. The idea that if you raise the minimum wage to $15, that you're going to have $20 per burger is the most ridiculous, like, exaggeration I can possibly imagine. Like, that doesn't even make sense on a mathematical level. You'd sell thousands of burgers at $20 all of a sudden, jumping up from $6. That's stupid. Come on. That's like, no, dude, come on. That's so dishonest. It's ridiculous.
This isn't like a corporation fast food restaurant.
It's
not this is a small mom and pop business that literally might do
you're literally proposing, like, this is like magical thinking. This is fantasy. You're saying like an imagined burger shop might also raise. It's ridiculous. There's no data for this. All of the studies show that actually it's really good for the economy. In fact, because here's the thing, as it is right now,
studies from where? Where's your sources?
Yeah, I already told you them. You can go look them all up on the University of Washington. My state and my city, Seattle, has done a widespread experiment on this, and it's extremely well documented. Now hold on. Now it's my turn to talk, dude. Listen, you got to go on your rambling, incoherent rant, and now it's my turn to respond. Okay.
Okay,
now, I just get really tired when people lie really confidently, and this is starting to irritate me. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you are. You're literally just making up.
Okay.
Can I finish my thing? Because he interrupted me like 6 times.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, do your thing. I'm out of it. I'm not even listening to you anymore.
Okay.
He just admits that part now.
Let me clarify a rule for the last time. When I talk, no one else talks. Now it will just be mutes. This is the 3rd time it's happened, so it will just be mutes going forward on that specific role. Now, Demon Mama, you can respond, but I just want to make clear to everybody that when 2 people are talking over each other, again, nobody gains anything. Nobody hears your point. So, Demon Mama, you can go.
Yes, thank you, Dylan. I agree. I wish people would not talk over me as much. The fact of the matter is that right now, as it stands, with our disgustingly low minimum wage, there are people whose entire income and more, mind you, usually because they have multiple jobs. Tons of Americans have 2 to 3 jobs these days, sometimes gig economy jobs. Their money goes to rent. Their money never goes back into the economy. It just goes to rent, and that goes to the landlords, and that's it. You bump that up to $15 minimum wage, all of a sudden, they can afford to buy a burger. Oh, maybe the burger cost goes up from $6 to $6.50. Oh, but wait a minute. More people can actually buy the cheeseburger, which means the business makes a lot more money because those people who are working for $15 an hour can make 1,000 cheeseburgers an hour, all of which are now selling for $6.50. And guess what? People can afford their rent. It goes all over the place. We know this is the case. And the funny thing is that we're like the only country in the world that's even having this debate. Every other like on par nation with a strong economy knows that you have to pay your workers a fair amount or else they can't participate in the economy. What we have in America is a ocean of damn near slave labor that sorry, but mostly the Republicans have kept completely locked in position, and people like yourself using weird magical fantasy thinking just propose like invisible burger shops that might or might not exist as a reason to keep almost all of America in poverty. Do you realize that we couldn't weather even the smallest bit of this pandemic because no one in America has fucking savings? The state of the economy in America, the state of poor people in America is horrible, and all we get is these random anecdotes about a burger shop and the poor guy who won't be able to do business, even though more people would be buying his fucking burgers. Also, if you're running a shop where you can't afford to pay above slave labor, maybe you should restructure your shop, because I think somebody might be skimming some money off the top somewhere.
Demon Mama, didn't like the University of Washington do a study on the
Yes, they did.
implementation of the Seattle? I feel like this legislation is getting vastly mischaracterized. It's not just like, raise the minimum wage 5 head. It's like a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
Can you go into that a little bit?
Yeah, I can. The way that it worked is that if you're a business under a certain level, aka if you're not Amazon, because Amazon is huge in the state, basically if you're a small business that can't afford to work up to the $15 minimum wage, there's a 5-year sliding scale where it ticks up each year. And in the meantime, the government put aside a fund of money from the massive amount of taxes that we're getting from now, how much business is coming into the state, and then they fill up the difference. So you pay whatever that year's minimum wage is, it ticks up the next year, and the government gives the worker the money in between. And guess what? As it turns out, that buffer made more than enough time for the money to start circulating back into the economy, and these businesses thrived. Not only did they not do worse, they thrived. They did well. They did really well.
Burgers are not $25 fucking dollars in Seattle. They were saying
they're great.
There are a lot of economists that were warning against like massive rates of inflation with the implementation of the $15 an hour minimum wage in places like Portland and Seattle. It didn't fucking happen. You're going to have some loss of jobs, yes, but you're going to lift a lot of people out of poverty. And I'm sort of fine with businesses becoming obsolete if they can't.
I really feel like Phil did a good job of understanding silver. Right, and we literally just ran over that with regard to inflation.
Honestly, one moment. Dear Mama, I do want to say you're just straight up wrong.
Sure.
Burgers in LA are not great. They're subpar at best.
I said LA. Wait, last I checked, LA isn't in Washington. That's California.
It's all the way,
Seattle has
coast,
fucking
okay?
god tier burgers.
West Coast burgers suck.
California, Washington, all of it's garbage. East Coast has best burgers. It's always been the fact. Okay, East Coast and the South, best burgers.
Nebraska.
Shake Shack is way better than In-N-Out Burger. Sorry, get over it, people.
If I may, there is one thing that I found kind of interesting. Like, I forget who said it, and there's been some odd pushback on it, but ultimately, all costs will be ultimately passed on to the customer if costs have been increased in any way.
Nope.
I'm sorry, that's just how business works.
Wrong.
Like, you can nod your head no.
Wrong.
Yeah, sorry, all costs,
Wrong.
every one of them will ultimately be passed on to the customer.
I need this so bad.
Okay, Connor.
I want to rebuttal to that. I want to right after.
Tell me why my business doesn't work.
Right after Connor. Right after Connor.
Connor,
Okay.
then we got to go to Try and Phil. Okay.
So I'm actually gonna take a more extreme position. I want to abolish the minimum wage entirely, and I want the return of unions. And the reason why I'm saying that is because Sheepdog brought up an anecdote, but I'll address this anecdote, which is basically that, hey, there's a mom and pop shop, they got 5 employees, and they basically think that if they raise their wages that they're not going to be able to maintain the shop. A unionized workforce could make the decision on, we literally understand the budget. We understand that this is a mom and pop business. This is part of your family's legacy. We want to help with that project. As a result, we will accept ABC wages so we can keep the lights on. And then that business can perpetuate. And then KOE, just to address you directly, Denmark actually has a similar social setup to what I'm talking about, where there isn't a minimum. there is no minimum wage, but the average wages for fast food employees is $22 an hour. The difference in the difference in the price of the burger is like $1. Now maybe they're offsetting costs by their criminal fucking profits in other countries, but at the same time, like we're not getting past the moral question of whether or not average people should be subjected to what amounts to slave labor.
When he's calm.
And here's the thing. The conservative fucking point on this, which I subscribed to probably 5 years ago, was get good, loser. That's literally it.
Yes,
bootstrap
it is.
your fucking way out of society. Like bootstrap your way out of a stage. Stop being a piece of shit. But at the same time, you have to understand that we're all fucking brainiacs. We all have 2,000 IQs. We're all fucking, going to be multimillionaires by the end of this podcast. So basically, we're in a privileged position.
Don't know is always
but
appreciated.
there are people who have to fucking pick the food. They have to fucking, shuffle the food for you. They have to fucking prep it for you. They have to drive trucks. So it's a moral question. Should these people work for slave wages and slave hours, never hang out with their children, be so exhausted that they don't fucking get to spend time with their family, send their fucking kids to shitty schools, or should we find a better way to structure the economy? That's a fundamental question that you have to
That's why you should advocate for sound money, my man. And then we'd be right there.
I'll monopolize time. So sorry, but going to a fiat currency, I understand what you're saying with the fucking, basically having a gold standard or the fucking silver standard, all that shit. But at the same time, going to a fiat fucking currency has its advantages. So for instance, in times of crisis or war, you can basically use inflationary and deflationary fucking money in order to fucking manage the economy. It's a completely different subject that we would have to fight about probably for about an hour.
That's why I do advocate for it, because then governments can't fund wars so easily. So, bravo. Yes, fucking A right. I love this guy. Where have you been hiding this guy this whole time? I love him.
He's been hiding on lefty panels. That's where he's been hiding.
God, we need to bring him back. We need to bring him back. He's been straying a little too far to the right. Don't worry, man. We'll get your political compass.
He's making America great, man. He doesn't want like half the country being fucking poverty.
Next is
wow, what a radical.
Neither do I. I want to actually higher minimum wage than anybody's even proposed on this panel just through sound money. I want the average worker to go away with $41.
I feel like somebody's trying to scam me here. I don't know if I trust you. I don't know if I trust
Bitcoin hustle.
Shit. This sounds like a scam to me. This sounds like a scam. I feel like I'm gonna get ripped off here.
Come on, how can you not trust this face?
To be fair, I
Chris
feel
Farley,
100%.
To be fair about KOE, he does kind of feel like the guy who could sell an Uzi to the PLA. I mean, he does feel like the type of guy who could like.
True.
Maybe Benjamin.
Flattery will get you nowhere, sir. My God.
We are.
Next is going to be, it was Sheepdog, and then we're going to go to Try.
You did, Zathers.
All right.
Yes.
Wait, was this open discussion?
You said you wanted to comment next. I was just throwing
I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say.
It's okay. Then we'll just throw it over.
Let me hop in then.
Yeah, skip me and come back. Skip me and come back.
Diplomatic, I love it.
Fair enough.
Am I up next?
Yeah, do it. Bro.
Okay, cool.
It's all you, bro.
So Sheepdog, yeah, you're concerned about the about if minimum wage went up to $15 an hour or something, or somewhere in that spectrum, and that you'd have like these ludicrous prices and all that.
Okay, I'm just a fucking
Oh no, baby, I'm not here to.
I'm a moron.
I do miss the.
I'm not here to attack you. I'm here to like help realign.
Yeah. There
so
might be
I feel like the one thing
someday.
you're focused on there is like a pivot reaction to like wages suddenly going over 200% overnight, when in reality these policy implementations would happen over a time span. For example, let's go over the one that actually already happened. Florida in the 2020 general election had a direct democracy ballot to have the minimum wage increase from whatever the fuck it was now to $15 an hour.
Yeah, true.
And their specification of that is that it would happen over the course of 5 years, $1 per hour. So I believe it was already at $10 an hour. If I'm Floridians, help me out here if I'm correct on that one. So ultimately, there won't even be at $15 an hour on their own state mandated minimum wage until, help me out here, what, 2025? November 2025.
It was a 5-year implementation.
Yeah, it's going to give them, so it'll be 11, then it'll be 12, etc. here. So that time delay, that staggered release of wage increases will allow all those things that you're fearing with the insane like reactionary price hikes on everything proportional to the wage increase suddenly, not going to happen. And even then, again, if the federal minimum wage, you look at how it was implemented under Bush administration, we went from $5.15 to $5.50 to whatever, $6.85 to then $7.25. Those were 3 staggered releases of minimum wage increase over the course of 3 years. So ultimately, yeah, what you would do is you would allow a delayed basis to give everyone time to catch up and appropriately adjust. That wouldn't be like this, this big old pivot instead. So I would more relinquish the worry of like how things will be priced around it, and rather fixate on what is the minimum needed spending power to be as being a full-time working class American in this country at $4 an hour. What is the minimum any American at this point should be making at 40 hours a week? Should Americans have to get multiple jobs working? In some cases, if you're doing a full-time 40 and then an additional gig economy of Uber, should you be working 85 hours a week and still have nothing saved and throwing it all to your landlord? Is that really the American way?
Yeah,
that's something I more would want you to evaluate and talk about there.
Sometimes I work 65, 75, and on extreme measures 80 hours a week, but it's not necessarily because I'm chasing a dollar bill. It's because I'm loyal to the people I work to and we got work to get done. But I think, like, back to what CTV said, man, I think it should be at a local level. And I like the idea of like slowly doing it. Like, I agree with some of the stuff Demon Mama said. It makes sense to slowly do it over a few year span to give the businesses time to catch up and adjust and to financially get ready. And that goes back to what I said, saying like there's a whole bunch of other things that need to happen if you're going to make it 15 an hour. You know what I'm saying?
But wait, if you're loyal, but I have to ask now though. So if you're loyal, it's like what you're being paid here is like really relevant then, right?
What if you're in like a
in the
small
future, not right now,
town
Ziltoid, but in the future,
with just
sure.
a few
I can't do it right
businesses
now, but
within like
maybe somebody on the server
50
can help you.
miles. Are we gonna like make these businesses straight up disappear off the
I know
economic
Gayfesh probably
field
has some.
because they can't afford to pay people $15 an hour? Like, let's talk about some small towns in
wait,
Louisiana where there's like one store within like 75 square miles.
Yeah, and that one store is Walmart because they wiped out all the other mom and pop stores in the first place here.
No, you never drove across the country where you drive like 100 miles and there's no stores. I have.
So you're asking me the viability of a small business.
I don't usually comment, but I believe there was recently a congressional report on the issue. Am I right about this?
The CBO,
that was basically
I,
give me a moment here.
I'm
the
sorry,
CBO
bro.
basically ended up saying that a lot of workers would get wage increases because of this. There would also be, I believe it was 0.9 million jobs lost, which amounts to 900,000 jobs. This was the conclusion from the CBO. Of course, you could disagree with the CBO, but I just wanted to throw that out there for debate since that's a congressional budget.
Can I comment on that?
Sure. Yeah,
yes, because I can give you a little bit of there's a little bit more context to that. That number also included unwanted jobs, aka people who would quit their job because they no longer need to work 2 jobs, which was discussed pretty extensively in numerous analysis of the CBO report. I always forget the acronym, but yeah, a lot of that job loss is in unwanted jobs, aka people no longer having to work Uber jobs, people quitting their McDonald's night shift because they no longer need to work that anymore, and that's actually weatherable very easily.
And I want to piggyback off of this too. So for instance, like some of the projections that Republicans were using, because Republicans are the country club fucking party. I hate fucking saying it, but it is. So some of the projections that they were using, Ted Cruz fucking tweeted, "Oh, well, we're gonna lose fucking 2 million or like fucking 20 million fucking jobs or whatever." What he failed to include in that is that was a decades-long projection off of projected growth. So these jobs don't even fucking exist. These are just jobs that would have been created by these surplus fucking profits that these companies pocketed rather than paying to their employees, that they would then reinvest in order to creating more shitty jobs. So like here's my fucking thing. It's a moral calculation. Automation is on the way. Fusion technology is probably on the way. Nuclear is already a thing, nuclear power. Renewable is on the way. Basically, all of these things are
Me
going to
too,
start
Sathers, I know.
a cascade. We are effectively in a new industrial age. So between like 1870 and 1920 inside the United States of America, 90% in 1870, 90% of people were working inside of agriculture, and by 1920, 10% of people were working in agriculture. We're effectively looking at a similarly culturally cataclysmic event with the advent of the information age. Now, it doesn't have to be a permanent cataclysm. What can happen is we can say, what do we do with automation? What do we do with fusion technology? What do we do with nuclear? What do we do with all this kind of stuff? And if the answer is, if you can't find a good job, just be a fucking slave or a gangster, that's not the fucking society that I want to create. That's not the society that I'm fucking interested in. I would like to see some redistributive economics to make sure that American families are actually happy and healthy. And one more point before I shut up. I have a child. I am only going to have a second child because I can't afford a third. Plenty of people are making this calculation, including plenty of millennials who say, I can't afford a child at all, therefore I'm not going to have one. You are effectively ending bloodlines because of slave wages. I am not interested in that society.
Are you sure you're center-right, bud?
I can fight. I can scream with fucking Demon Mama for like 40 minutes straight. I think she can attest to that.
True.
So I'm gonna stay center right because I can fight everybody all the time.
I mean,
If I may,
yes, Phil.
Gangster in Connor's world.
Who's
that?
Phil is listed next.
Oh, thank you. Now, I will just say it's a kind of a joke that we have here in Nebraska. Waiting till you got enough money to have kids is just a good way to not have kids. God, I don't think I've met a single person that was like, oh, God, we've got all the money lined up. It's good to go. Let's have a kid. It always seems to be kind of a financial surprise. At least it is around here. But now you did touch on something about fusion power. I am a huge nerd on that kind of stuff. The minute we hit fusion power, our species is taking off. We can start actually colonizing the solar system. We can start looking into, it's going to be the biggest revolution of our species. And it's why, like, renewables are nice, but once we hit fusion power, you almost don't need it. Like, it's a nice to have, not a need to have. So I am very much looking forward to that day. And God, I hope I live to see it. But in regards to, you also touched on automation. That is something that is coming down the pike, folks. Trust me, a lot of folks in my industry are turning to automation. The higher the wages hike and the higher the costs, because one of the most dangerous things you can do in this country is hire someone, because it opens you and exposes you to all levels of lawsuits. So you have all kinds of legal horseshit that can fall on your head just from hiring somebody. So the more costly and the more onerous that gets, the more businesses are going to invest in automation. It's just going to happen. And with that, yield back to you, beautiful people.
Okay, next is gonna be Demon Mama. And Demon Mama, when I like raise my notebook, it's like it signifies that I like wrote your name down. You don't need to like take the Pledge of Allegiance every time. Like
I just didn't see.
Good student in class. Just kept the hand on. Good student in class.
Yeah, I mean it's a comfortable position for me. So I don't really care. So yes, we have had many disagreements, Connor, but on this particular one, we are in full agreement. I think we talked about this on another panel relatively recently. In fact, I think that it's a almost inexpressible shame that we fear technological advancement in America. In fact, there's fear-mongering articles about automation all the time. Why should we be afraid of automation? And what's worse is, why are we all so afraid of a number of technologies that threaten to bankrupt our economy because it will put everybody out of work? What kind of upside down system do we have? That is absurd. And it is the mentality of being afraid of $15 minimum wages. It is the mentality of being afraid of stimulus packages. It is the mentality that says that we need to be afraid of taking, common sense precautions against a plague, that leads us to being scared of technology. And also, it's the fact that we have a grossly underprepared legal and copyright and patent systems that make it so that we have to completely fear the newest technologies that are coming, technologies that could advance humanity to the next era. It's sad.
Yeah,
and we're holding ourselves back.
I mean, I don't want to Bigfoot anybody, but like, can I jump on board that point? Yeah, like this is what I always talk about. Like technology and automation can either be our best friend or our worst enemy. It's either going to make it heaven or hell. It's going to be heaven if we control that automation, if we control that technology, if what it does is frees us up to do more things with our minds and to create more, because that's what we want to do as human beings. We don't like to do menial jobs. We like to create, right? It's going to be terrible though if we get there and the accumulated power on the side of capital is so much greater than anyone else's. That's the situation we're in right now, and that is the danger. We don't own the automation. We don't own the technology. We don't own the means of production. And I'm going to say it right now. As long as we don't, that's a danger. And we're thrusting ourselves into a potential hell that could be a heaven if we just take control of our own destiny. How about that, Shot? Sorry.
Okay, Connor. Well, yeah. I mean, right now there's not a lot of people raising hand. You can just go into it. You don't need to raise your hand.
So
thank you,
this
wow,
is why I won't claim the label of like left at all, because basically, like, I am skeptical of socialism. I am skeptical of communism. I am skeptical of all like it being a panacea to solve all of society's ills. I'm a mixed economy capitalist, and while I'm okay with like redistributive economics, a reasonable living wage, building American families, the fact that this is like saying that I don't want Americans, working class Americans, to work exclusively for slave wages, the fact that that's a partisan issue is actually fucking depressing to me. And one of my favorite fucking political heroes is Theodore fucking Roosevelt, who, need I fucking remind people, he had a few racist edgy things, but he was also an environmentalist. He was somebody who cared about the environment. He was somebody who cared about the national park system. He was somebody who cared about his fucking country. And he advocated for the people inside his country. So being a Republican can mean that you care about a republic. It can mean that you're fiscally conservative in some constraints. But the reason why I'm fiscally conservative isn't because I want to use it as a fucking cudgel to beat up fucking poor people. The reason why I'm fiscally conservative is because I want to make sure that I invest in the human beings inside my country, enable them to we talk about equality of opportunity on the right. I want to create real equality of opportunity, real quality education, real economic opportunities that then allow people to have healthy, happy, productive lives. So Sheepdog, you brought up the fact that you're just through not the kindness of your heart, but through loyalty to your company, you will work 60, 70, 80 hours a week. I find that incredibly noble. I find it admirable. I am not a hater of the Protestant work ethic or the Christian work ethic. However, what I would cite to you as a fellow boomer,
Protestant Christian work ethic, man, I just do it because you got to get work done. Right?
Okay, well let's
if
let's
we don't
just say
get the
this.
job done, people don't get paid, payroll doesn't get made, lights.
Okay,
turn off
but
at the
okay,
shop,
so I admire your work ethic regardless of where it originates. Okay, but my point to you as a fellow boomer is that if you have children or if you have family, you are not getting that time back. And that is why I advocate for a fucking work-life balance, because I want to see my kid grow up. I want to spend time with him on weekends, and I want every fucking American to have the same thing.
Also, to continue off of that, I noticed that KOE brought up the idea of us like colonizing space, which I would love if we could expand our reach into the stars, but it doesn't really look like we have figured out enough social problems to be able to do that. Right now, we have like people like Elon Musk going online and talking about how he wants to do a contract indentured servant program for his Mars colonies. That's nightmarish. And that is like, people go on Reddit will just like clap like seals for that. And it's just like, what is the state of the understanding of the value of human life? The understanding of human labor in our country is just pathetic. It's because, I don't know, we've become so owned by massive wealth hoarding that we don't even have a value of labor anymore, that people can go and work 8-hour weeks and get nothing for it, that they have to do that just to scrape by and then maybe scooch into their home at night and catch one episode of The Mandalorian or something like that before they have to get up and do it all over again. It's like we really need to rethink the way that we approach the value of labor and the value of humans. Like, what happened? What happened to the world that we started to just think of humans as like human capital stock, as the Republicans who go on international news will say? It's terrifying, honestly. And I really wish that for all of the people out there listening now, take a look and think about the fact that our country is currently a lattice work of fiefdoms, of tiny feudalistic authoritarian businesses that offer nothing back to their employees and exploit them to the maximum degree. We have to think harder, and I think that the $15 minimum wage is the first part of this. And interestingly, though I don't oppose a $15 minimum wage, I actually really like the idea that Connor pitched earlier, which is let's get some union power back in this fucking country.
Oh boy! Now I do have to say in response to that, if you don't like Elon Musk's perspective and how he's going about colonizing Mars, then I do encourage other people.
Your mic started going robotic.
Can you hear me clear
Now
as a
you're
summer
good.
day now?
Now you're good.
Good, like a spring breeze. So I will say, if you don't like the perspective that Elon Musk or some like him are taking, then folks, you need to start to band together, start looking into some movements of start colonizing space your own self, start making plans to get there. Because if you don't, people with the drive of Elon Musk are going to be the people that pretty much colonize our entire galaxy. So that's what people that have the drive to do that are going to get there. So
Yeah, can I just hop in on that real quick? Because
Is this some low-rent Nietzsche being sold to us here? I don't know what I'm hearing.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, so Phil, your mic.
Go for it.
Give me a moment. I said again. When I talk, nobody else talk. Okay, so Phil, your mic keeps going robotic, and nobody can really hear what you're saying. So if you could just fiddle a little bit with it and see if you could make some progress on that, appreciate it. Okay, so does anybody want to take?
Yeah, I'd like to take a look at that. I mean, this is such a, oh god, this is a real big Chungus moment here. Like the fact of the matter is that Elon Musk is the heir to an emerald mine fortune. Like, this is so silly. What I don't know. This is such a dated way of looking at the world. Like, the idea that like Elon Musk is some kind of like ingenious driven inventor. The dude bought every single so-called invention that he's done, including Tesla, by the way. Bought it. He didn't invent shit. This guy has not invented anything, like, ever. He just has a fuckload of money because he had a lot to begin with. Literally came to America with a fucking emerald in his pocket kind of bullshit. So this guy started with money and he still has money. And that's how most of America goes. America does not reward people for hard work. I've worked hard my entire goddamn life. Do you know I spent the last decade working fucking slave hours for slave wages? And guess what? Not the richer for it. That's just the way that it goes. America doesn't reward hard work right now. America rewards people who already have money. And we should change that. We shouldn't have it possible for people to be sitting on enough wealth that they counter that of the wealth of small nations. That's a ridiculous waste. There are people starving. There are people dying. There are people without homes. And there are luxury empty apartments across the street that are protected by a police force that will crack your skull if you don't want to die. That's ridiculous.
Can we still say cut?
Those rich people are trying to get to space, though. Can you hear me, though? Can everybody hear me a little bit better?
I can hear you.
I'm gonna legit
Excellent.
send you
Those
one of
rich
these
people
microphones.
are
Spring breeze.
Better or not, thank you, sir. Thank you. Better or for worse, those are the people that are trying to get us into outer space. And I say, God bless them for it. If they get us to the point where we're an interplanetary species a little faster, however they do it, I don't really care.
You are going to be a slave. You're going to be in a human zoo on Mars.
I have not yielded. If we can get to be an interplanetary species, then we cannot go extinct. We effectively can no longer go extinct as a species if we become interplanetary. So I don't care how
you
we
might not have yielded to Demon Mama, but it sounds like you yielded to Elon Musk and he's your daddy or something. What the fuck? Do you want to be under his
if he can get there.
Listen, look, I'm so sorry. Listen, I'm just...
Hey, KOE Nation. KOE Nation, man. Send me your address on Discord so I can send you one of these microphones, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a higher standard for the future of humanity than one dude who can spout like Elon Musk, Epic Reddit Bacon, Keanu Reeves memes on Twitter gets to have an army of slaves in a human zoo on Mars, and you're like, I'm gonna clap that guy on the back. Nah, you know what? I think we got some better ideas. Let's tax the hell out of that bastard and let's all go to the stars. Because guess what? He can come with us too. He just can't have an army of slaves mining Mars crystals so that he can live in a giant crystal palace while everyone else dies and gets mutations. Like, I don't know. When did America become a country of a bunch of like? When did America become a country of such cowed people? When did America become a country of people who, of cocks? When did America become a country where we bend over and just say, oh, Elon, please put me in your slave mine. I would love to go on your slave ship and work as an indentured servant until I die, crushed by a fucking red rock on Mars. Oh my God. It's ridiculous.
Wait, everybody's mic is
Can I happen now?
Why is she so angry all the time?
I want to go in further here because,
well, that's literally her shtick, Sheepdog. She's just literally mad all the time. That's
wait a minute. Hold on a second. You're both taking shots at me. Hey, have you considered maybe? Have you considered maybe? Wait, hold on a second. Have you considered that?
Edibles,
Excuse me. Have you considered that maybe? All right.
Almost.
Have you considered the fact that maybe I'm tired of watching the people I care about suffer? Have you considered that maybe I'm tired of knowing every single trans person that I know to be forced into the worst jobs imaginable or no jobs at all? Have you considered that maybe almost every person I know has lost their job throughout this pandemic and is hurting because of that? Maybe there's a fucking reason why I'm angry. The reason that I'm angry is because 460,000 Americans are dead and we can't even get it together to raise the minimum wage. Shut the fuck up, please.
Do you think you're special?
Isn't gonna look.
Well, this is ridiculous.
Okay,
literally every time I've talked, I get talked over by these people, and then I get yelled at.
Be angry, right?
Okay, we've muted this discussion because this is not productive, not helping anyone.
Excuse me.
It's completely shut down.
Can I jump in for a second?
And I was trying to hand it over to Trihex before, so it's gonna be handed over to Trihex. Then we're gonna wrap it up because it's at the 11:30 mark anyway. Okay.
Awesome. I was gonna actually piggyback off of Demon Mama's point about how fucked we are as like disposable human capital / cattle, because we can go back here to anecdotal here, or not anecdotal, just like actually past history here. April, once the 15-day stop the spread from Mike Pence and all the other bullshit we heard in the March 13 keynote about the initial state of emergency declaration for the coronavirus happened. Once we didn't get anything under control by 15 days stop the spread and all that happened, and then all the shitheads pivoted the point now to, okay, well, you know what, you got to go out there and keep our economy going because everything's going to fall apart now. So you have to be a patriot and go out and get the virus, and fuck it, if you're old, go shopping and go out and go indoor dining anyway, and if you die, cool, you died a patriot. Yes, the normalization of the catalyzation of American consumerism has been a thing for a hot fucking minute now.
No,
and
I'm not.
It's completely demoralizing and depressing, in that it's so ingrained in our fucking culture that people will happily go simp for Elon Musk to go fucking die on an experimental mission to Mars while he continues to make insane, obscene amounts of wealth they can't even spend all in his fucking lifetime. Yeah, it's fucking terrible and depressing. I just wanted to piggyback off of her point is all. I'm done.
Okay. We are at the 11:30 mark. And I did not ask for anybody to be here past 11:30, so I'm not going to hold people for 4 hours of debate. That'd be ridiculous. So we're going to do wrap up. We're going to start in the top left-hand corner as always with Hutch. You can do your outro, and you can shout yourself out.
Yeah, so as much as I want to talk about Elon Musk and Mars colonies, I just want to, we haven't touched on it yet during this discussion. I just want to throw a pitch out there that people that flip burgers, that is honorable work. I worked in the food industry for years, in my teens and in my 20s. For the most part, alongside Spanish-speaking immigrants. I've never seen work ethic like that in my life. I can't think of, there's not too many other more honorable positions than feeding people. And I think that no matter what you do in this country, and I'm sure this is something that probably most of us agree on this panel, no matter what you do, if you work a 40-hour work week, and we can debate whether that should be 30 or 35 or 40 hours, you should be given the dignity of being able to support yourself, and ideally even maybe a wife and a kid, or a husband and a kid, or something like that at the same time. But when we talk about, unfortunately, I think there's a lot of people in this country that part of the way that they measure their own value.
It's almost over. Just drop the links. Drop the links when we do the
disparagingly
outro.
Of people
and
that
that's
work
it.
in industries
Just make sure
like
everybody's
the food
ready.
Industry as a means to sort of prop their own ego up, and I think it's pretty reprehensible. I've never ever in my life worked alongside people that were as hardworking as I did in the food industry. I just want to say we need to stop this fucking burger flipping language when we talk about these issues, because I think it's kind of
I agree.
disparaging, dehumanizing, and you're one tragedy away from taking a job like that, and you never know. So anyways, thank you for having me on the panel. Twitch.tv/Hutch, Twitter.com/Hutchinson. I'm very tired tonight. I didn't speak very much, but I enjoyed the spirited conversation between you guys. That was very entertaining. So thank you.
Wonderful. I'm going to throw it over to No Comment Chat next.
Yeah, it's it's been a really fun night. I've loved talking to CBT here and getting to know the rest of the panel too. I would say that I do take exception, to some of our FDR fans here, and I'm not trying to at you too strongly here because I get it. I voted for Biden. I chose harm reduction. I was riding with Biden for this thing. But long term, we got to get behind a different plan because as strong as FDR's medicine was in the New Deal, time proved it not to be strong enough. Every time we get like little crumbs, they recuperate these crumbs from us, and it gets taken back, and we ended up in another Gilded Age like this. And all the time they're gaining power and power and power. If we get to this point where the singularity hits and the automation is just like overtaking everything, and we're utterly useless to the capitalist class, and they've got all the power, we are fucked. It's time that we start getting our eyes on the prize and taking the power back. Now that the election is won, let's concentrate on pushing these goddamn Democrats to the left. I almost said right.
Gonna throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah, we can do better than this. We can do better than begging and simpering for people like Elon Musk and retreading long debunked things about a minimum wage. We can do better than this, and we really should. Thank you so much for having me on. My name is Demon Mama. You can find me on youtube.com/c/Demon Mama. You should come follow and subscribe to me. I promise you'll enjoy my content. After this, I'll be doing Q&A and open for debate. So if any of you have a huge problem with what I said, come on over. I'd love to fight you. Anyway, shoot me a follow, and thanks for having me on, Dylan.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to KOE Nation.
Thank you so much, Dylan Burns. This has been a marvelous time, and as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, this has been quite the evening. You can find me, Phil KOE, over at KOE Nation on YouTube. I also make appearances on the Dog and Chicken Show, the Tomfoolery Show, and Dad's Worldwide. But before I let you go, there's something I want to touch on, folks. It's a little more personal, and since I have the platform, and I asked Dylan if this was okay, I sent him a link to a GoFundMe earlier this week and a little bit in the last week. I found out that my 8-year-old nephew has been diagnosed with cancer. He has a very long fight ahead of him. He's going to be going through chemotherapy and radiation. And I would really appreciate, even if it's just thoughts and prayers, any kind of support you could send. But I also sent Dylan the link to the GoFundMe. If you'd be so kind as to distribute that to people, sir, I will forever be in your debts. And with all that being said, I yield back the balance of my time to the rest of you beautiful people.
Okay, I'm going to throw it now over to Trihex.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the link there. Thank you for sharing that. I'll definitely check it out and contribute when I get a chance. Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, Dill. It's been fun. It's been chill. Particular to this topic here, yeah, obviously I'm a fan of not having a poverty and rich nation. I'm the fan of like being able to have a majority of working class Americans feel respected, not be insulted with the stagnant starvation wages that are not sustainable. Majority of the major cities in this country, if not all of them entirely here. I don't know. I feel like I've kind of gone over all my shit here pretty hardcore. If y'all want to come check me out though, obviously I will do some kind of like after party Q&A. Well, I'll elaborate on my positions a lot more. If you guys want to challenge me further on that. Thanks for having me. The face of Try Hard. So you can catch me on twitch.tv/Trihex. And I'll see y'all after this there if you guys want to see me.
Okay, and can I ask you a question, Trihex?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think the rest of Twitch, gaming Twitch, just normal just chatting Twitch should engage more with political Twitch?
That's a good question, actually. The situation there is most people, in my opinion, tune out on politics because they don't feel it really relates to them. Like they don't understand, legislation or Congress or the executive branch. They don't really understand like what's going on.
That's
it doesn't
what
make
I'm
sense
here
to them.
for.
They don't feel represented, so they kind of usually tune out.
Maybe.
So you have to do a really good effort of like looping them into politics if you want to get them into debate rhetoric, making them feel like they actually fucking matter. So usually what I would do here comparatively, Dylan, is I always bring it back to internet. everyone who's a gamer or even a Twitcher knows it. Their internet sucks because they have some kind of shit ass monopoly ISP who's just fucking them over endlessly. So if you loop them in with like, here's how politics can finally stop this behemoth of if you wanted like good fiber optic internet in your area, and you don't want to have like one cheap provider overcharging you and underserving
Thank you
you
so much,
on
Adam.
comically pathetic speeds here. Here's how you get them involved. So you got to like make it relatable. I would say that most people would be open to that if you start
That's
with
what I'm
that
doing,
framing
Cyborg.
in mind and
That's what I was
understand that they
aiming
don't
for.
feel represented in politics. That's why they don't get into it, or they tune it out whenever
We're not doing
you get all
call-ins
political
necessarily,
or
but I
whatever.
will be open for debates.
Even though everything's intrinsically political.
As long as it's
kind of
not
like
an
I
actual
kind of like
debate.
not really a direct answer for you, but they can engage if you make it engaging. Is my direct answer.
That's what I do.
It can be done.
That's what Demon
It
Mama's
can be
here
done.
for.
Next is going to be over to Sheepdog.
Hey. All right. So, for everybody that assumed I was a Republican, I'm not a Republican. And I don't need any clout, so I'm not going to shout myself out. I'm not married to any of my ideas. And this panel tonight has I learned a little bit from Demon Mama and the Connor over here. I want to use this moment
It's all
to
good.
pass some
It's all good,
sincere
AD
love.
52 Derek.
This is not a joke. I'm not being a fucking asshole. Over to Demon Mama. You shouldn't be so angry all the time. Be happy, right? And on these panels, be nice to the people that you're trying to convince of your ideas. You convinced me a little bit, right? A little bit. You're a little bit mean and harsh to me and stuff. Okay, you hurt my feelings a little bit. But these panels, right? These are an exchange of ideas. Some of us are extremely different from one another. But if we're going to make real change in this country, we got to be kind to each other and embrace each other and be good. I love you, Demon Mama. I'm going to be nice to you even though you were mean to me. And
listen.
Hey, I was going to send a microphone to KOE Nation, but if you need a new microphone, I'll send you one of these.
I don't think I need a new one.
Just to be sweet to you.
But thank you. And
just to
listen,
make you happy. Just to make you have one good day. If I could send you a mic and you have one good day.
I promise I have many good days. But I will say, I think the kindest thing that you can ever do for someone is to set them on the correct path to a happier future. And yeah.
I'm happy. I drink lots of beer and eat edibles.
I want you to be able to drink even more beer with your $15 minimum wage.
Still go fishing with my son.
We're going to throw it now over to Connor Points.
So,
it was.
Man, so I loved it. Sorry. My name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. The best way to find me is literally go onto YouTube, type in Counterpoints, and basically scroll past Contra and 2 or 3 videos, and I'm right there. Also, you can find me on Twitter at ConnorPoints, CONORPOINTS, CONORPOINTS. In reference to this subject specifically, what I want to do is there are many things that I care about on the right that the left would openly reject me for. I am an apologist for American international power. I'm an apologist for American imperialism. I'm a mixed economy capitalist. I'm extremely pro-gun. I love conservatives, even social conservatives who I have vehement disagreements with. I think that even if they have shitty takes that are infuriating to lefties and progressives, most of the conservatives I know are fundamentally good people who are trying to do the right thing. They're often just very religious, and as a result of their religion, they're taking some hot takes that I think make other people feel like shit. I know that they're not going to change their religious takes, but I do know that there's probably a way to communicate them to slow them down a little bit. So I'm a little bit of an enlightened centrist, a little bit center-right, but I care. I care about Americans. I care about people in general. I want everybody to do well. I want the world to be better when I'm gone. And that's part of what I try to do. However shittily is I'm trying to make sure that by the time I'm fucking dead and gone, the world is a slightly better place. And with that, I had an excellent time. Love you guys. However you want to take that, and I wish you an excellent evening.
Okay, next and last but not least is going to be Critically Thinking Veteran.
I appreciate that, Dylan. And as always, I appreciate the invite to the Hippy Dippy podcast. Honestly, the last few months has been kind of crazy, right? But that being said, tomorrow I'm going to be on the Prime Royale, so make sure you guys come by at 8 p.m. to vote for me, right? As far as the minimum wage is concerned, I didn't hear anybody start to even begin to address what I said in the beginning, where I pointed out the example of California, where you want control of these things at the lowest level possible so that the constituents can be able to have the most control over it instead of it being a governmental body so far and away from the individual, right? Everybody else laid out some really great points as to why you should have one, right? We talked about sound money. We talked about, workers' rights and all these different things. But at the end of the day, you're advocating at the wrong level, right? This shows a gross misunderstanding of civics and the way in which leveling forms of government work, right? So I just encourage you to keep trying to get things involved at your local, your state levels for things that you want in your communities, right? Because the reality is that I understand where people are coming on to the internet and they're arguing with people all over the country. So then they feel like that everything has to be argued at the federal level. But in reality, there's a lot of stuff that you should be doing locally to enact the types of goods that you would like to see in your immediate society, right? And if everybody focused more on their local environment, you'd probably be able to impact much more good over the broader scale of the nation, right? Instead of only focusing on hypersensitive things that the news media decides to point out to people, which is where I feel like sometimes I'm not arguing with genuine people. I'm only arguing with news broadcasts that have throughout the day. So with that being said, if you guys feel so inclined, you can find me over at my channel, twitch.tv/critically thinking veteran. You'll find a whole host of very, very interesting and awesome people here in the Wolf Pack. Dylan Burns himself is a shaman wolf in the Wolf Pack. And we expect and will have respect in our chat. We draw a pretty hard line when it comes to disrespect in all communities, right?
The Wolf
and
Pack.
Anybody that wants to come down and have a good conversation about the topics of the day is more than welcome to. And we would love to have you.
And as the shaman wolf of the Wolf Pack, I would like to call this hippy dippy roundtable to a close.
Dylan, can I shout out one thing before we dip? Everybody else can dip if they need to.
As long as you're telling Dylan to grow a mustache and stop fucking.
Dylan, please grow a mustache. But tomorrow, I'm going to promote one of Dylan's competitors, but I think he's a friend. Prime Kai is basically Prime Kai on Twitch is doing a Royale style battle debate. I'm going to be on there. CTV is going to be on there.
Right,
so if
maybe I'll
you're
take a look
unaware
at
of who Prime Kai is, he is a host. He does political debate stuff. Dylan Burns and him
we got
are
more
best
stuff
friends,
to do after this.
and they love promoting each other's channels in order to help each other grow. And that's why he's allowing me to say what I'm saying. So please come join us tomorrow night in order to do that.
Maybe we'll talk off stream about that.
I mean, apparently the winner gets money, which isn't a belt, so whatever. But still, that's cool. Just without a belt. Anyway,
right.
I appreciate you all coming by. You can all leave, and I'm gonna raid. And if you still want to hang out here and chat, I'll be back in a few seconds. So, see y'all later.
Bye, guys.
See you, Dylan.
Right. Later.
It was great talking with you all. Bye.
Yeah.
Catch
Yeah.
Marvelous. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, I'll follow you, Demon Mama. Wait, she already left. Shit.
Oh, geez,
No, I can hear you. I just left the video.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
okay.
Are you only on YouTube? You
No,
Twitch?
I'm on both. I'm both on Twitch and YouTube, but I almost always stream to YouTube. I haven't streamed on Twitch for a while. Just because I have my own website, and Twitch isn't as nice for your private websites, unfortunately.
I understand.
Yeah.
So, your YouTube channel. Gotcha.
Demon
I'll
Mama.
follow that.
Yep. Same as my name.
Understood.
Mhm.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank
Catch
you.
you later.
People in
See ya.
your community, it's heaven sent, guys. Like I mentioned that GoFundMe, and it just like so much more money. Like
Yeah, KOE, you're a beast, by the way.
Thank you,
Love
sir.
your enthusiasm. You primarily stream on YouTube, right? Are you on Twitch at all, or are you only on YouTube?
I apparently need to get a Twitch. I don't know, like
You
I'm
should
that
definitely get on.
behind.
Dude, Twitch is lit, man. I'm telling you, you'll bring all. Dude, the chat is way more lit. You got to come over to Twitch, man. I give it a shot. Give it like 5 sessions. If you hate it, then fuck it. But I promise you, you'll love it, dude.
It is fun to stream on Twitch, I will say. It's the purple the purple screen of death makes it real hard to use my chat. So, oof. But that's why I'm on YouTube. But yeah.
Think about it, KOE. Think about it.
I think I might. I just got a Discord last week because I got an invite. I was on the Tomfoolery show, And I was just, fucking around with him, and some people showed up like, okay, who is this Phil guy? We need to get on the show. Like, well, shit, fire and save me matches. I guess I'll come on and have a little bit of fun here. And it's been a marvelous time meeting all you people. And again, it must, Lord works in mysterious ways. I met up with all you marvelous people. What's going on?
Hey, Trihex, if you ever want to chat, let me know. I always do a little chit chat afterwards, and it was really great talking to you. I know we haven't talked before, but if you have time, we could talk right now if you want to. I don't know if you're up for that sort of thing, but.
Well, yeah. Let me. Oh man, could you? Could I just give like a few minutes? I wanted to like.
Yeah, no problem.
Because you were gonna do your Q&A, right?
Yeah, I'm just doing a Q&A. So I didn't get a whole lot of questions yet, but I always do little Q&A and open for debates, and I always like to have chats with people who I haven't been on a panel with before, because it's really fun.
Yeah.
So.
Look, I'm gonna send you a friend request on Discord, and
Sick.
then there we go.
Excellent.
All right, tight.
Yeah.
Let me. I'm just gonna real quick do my own extended thoughts on something real quick here, and then I'll buzz you in.
Hell yeah, that'd be perfect.
Not.
No, all right,
Cool.
Talk to you soon.
All right,
bye.
KOE, I'll catch you later. I gotta go.
Oh yeah, everybody, we're gonna talk to Trihex. That'll be fun. Yeah, networking. Trihex is super based. Yeah, let's see the Lone Mac. It's safe for work, right? Yeah, of course I am. I don't care. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, maybe. Sure, let's take a look. Yo! Lone Mac! I wouldn't give you up for Lent. Lone Mac forever. Oh my God! So good! So good! I love it! Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Oh my God! So good. No, they're kissing. They're smooching. Go and follow that link and follow Max. Max posts amazing art. Just amazing. Oh, cool. That makes me happy. Sure, Snofison. Yeah. Do you want to just talk to me about it right now? Oh, cool. Let's check out this reaction. All right, let's check out the Riley reaction. Let's do it. Hold on. Give me a second here. Let's do it. Let's find out. I wonder if I can play this. It won't let me play it.
Oh, now they're just calling the mama angry.
Anybody. So it's completely shut
Hey,
down.
you know what? At least, even if CTV doesn't say that trans women are women, at least he treats them like he treats women. Can I get an amen?
Oh, true! Oh, true! Oof! Damn with the RGR! True RGR! Oh my God!
Chat. Can I get an amen?
Actually back off of
you can get an amen from me. Absolutely.
As like
Bemoid's overreacting. I know, right?
Because we can go back here to
the cult I grew up in was called Calvary Chapel. A man and a woman. All right, Snofison. All right, let's do it. All right, get into call-in. Get into waiting room on the Discord. Come on. I didn't see that. All right, I'll take a look at that in the future, Daniel Lannister. Come on, get in here. Hello, Snofison. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Pronouns?
Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry, give me a second.
Oh, sorry. No, that was on me. That's,
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pronouns?
Yeah. All right, so is my mic fine? I
Yeah.
found this, like, under my couch, so.
Yeah, it sounds fine. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
All right. Alrighty. All right. What you got for me? You got some critiques or something?
Yeah, so, with your rhetoric, I've noticed one thing that seems to come off to a lot of people is that you seem to, like, they seem to see you as really angry and aggressive.
Yeah.
And I think that Yeah, I think that mostly does come down to sexism, right? That's
A
like
lot of it, yep. Yeah.
yeah. Uh, and I think that is a real like big issue because a lot of guys have that sort of mentality that if there's an aggressive woman, she comes off as like a catty or a bitch or something like that.
Yep.
I think that real issue, and I think that purely for an optical thing, that it might be better for sometimes for you to keep your cool.
No.
Why so?
Because I don't want to.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. I don't care. I know there's a lot of people who are going to get mega triggered by me getting angry about things that I think are completely justified to be angry about. And if that bothers them, well, they can die mad. Because guess what? They'll probably come around to me or they'll hate my goddamn guts.
I totally agree.
I've been growing perfectly fine without needing to censor myself any further. I am not interested in playing the demure polite woman role. I just it doesn't work for me, and it doesn't seem to work for rhetoric. Dudes will sit and scream at each other and call each other names and bitches and cunts and whatever else all day every day, and I'm not just gonna like tone down my rhetoric in the name of like appeasing a handful of highly sensitive dudes. Not gonna happen. Yeah.
I think that's totally fair. I think you're totally right on that, because it does seem kind of ridiculous how you're treated so often, especially like with the Destiny stuff that happened, the D.GG.
Yeah, it was real bad.
And fucking that panel with CTV going like, "Do you think you're special? Do you think you're special?"
Yeah.
That bullshit was insane.
Yeah.
So I totally
it's like
understand.
For 3 hours, I was incredibly chill. And at the very end, I got really fucking annoyed. And I think justifiably about people advocating for like worshiping Elon Musk because he's going to make us slaves on Mars. And that will at least get us to Mars. I'm like, no, I don't want. Why? Why would I sit there and just, I don't know. It's just so frustrating. And then also they talked over me every single time I spoke up, and I was really chill and waited my turn every single time, with maybe one exception where I popped in and was like, wrong. But other than that, I got interrupted every single time I talked. And yeah, I just, call me jaded, but I just don't care anymore. If there's I don't want to bring people into my audience that are going to be like just passively sexist. I feel like I owe more to my audience. You know what I mean? Like they can get over it. If they don't want to, like, I mean, I understand that there's perhaps some benefit to like toning down my language or whatever. But at the same time, there's a lot lost because there are a lot of, first of all, this is something that a lot of people don't think about. Guess what? There are a lot of women out there who lurk in chats and don't feel heard. They don't feel like there's anybody out there who speaks to them. And that's what I care about. I don't care just about dudes. If there's there's a lot of women out there, there's a lot of non-binary people who don't feel represented at all, who don't feel like they ever get a chance to say what they really want to say. And I want to reach those people. And guess what? A lot of them hang out in my audience, as it turns out. There are a lot of women who watch my show, and I'm really happy with that. So yeah, that's my position. I get mistreated like all the time on these panels, and I don't really like, it is what it is. I've gotten used to it. I've been doing it for like a year. I just, yeah, while I have taken advice to like, like give people more margin, I'm not going to do it forever. I just can't, I can't do it. I can't be forever patient in the name of like slightly winning, like slightly buffing my optics. That's all. Oh, damn it. Looks like the site chat went down for a second.
Yeah, I was watching that. I was about to say that too. But yeah, I totally agree. I think you're right. Maybe I was coming in here thinking, as a man, I have a certain perspective and I have my own implicit biases. So I think that you're probably right. I probably shouldn't have come in and brought that up, but
that's fine. I don't think you're wrong for bringing it up. I appreciate you for being willing to discuss it with me. I just, I'm just gonna tell you my thoughts pretty bluntly. I'm not mad at you or anything.
Oh,
you didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, well, I didn't think you were mad at me. No, it's fine. Anyway, I'll head out soon, but real quick, one question.
Yes.
What's your favorite Kingdom Hearts game?
What's my favorite Kingdom Hearts game? The OG Kingdom Hearts. It will always have a special place in my heart. That's why I got the original OG Kingdom Hearts poster on my wall back there. Although, honorable mentions to Chain of Memories. I really liked Chain of Memories. But for me...
Really?
Yeah, I loved it, actually. It was...
that I just can't understand. I mean, Chain of Memories is probably my least favorite of all of them.
Yeah, I know it's a divisive one, mostly because the gameplay is very different. But I loved the card system. I also love card games in general. So to me, like the system made it took me for a while to get the system, but once I did, I was like really good at it. And I even did like the whole New Game Plus thing and all that. I don't know. I really liked Chain of Memories. I thought it was yeah, well done.
I'll admit the cards were fun, but they weren't enough to hold me through the grindingness of it and the really boring maps and areas. I don't know.
I mean, I like being
But
able
I
to build
can
the maps
totally-
with cards, but yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I totally agree with you on Kingdom Hearts 1 being the best.
Yeah, it's the best. Also
easily.
it was so or what's it called? The Colosseum in that game was was so good. It was so good in the classic. They didn't do it as well. Like they didn't do it as well in the second one, in my opinion, because it was all like time trials. And I'm like, give me the big fights. I liked fighting the giants.
Yeah, that
and
was
the
so much
Sephiroth
worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll head out now.
All right. Well, hey, thanks
for
coming
having me on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Bye. All right. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Whatever. Need a time code? Oh, okay, sure. It's 06/06/16 approximately. That's the time code there. Yeah. That was it. Okay, so let's talk about that panel. That panel was really super interesting. Yeah, 6/6/16, yeah. Not right now. Maybe in a bit, Nibiru. Yeah. Hey, good night, Looney. Yeah, it was fine. Dylan does his best. I felt like I got kind of fucked at the end. It's interesting. It was definitely interesting. I want to do that, yeah. Aw, thank you, Phantom Queen May.
With not apologizing for being angry. Also, I would love to learn to debate if you ever want to teach.
Yeah, we can talk about that, Sathers. Yeah, we can talk about that probably off stream. I appreciate the notes. Also, thank you so very much for the incredibly generous tier 4 sub, Phantom Queen May. Oh my god. And yeah, I'll probably do more stuff on debate, like tutorials or whatever in the future. All right, Nibiru, hit me with it. Hit me with the creepy meme. Yeah. Yeah, I think Connor did a good job. I think Connor's been keeping a cool head, and that's been really good. Yes, always research. Yeah. Probably in the future, Corvus. Not right now, though. All right, let's do it. All right, Nibiru, you win it this time. Coming from Hutch's chat, it's interesting seeing someone I'm now realizing is actually pretty centrist and coming into a rather leftist streamers community. The panel was a shit show. Well, Solio, very happy to have you. Welcome. Very happy to have you. Feel free to shoot any lefty questions you got. I'll try and answer them. I do, after every panel, I do Q&A for a bit, and then once we run out of stuff to talk about, we'll do some more content. I got a whole bunch of other stuff prepared for us to go over. But yeah. Oh, that's good at least. I think Counterpoints did a good job. Yeah. Where can we send in questions? Just right here. Just at me right here. How hyped am I for Vosh v Bastiat? That should be super, super interesting. Super interesting. Yeah, CVE stick. Just at me in the chat, and I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability, or I'll at least put them in a thing. Yeah, Vosh is debating Bastiat. Let's look at this creepy meme. What we got here? Let's look.
3 easy steps to step 1.
It's Joe Biden. This isn't that creepy. loud. Cover yourself in oil. Nice. I would cover myself in oil. Well, Nibiru, it was interesting. I'll say that much. Hey, thank you so much, Cyborg. Thank you so very much.
Welcome to the Imps
Yo,
Pod
Prospect, thank you so much. Do not think about the event. What event? Number stations are creepy, I will agree. Thank you so much, Prospect. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I beat Darkwood. And I'm starting to write my review for it, which I will do on stream. I never said it 10K. I said 400 bucks. 400 bucks was feet pics. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody gives me 400 bucks, then I will. Then they can have feet pics. Yeah, I'd be willing to do that for 400 bucks for sure. That'd get me the guitar. Yeah, only 400. Yeah, see, it's fair. Yeah, if you're new here, if you've just come by, please hit the subscribe button. We would love to have you. Oh, it's just a joke. I'm just joking. I'm saving up. Thank you, Lonnie. I'm saving up to get an Ibanez 12 string. Yeah. What kind of axe? Here, I'll show it to you. Let me show you. Yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah, I'm looking at a 12 string. Let me show you the one. It was sent to me by Jessica Metal, who's been super cool and given me some really good info. Let me, here it is. Let me get it. Here. This is the one I've been looking at. But, bam. Look at that. Look at that beautiful guitar. I've been thinking, but it's pretty pricey. Yo, thank you so much, Moralago. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Panel and screw the tone policing you had to deal with.
It's all good. Happens. Don't worry. Most people don't do it intentionally. Yeah, isn't that nice? But I gotta wait. I gotta prioritize other things. Yeah, suck you brat. That is true. Yep. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I think that's an error. I think that's a problem on Streamlabs part. It's so weird. I don't know why the sound is fucking up. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Moralago. Seriously. Really appreciate that. You make it possible. So, what is the Imp's code? And did the Squiz Squaws, and you will do a segment about the end of the Stonk debacle. Yeah, I probably will. The Imp's code is the handbook for using Twitter. It's right there. Number 1, immediately stop discoursing. 2, meme and cream. 3, promote yourself. 4, slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. Basically, if you're on Twitter, don't discourse. Just don't do it. I've had some disagreements with Central Committee in the past, but if you like them, you like them. And as long as you're learning, that's what matters. Twitter discourse is not like talking to a wall, actually. Twitter discourse is like screaming into the void that's full of eldritch horrors, and it gets distorted and spat back out at you. Ooh, gay fesh. Ooh. Twitter is where discourse goes to die. Yeah, literally. It actually does. Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Big McLarge Huge. Do you think he actually learned something? Yeah, I think he might have. Throwing Post-its? Yep. It's like throwing Post-its. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have this one. Here you go. Here you go. We have the TikTok. I forgot. Welcome and learn the code. Here's the code. Ready? I'm doing it just for you. Rule number 1. Do not discourse. Twitter is not designed for discourse. Rule number 2. Meme and cream. Enjoy your horny Twitter. Enjoy your meme Twitter. Rule number 3. Promote. Promote your own work if you have it. If you don't, promote other people's work. Whatever you think is cool, promote the shit out of that stuff on Twitter. Twitter is literally an ad platform. It's perfect for promoting shit, okay? And 4. Dunk on your abject enemies. Welcome and learn the code. Here's the code. There you go. Ready? There it is. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Would you say that Vosh is too engaged in Twitter debates? He used to be. He's not anymore. He's gotten really good at Twitter, actually. Do you think that socialism cannot become a majority mainstream political idea without a strong Southern base? If yes, no, why? That's a complicated question. I don't know for sure. Not sure exactly. That's a pretty tough one, actually. Let me check in on YouTube chat. YouTube chat! It's wonderful to see you all. Hi, YouTube chat. Hi, Troy. Hi, Coco. Hi, Bug Nerd. Hi, Luke. Hello, hello, hello. Don't forget, you can come to the website, demonmama.com/live if you want to get on the on-screen chat, but you're also welcome to stay nice and cozy in YouTube chat if you so desire it. Good to see you all. Sorry, I do my best to try and pop in from time to time, but again, YouTube chat is really difficult to use, so wah, wah. Hi. Hi. Yay, look at everybody. Yeah, look, I put some new emotes on the server. Isn't that cool? Now you can get the emotes like this. Isn't that cool? We have more on the website, but we have a whole bunch here now. Yeah. YouTube chat is cozy. Yeah, YouTube chat is pretty cozy, isn't it? I always like to swing by. Hi, Luke. Yeah, we all struggle to use it. Yeah, YouTube chat's a little bit user unfriendly. Do I have any ear piercings? Yes, I have gauges. These are a 0 gauge. And I'm going to be going up. Yeah, you know what? I think we are going to cover the Destiny Vosh thing, because that would be really super fun. With caffeine? I don't know anything about caffeine. I don't know what that is. Whoa, 10 gauge. Whoa, that's awesome. The Battle of Blair Mountain? I did a video on the Battle of Blair Mountain. Am I doing call-ins? Just text Q&A right now. There's a silent pet on Discord? What? Oh, that's so cute. It is cute. Oh, don't worry. I won't get keloids. I don't have much problems with that. Yeah. I don't really have issues with severe scarring. The sheepdog one. Do we want to do this? We want to watch this? This thing is pretty dramatic. This thing is pretty dramatic. All right, let's take a look. I gotta put a thing on the screen though. Yeah. No, I don't think he said that. All right, let's watch this. What do I think about anime? I love anime. Especially right now, Full Metal Alchemist. Hold on a second. Trigger warning, abuse. All right, just putting up a trigger warning just in case. We deal with a lot of heavy stuff on here, but I was told we should probably TW this. So let's TW this. Here you go. All right, everybody. Yep. All right. All right, we're going to be seeing this. Let's see. Brotherhood right now is what I'm watching. All right, let's see. Oh, boy. All right, let's see what this is all about. This is definitely the guy.
My son, look, I tell this story all the time. I whip the shit out of my kids, all right? And I even bait my kids so that I can whip the shit out of them. My 3-year-old son was the only motherfucker that I worried about because when I got heavily into firearms...
Oh, whoops, hold on. Wait, I gotta copy this, hold on. There we go. Sorry about that.
My other kids were a little bit older, and I just involved them in it, and they're very, very gun savvy. I probably have the deadliest children in all of America. However, I had a son, okay, after all this happened.
When was this?
I set a fucking unloaded pistol on the table. I baited him. You know, what does a 2-year-old do after he's seen you shoot and fire firearms? He wants to touch daddy's gun. And he did. And I beat the shit out of him. Well, I legally whooped my child. Waited 2 weeks. Set that firearm on the table again, unloaded. He walked up that time and touched it with the finger. I fucked his ass up. Waited a week, set that firearm on the table again, and he looked at it. He just got close to it and looked at it. I fucked his ass up again. Now, if I set a firearm on the table and he's within a foot of it, he creates a 10-foot distance from that fucking guy. So it is up to the fucking parent 100% to raise a patron.
When was this from? 1 year ago? Holy shit. Wow. That is absolutely fucked. Holy shit. He was a last minute fill-in. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know Dylan knew about that. Jesus fucking Christ. That's really bad. That's really bad. That's worse than I thought. What's this guy? How is this guy doing on fucking Twitch? Sheepdog? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yikes. But I'm too mean. Yeah, but I got scolded for being too mean. Yo, what the fuck? That's really fucked. Wow. Damn. All right. Well, I don't know. I gotta think on that one. I don't have much to say about that. That's fucked. That's really fucked. Yeah, Corvus, I got the link to that. Here you go. Here's the thread link. There's the thread link. What the fuck? What can I even say? That's so bad. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think on that one. That's really terrible. Jesus Christ. It's really bad. Twitch view averages? No. Oh, yeah, I know about this. Yep. Feeling self-conscious about your numbers? Do you have 6 to 10 viewers? You're in the upper 2.6%. 11 to 25, 1.4%. 36 to 50, 4.4%. 51 to 100, you're in the 0.2%. Yup. I know. I know. I know. It's wild. And consider, I'm in the like top 0.01% or 0.1% probably, and just barely started making a fair living. It's just how the platform's designed. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I just broke 6K? Yeah! Yeah! That's awesome. Damn. Good night, Nibiru. Here's a question. How do you grapple and fight against your long-held and sort of this is how I've always thought beliefs that have just sort of been culturally ingrained into you by the capitalist state when you're trying to change your mindset towards a more socialistic and selfless mindset? Well, first of all, you don't have to be super selfless to be a socialist. There's a self-interested part in it. You would benefit from a society that was more socialistic. You would benefit a lot, actually. So I do agree that selflessness can help you realize that socialism is a good idea, but you don't have to be like super selfless to be a socialist. There's a lot of socialists who aren't super selfish. It's just selfless. That's fine. And then the other thing is that you just have to keep challenging yourself on them. It can feel a little uncomfortable, but you need to keep asking yourself, do I really believe that? Is this belief actually serving me? And more importantly, is this belief true? It can be very hard. That is a hard process, but I promise you it is worth it. It is actually worth it to challenge yourself, even if it feels like you have to kind of push yourself. It's really worth it. Yeah. Why did I get muted at the end? I don't know. Yeah, 1K in 3 days. I think more than that. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They feel like they will lose parts of themselves. Yeah, but socialism doesn't mean that you don't get to have a toothbrush. Yeah, a lot of people have that. That's indoctrination. You got to just challenge that gently. Yeah. Everyone has a toothbrush. Yeah, it was snowing here yesterday, which was nice. Yeah, my best. Yeah, yeah. Hey, thanks a lot, Ultimate. Appreciate that. Yeah, the death penalty is a hard one because a lot of us grow up with it. Arch is back on YouTube again? God damn it. Why is it doing that noise? Hey, thank you, Big McLarge Huge. I'll hold on to that. Oh, is it snowing right now? Yay! Snow! Snow! Brrr. I don't know why it's buzzing. I don't know why it's buzzing like that. So fucking annoying. Yeah, I think Trihex is still gonna come. I want to watch that. How do you all feel about doing the rare Vosh watch, huh? You know, I feel like we could do some politics stuff, but the fact of the matter is, like, I don't want to do impeachment coverage right now. It's been talked about to death. It's not the Destiny debate, Gayfesh. It is somewhat about that. Yeah, a lot of people seem like they would like it. Oh my god. What? Oh, Mortham. I don't know. I don't even know how to grab that one. Dragon Friend, it's really hard to debate with conservatives on Facebook. Try to have fun with it and don't try to worry about winning over each individual one. You're probably never going to convince them, but you might bolster some of your friends, and you might some quiet lurkers might be convinced by your points. How is the impeachment going? It's stonewalled. It's not going to happen. Even though the evidence is overwhelming and there's been new evidence produced. Oh, moving conservatives on Facebook is really hard. But, yeah. Just remember. Yeah. Did I hit the Ben Shapiro isn't racist? Not yet. We'll talk about that after. I don't think we have any names. Corvus. I don't know what you're asking for, but DM me. Did I see the fight supercut? I didn't. Hair care stream? You thought the panel was meh? Some people didn't come to debate. They were just there to gotcha? Yeah, that happens. Hey, bisexual degenerate, happy to have you. Welcome. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so you get the notifications. Yeah, you know what? Let's do the video. Let's do some fluff, yeah? Because we haven't done much fluff this week. This week has been a lot of hard work, hasn't it? About the gun debate question, I was surprised you were so supportive. It could be because I came from a liberal background, but I prefer no guns. I wish that was possible. I just don't think it is. And I think right now having individual gun... I'm also, by the way, reader on the wall, if you want to have a discussion about gun control, I'd be totally fine to discuss it with you. If you want to come in, I'll feel free to call in. I'd do a quick gun control discussion. Yeah, that's true, Saint of Sins. Corvus, we can't do that. We don't have names. We can't do that. That's... Sorry, Corvus. That's not allowed in site chat. I'm sorry. I know it's a serious issue, but we can't put names like that in there. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's TOS. I understand this is kind of a situation, but we can't. Get rid of guns? No. I don't think we can, though. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to talk, just join the Discord and pop on in and I'll bring you in. If anyone wants to debate me on gun control. The thing about gun control is that, especially when you see leftists fetishizing guns, yeah, but the thing is there's some importance to be had. I've talked about this a couple times. Yeah, well, I know you don't have many guns there. Counterpoint stances on gun control, he seems fine. He seems mostly fine. Here's my position on gun control. I don't know, Ghost Boy. I'm not 100% sure. I think some people think of like the Australian model. No, you're fine. Don't worry, Daniel Lannister. Yeah, we can't, Corvus. You can DM me if you want to talk about it, but we can't do any of that stuff here. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just against the rule. Yeah, sure, Ziggy. Come on. We'll talk about it. Come on in real quick. Yeah. Yeah, you came just in time to hear my treatise on gun control. We'll talk with Ziggy about it. Damn. Get rid of the people and leave the guns, Lamau. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Get gnomed. I'm a gnome. Yeah, and then we'll do the Vosh thing afterwards. I can't do it. Oh, you're all good. Why is it doing that? Yeah, you know, it's very rare that I do a Vosh video, but occasionally I think it's fun. I'm a gnoblin. I'm not a gnoblin, I'm a gnome. All right, let's do this. Ziggy! Ziggy. Hello. Hello, Ziggy. I can't hear you. I think you might...
Haha, drill dono sound go brrrrrr.
Hey, thank you, Fuchsia Magenta. Really appreciate that. Yeah, it's really breaking for some reason. I can't hear you. I think you might have the wrong mic selected in your gear menu. If you go to the gear user settings, you should be able to select it. Or it might be push to talk. If you can hear me, I can't hear you.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Pronouns?
They, them.
Alrighty. So happy to have you on at long last. I hope you're doing wonderfully.
I am doing wonderfully indeed. So good to be finally on.
Yay. All right. So hit me with your gun control takes, and we'll see if we can come to some synthesis.
Well, I've only sort of recently realized the American idea of gun control. Being in Australia, we don't have guns. We had one mass shooting, and they said, no more, you don't get them. You get them for hunting, that's it.
Yeah. Yep.
And so watching you and watching Vosh, I sort of see this sort of lefty idea, not from you always. I don't know your stance on gun control, but like that leftists should embrace gun control and own guns and all that sort of stuff, which sort of, as an Australian, makes me freak out a little bit because it's like, why does everyone need guns?
Yeah, so I can explain my position and why I think it, and why I think our situation is unique compared to other countries. So, the first thing, America has so many guns. I promise you, take whatever your, like, the most ridiculous amount of guns that you can imagine, and then maybe double that, and you'll probably be close to how many guns are actually in America. We have way more guns than people. And most people, like lots of people in America, own multiple guns. My dad owned more guns than I could count. So many guns, you couldn't even believe it. Our house was full of them. My dad had guns hidden in books that were cut out. He had guns hidden in VHS cassettes. He had a shotgun hidden in the back of his couch, sort of thing. And he had a gun safe full of guns. And yeah, a lot of guns. Americans have a lot of guns in general. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I knew people were going to kind of freak out. That's weird even for America. But yeah, America has a lot of guns. And so the idea of gun control in America is like unfeasible. Like the idea that we could do an Australian thing where we round up and melt down all the guns, or do buybacks, or various programs like that. It's like it wouldn't happen. It can't happen.
No.
Yeah.
Well, even just Googling like how many guns America owns, it's like 393 million approximately, compared to we only destroyed like 600,000 guns.
Yeah.
So like you've got a lot more guns, and it's so much more cultural with America too.
Yeah.
I find like it's like I've got my gun and I've got my beer and I'm good to go.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, I grew up in a place where guns were incredibly common. I grew up in an incredibly rural state where lots of people hunted with their guns. It was regular for you to go to the store and just see multiple cars with hunting rifles like in the back window.
And it's the same here too. Like we have so many hunters like in the country going out killing deer, going out and shooting whatever they want, not to eat, but just for sport.
Yeah, we have
Like, it's a
sport and we
huge
have
thing here.
subsistence hunters. But so I grew up in a state that had like a lot of guns, and I do know that it is possible. I never knew anybody who got shot. Like in my life, even though I lived in one of the highest states for having gun ownership, it really depends on the culture. In the state that I grew up in, gun culture was pretty reasonable. Like it wasn't, I mean, it's still American, it's still not great, but it was like, you know, it was normal for people to get trained at a young age. Like many people that I knew, including myself, like for your like 16th or 15th birthday, you would get your parents would buy you a gun class so you can go get your license. And a lot of that is because there's a lot of hunters, but also just because they want people to be safe. So that's kind of okay. The thing is that like in America, it is a bit of a problem of like everybody's got guns. So if you don't have guns, you're at a disadvantage in the case that anything does go down. And if you haven't noticed, things have been going down here for quite a while.
I have noticed just a little bit.
Just a
Been
little.
keeping a little eye.
Yeah, it's not good. And unfortunately, what that means is that like I don't think it's like universal disarmament is feasible in America, and as a result, I would rather have lots of lefties with guns than lots of lefties without them. Now, I am not the type of person who believes that the purpose, like that a gun can reasonably protect you from the full force of the state. Like a lot of conservatives will be like, yeah, I'm gonna build a machine gun turret on my roof, and then when the government comes for me with their alien tech, I'll be able to shoot them down and that kind of thing. And that's not my viewpoint. I think the value of a gun is mostly as a deterrent. And I've described this before. Say you have a gang of heavily armed white nationalists with a lot of local power, and they want to target a community of trans people. Trans people in America tend to congregate in the same areas. There's a lot of gay neighborhoods and trans neighborhoods. It's just a fact of reality. It's how you live in a country that is so patchwork. Lots of trans people will leave rural areas and go to big cities, and there's neighborhoods of lots and lots of minorities that live together. It's ghettoization, but it is what it is. And so say the police want to crack down on those degenerate undesirables, so to say, and they know that they can do so without any risk to their own did I say the gang? The gang, yeah. The gang wants to crack down on people in that neighborhood. They can do so. They can do so easily. However, if they know, even if the government has the information, if they know that every person in that neighborhood statistically has a gun in their house, that gang is going to be a lot less likely by a sheer level of on the sheer level of getting the people who are actually have to go in there to go do that are going to be much less likely to be all gung-ho about it if they know that there's a small chance that somebody could fire back. And yeah, that is the biggest reason I think that people should embrace guns in America, is because it does have a deterrent effect. It means that, yeah, like you will never, nobody, even if there was complete legalization of every weapon and you could literally have like light machine guns or heavy machine guns at your house, you would never be able to stand up against the full might of the military. However, the fact of the matter is that mobilizing the full might of like the military is almost never going to happen. Like it won't happen. And if it was ever to happen, it would be such a PR disaster that the people would undeniably be destroyed. But in the follow-up, people would not stand for that. That would be considered as unforgivable because you make a really loud noise. As it turns out, it's really hard to cover up blowing people up with a drone or a tank or a bomb or anything like that. It's like really, really hard to do that. But it's a lot easier to have a bunch of gang members, that like I said, white nationalist gang members kick down a few doors and beat up on people. But they can't do that if everybody has guns there, because that's an actual reasonable risk to the frontline gang members. And those, so that's the main thing. The point is to raise the threshold by which the gang of white nationalists can and white supremacists can actually like raise the threshold by which they would have to take action. If they wanted to take action, well, they're going to have to make a loud noise. They're going to have to make a mess. They're going to have to attract the attention of the media. They're going to have to make it heard, like what happened this last year. In order for the gang, for the gang of white supremacists to crack down on people, they had to make so much noise that it became that there was a massive protest against this gang that swept across the nation. And so, yeah, that's the reason why I support it. Now, in some, future where we've made some serious progress and we're not like immediately at the threat of toppling over into fascism, I would love to live in a world where not everyone has guns, where there's not like a small risk that one of your neighbors accidentally discharges their firearm and it goes through your floor and hits you while you're sleeping or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but...
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, do you work out the cultural stuff first and, like, could get rid of that fascist problem that we've all got going on around the world? Because white nationalists, they're here in Australia too.
Yeah.
I'm in a small country town and there's Trump supporters wearing Trump hats. In a country Victorian Australian town, like, it's madness how far this has spread.
Yeah.
Do we need to focus on sort of eradicating these crazy nutcase fascists?
Yeah, I mean, I
and
think
then bring up the conversation of like gun control, and maybe we can stop having them in every home, or
100%. I would love to get to a point where we could make those motions. It's just like, it's kind of like you wouldn't lay down, even if you only had like shitty weapons, you wouldn't lay them down if you were next to Nazi Germany, because they would just immediately invade and plow over you. So you have to keep them. It's a necessary evil. And I think that lefties owning firearms in America is a necessary evil. Should be done with great respect. I never want my fellow lefties to put themselves in danger. But the fact of the matter is that communities need to have some amount of protection. They need to be able to, especially if we see a resurgence of what's been going on over the last year of like militia groups, which are heavily armed and will never not be heavily armed. They will keep those guns even if they're illicit guns.
And they're going to keep targeting vulnerable groups and small minority groups, ethnic groups, trans people, gay people. Like Pulse Orlando, that was the big moment that I saw America have their mass shooting, and it felt relatable to me.
Yeah, and the thing that sucks is like,
yeah,
exactly. And the thing is like, there's almost nothing you can do. It's sad, but there's so little that you can do about the problem of mass shootings because we have this state of affairs, and it is a big thing. I think that like breaking down groups like the NRA is going to be hugely important. I think defeating the Republican Party once and for all is going to be really important.
That's the big goal. That's the main one that
it's a big problem. And until then, I am very reluctant to pass gun control that would more easily target marginalized people. Like, for example, I'm very skeptical of this current gun control bill being proposed by Biden, because it focuses so much on criminal background checks. Well, guess who gets arrested for crimes more frequently in this country?
A lot of black people. People of color.
People of color, trans people, sex workers. They get hit for crimes. They are over policed like
and
fuck.
They lose their only defense.
And then they lose their only
defense. Protect him.
Yep. And the thing is that again, they might lose their only defense against literal gangs, like not just the world's biggest gang, but also other gangs. Yeah, like militia groups,
small time gangs and fascists, like
Boogaloo Boys. Shit
we're
like
all
that.
vulnerable.
Yeah.
So
it's frustrating. It's frustrating that we're in this state of affairs, but I don't see a solution outside of I know that lefties will, if we were to reach a point where people could live safely, lefties would be willing to give up their guns. But I just don't see it happening. Also, to answer the question from chat, Reader on the Wall, could you see a huge clampdown on all guns? No, because I think a lot of people who don't live here don't understand how deeply ingrained it is. Like Texas would probably, a large swath of Texas would unironically attempt to secede from the Union if there was even small buyback program. There's like extremism. This is extremism. The Oath Keepers are like have thousands of members, all of whom believe in arming themselves with the highest amount of armaments possible. These people buy illicit grenades. These people buy fucking landmines on the black market. Like, it's ridiculous.
And it's just impossible to do with the amount of guns America has too. Like, there's just no other country has. Well, there's probably heaps of other countries, but to the mass scale, like Australia had a tiny 1% of the amount of guns you've got.
Yeah.
Like, it's unfeasible to say we can get rid of them all in America without sort of dealing with the cultural issues first, and it'll be hundreds of years, I dare say, before Texas is ready to give up their guns.
Also, like, I did my video a while back on the Battle of Blair Mountain. The Battle of Blair Mountain became like such a huge turning point for labor in America, specifically because all of the miners had tons of guns. Like, literally, they had machine guns at that point that they were able to get. Like, fully automatic weapons weren't like severely regulated in the United States until much later on. They had machine guns and set up machine gun nests, and yeah, they got beaten in the end, and a lot of people died. But it made such a huge deal. It was such a disaster. Every newspaper in the nation was talking about how the U.S. military and private militias that were hired by corporations killed a bunch of miners, and it was not easy for them to do. They literally had to call in the help of the U.S. military because the private militia groups couldn't do it, and that made such a stink that it actually turned. It was considered like a big labor win in the long run, even though that's the Battle of Blair Mountain actually failed for the miners and they lost their rights. But across the country, it empowered unions, and it became such a thing that the public opinion turned against corporations and against the U.S. government on that matter. So there is precedent for it. It's just a tough line to walk. Yeah.
And you've got to time it right, especially with everything going on. Like, you've just had an insurrection.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to be taking big steps to piss off these insurrectionaries that will retaliate.
Yeah, they will.
The moment you try and take them.
Yeah.
It's just not feasible at all at the moment.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. So, but yeah, that's my position on gun control. I would really love, really love to see a future where this isn't the type of conversation we have to have. But the fact of the matter, again, the state of America right now, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. And so that's why I don't make gun control a big priority. And I tend to just advocate in favor of lefty gun ownership and sensible gun restrictions like, waiting periods and safety mechanisms and, serial number laws that let you keep track of the guns so they don't get lost and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
Hope that makes sense.
100% agree with you.
Yeah. I don't know, Sathers. I don't know if there is. Yeah. Cool. Anyway, I really appreciate you coming on. Did you have any other things you wanted to hit me with before we go do the Vosh bullshit?
Absolutely. I'll hit you with thank you for your advocacy, because you being out there means that the world is going to change at some point.
Hope so.
So, Comrade Andy, over here, and I'll just give myself a little shout out if you
Please
like
do, please
drag.
do.
If you like drag queens and a little bit of makeup artistry, follow The Only Ziggy Richards on Instagram, and I'll be doing YouTube and streaming hopefully soon. So fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Demon Mama.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Yay, Ziggy! Yay, Ziggy! Amazing. Amazing. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, sure. I'll look at this one. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do some fluff. We've done a lot of stuff this week. I can do some commentary over a Vosh vid. Yeah. 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 Let's do it. How many viewers we got now? How we doing? How's YouTube chat? Damn, we still doing good. 200 plus viewers. Wow. Holy shit. Damn. What a great night. We've had a great night tonight. We'll see if if Trihex still wants to chit chat. Hopefully Trihex wants to come by. That'd be great. Yeah, top 0.01%. True. Let's do it. Let's do some React. I haven't done React. Let's react, okay? Vouch. Vouch. Patrick Baby. Yes, I agree, Mr. Krabs. I agree. Vouch. Let's do it. Damn. This is a big video. Let's do it. Are we ready? Are you ready? Wait, that's not right. There we go. Let's do it.
So
hell yeah, Gay
I've
Fesh.
noticed that usually after I have a big argument with Destiny, him and his community latch, and this is my perception, him and his community latch on to one or two very specific misinterpretations of the things that I said, and they meme it into oblivion. The last time they did it with the submitting to the mob take, which unfortunately repeated engagements with Destiny's community has led me to believe they still don't know what I was saying. And I don't know why, because I think I made it clear, but
True
yeah.
though.
The
They
meme
do
that
that.
came out of this one was that Vosh is okay with lying.
Sorry, we gotta
if
do
it
it.
suits his political agenda. That's the thing. There's like a half dozen subreddit posts in his community saying exactly that, which is interesting.
Thank you, the Hyrillian.
For a couple of reasons that I'm about to get to. Normally, I don't think it's worthwhile to address stuff like this because I find that most of the communities that dislike me online are uncharitable, which means that even if you present them information that I think like reasonably leads to a given point, they don't accept it because they don't like you, or at least that's a kind of uncharitability. This is the way I feel about tankies and the woke scolds, and you know, I haven't put much effort into clearing up the shit Nazis believe about me either. Because you think they'd believe me if I gave them a rational explanation for any of the crazy shit they say about me? No. And unfortunately, I'm getting the, maybe not the exact same, but a comparable type of uncharitability from some elements of Destiny's community. So I want to address it, okay? So with regards to the accusation, there are like half a dozen Reddit threads. There are people in the Twitter threads memeing about this, saying that I'm okay with lying if it suits my political agenda. One of those threads I actually posted to Twitter. The title of it was something
Cheese
like
whales.
Vosh is
Those are
as
good, too.
dangerous as Trump, or no, it was like Vosh's approach to information is as dangerous as Trump.
Remember the post they did about me? How to deal with the demon mama question? This is the shit we're talking about. This is the shit I've been talking about.
Here, I'll find the exact title, because if I misremember it, they'll accuse me of lying. Here it is. I don't think people realize how dangerous Vosh's position really is. It's comparable to the dangers of Trump. And because this is a supremely funny title, I posted it to Twitter. And funnily enough, they actually said that me posting the title of this Reddit post was misinformation because I didn't also post the content of the post. Which, if you take it to its logical conclusion, means that anytime you post the title of something without including the entirety of its content,
Cheese whales are a different brand.
In fact, I think if you go to this post now, the majority of the comments are about saying that I proved his point. Very Trumpian of me to post a screenshot of a title, which I guess means anytime you post that title of Tucker Carlson's conversation with Ian Miles Chong, where it says like "Gamer Man Afraid of Women," or that Styx Hexenhammer title, "Why Feminism is Why I Can't Date Women," Part 2 out of 17 or something. That's actually misinformation. Oof. Anytime you ever show any piece of information without showing every and all qualifying and characterizing piece of information associated with it, it's Trumpian. I get annoyed by stuff like this because when you're dealing with an uncharitable community, it really doesn't matter how you handle things because misinformation exists in a spectrum. If you really want to, I mean really, 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 really want to, you could accuse every human being on Earth of engaging in misinformation to some extent or another. The easiest one you can do is accuse them of flatly, openly lying, which you can normally catch people in and I don't think is acceptable in any case. But then there are half-truths, and then there are sort of not half-truths, but you're only providing enough information to imply X or Y.
Imply.
And if you lean in on it hard enough, everybody engages in this behavior to some extent. CGP Grey is a really great YouTuber.
True. I agree.
You know, CGP Grey? They did all the videos on different types of voting systems. However, there are some elements of CGP's Grey's videos that are a little bit misrepresentative. The monarchy video is an example where they left out certain chunks of information that Sean covered in one of his videos. Because CGP and Sean both have an ideological bias. Now, depending on how charitable I wanted to be to CGP Grey, I could say that he was deliberately lying, that he is a peddler of misinformation, and that he should be deplatformed off the internet. But frankly, I think that'd be a little ridiculous. The problem that I have with stuff like this is that the degree of uncharitability that's assigned to me from Destiny's community is so severe that I genuinely don't know if anything I'm ever going to say is going to, like, register. To be clear, this is a community.
That's what I've been saying.
Supervised by Destiny, a guy who is obsessed with logical consistency, who impugned me for not controlling my community enough when he got departnered off of Twitch because a couple people in my community, including my partner, and a mod of mine made comments about reporting him for it, except my partner made the comment in a live stream chat, which means that it was on screen in view for about 2 seconds, and the mod's comment got deleted the moment that I noticed it. Meanwhile, when somebody in Destiny's community says,
the
and this was right
receipts.
after, by the way.
The receipts.
So are the exploits for Vosh's site fixed yet, or still open for abuse? And Destiny says, ooh, if you know any, you should post and or abuse them, Lamau. No clue how many fixed exploits are public or not. Go get 'em, champ. So, to my knowledge, he never owned up to this, or like apologized. I think at one point somebody brought him up, and
He also flatly lied to Xander Hall when questioned about this.
He said it was a meme, which, like, okay.
Oh, of course.
Conveniently, after the departnering, I think Destiny entered his nihilist arc where he said he didn't care about being, like, honest anymore, or he didn't care about, like, being consistent or something like that. Anyway, like, this is where I'm getting criticism from, okay? Like, honestly. And if my community was on the fucking patrol trying to find...
Hi, Krusty Crew.
Criticisms or inconsistencies about a person's position, like for Destiny, you'd be able to find some, because everyone engages in this stuff. So, I want to explain the reason why Destiny's community says that I'm
I
okay
got more
with lying
receipts than this.
for, political gain. And then I want to explain why that's wrong. And unironically, why them saying that is misinformation.
But we're focusing on Vosh's situation now because I want to react. I want to react. I want to do the reacting. I want to do that shit. The lazy Andy stuff.
Oh, Destiny's claim was that he was trying to tell chat to report it? Oh, I'm saying so he said that if you find exploits in the site, you should post and or abuse them.
Lazy
he was trying to
Andrea.
do bug fix. Okay, gotcha. Of course, naturally, you know.
Yeah.
How could you expect anything else? What other possible
Pepe posting, right? Look at all those
outcome could
Pepes.
there be to that? By the way, I've never lied like that. You can trawl through my whole fucking history.
Same.
I've never lied as shamelessly and as deliberately and as blatantly as that.
Jesus.
And that's just one example. But maybe it's uncharitable of me to assume that. In the debate that I had with Destiny, I said at one point, after he said that the left was engaging in misinformation by saying Breonna Taylor died in her sleep, I said something along the lines of, who cares? There was conversation surrounding that. I don't remember all the specifics. I have a really bad memory. But at some point in that conversation, I think I must have given him and other people the impression that I don't care about lies if the lies suit my political agenda, which is not true. If you follow any of my content, you will know that I have always been fastidious about honesty. If you know, I have corrected you guys on where Breonna Taylor died. If you know, in the debate with Destiny itself, I repeatedly said that I really liked Unlearning Economics video because it pointed out the misinformation in Philosophy Tube's video.
Yes.
And
Busy Bee,
corrected
yes.
it. So in the conversation that I had itself, I was adamant about the necessity of qualifying and clarifying and correcting misinformation.
Yeah, this is something that Vosh is really good about. I've been watching Vosh a long time, and one of the things I've always appreciated is that he's like painfully honest about stuff. And when he's wrong about something, like he has made multiple videos correcting himself. That's pretty fucking good. That's pretty good. It's very rare for a content creator to ever do that, especially a streamer.
And if you look back through the history of my channel,
it's something I really appreciate about him. Even when he's fucked up really big, even when Vosh is fucked up pretty big, he's made videos. He made videos about some of his like the whole multiple dramas he's made videos about. Oh, for sure. Yeah, especially when we're comparing to fucking Destiny.
I think I've said this multiple times. In a utilitarian sense, I think there are severe consequences to encouraging misinformation. See, on a very surface level, if it's like if you tell a lie and there are good outcomes, that's good, right? Well, there's a problem with that. No system lives on its lies forever, and eventually everyone comes to account. Even if the left were somehow able to like sweep national offices
Anthony Minty is so
off of
stupid.
disinformation. I mean, to just take it from A to Z. Even if we were able to win off of that,
Real life loot boxes.
we won off lies.
Real life
And that
loot
may be
boxes.
great in the short term, but in the long term, we have destroyed our ability to meaningfully criticize ourselves, because the followers of those lies, the people who believe in them, probably don't know their lies. That's generally how it goes with these political movements, right? The people on top lie and the people on bottom obey those lies. Which means that the people on the bottom, now having been fed misinformation, no longer have the ability to accurately address, clarify, correct, or criticize any of the political positions that they support. And that has devastating long-term consequences. Somebody here says, Vosh, you literally said last stream you wanted more grifters on the left. Yes, because I don't care if a person is sincere about their belief in leftism when they push it. Being a grifter doesn't necessarily mean you're lying about the claims you make.
Yes.
It means you're being dishonest.
Yeah, this is a
about
really
what
easy
you
one.
believe.
This is like a really easy fucking no, it says raw. This is a really easy distinction, and people I don't understand how so many fucking people misunderstood this. It feels like it was motivated. This is an incredibly easy distinction. A grifter is somebody who's dishonest about what they believe. They are pushing something for the clout. Yeah, that doesn't mean that that means they're like maybe dishonest about who they are, but they're not lying about necessarily the stuff they're putting forward. This is an obvious, yeah, sure, the guy who could. You can also come on if you want to after we're done with this. Yeah, it's still a buzzword, but I don't know. What do they think that means? A liar? I don't know.
If a grifter can be insincere while pushing nothing but truthful information.
Yeah, true.
So, and I clarified that, I think,
I
in that
would rather
context.
that too, Busy Bee. I would rather that as well, but I don't care. Like, if I found out that Vosh was being a socialist for the money and just kept doing that because it was good money, who cares? He's doing a good job. I don't care if he's a character. I don't care. I mean, I do prefer people being honest, like, greatly, but I don't care. I don't care either. Why should I care? Like, that's like being like, it's like being disappointed when you find out that the Undertaker isn't actually dead, that he's not actually a zombie. It's like, yeah, okay, so what? Like, I mean, that's obviously a little different, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, he's not, unfortunately.
If you're a grifter, like, you can push nothing but truthful information, but internally, you can think, like, I don't give a fuck about leftism. I don't give a fuck about politics. I don't care. I'm just here for the money.
Every politician,
still
basically?
bad optics, though. There is grifting on every side of the political aisle. If you think about, say, for example, Candace Owens and all of the good that she has done for pushing conservatism, I say good here in the with the largest possible quotation marks. My fingers can't get big enough, you know. Then, to put it frankly, I just don't care about sincerity. I care about truth. Does that make sense? I hope you understand that there's a difference between those two things. Grifting doesn't mean you're lying about the things you're saying. It just means that your intentions aren't sincere. I would prefer we were all sincere in our advocacy for leftism.
Likewise.
But if somebody just wants to make money off of it, and in the process of making money, they push a lot of people towards the left, okay. As long as they're honest and good, they do good there. But that's not the same as thinking it's okay to lie for political gain. Those are two completely separate claims. You can criticize me for my ambivalence towards grifting. You can. That's fine. But that isn't the same claim as I'm okay with lying to suit a political agenda. Now, as I said, right now, there are a bunch of threads on Destiny subreddit saying that I'm okay
there was
with
a bit,
lying,
Kaizen.
which again, I don't
Not
think
a
is
whole
a
lot,
charitable read. But I'm going to explain my position on this in its totality. Okay? So I just said, I don't think that lying for political gain is good. Anybody who's watched me for any length of time knows that. But this is the way uncharitability works. You can have years and years of a consistent position, and then people will still very deliberately and uncharitably misinterpret one statement that you make in a yelly debate live stream, and then run with that. And they're like, actually, everything that Vosh has said before and everything that he will say after, those are all lies. This one instance, this one interpretation, this right here, that's actually what he believes. He finally let it slip. You hold people to that standard, you can get anybody on anything, okay? Anybody on anything.
True.
But here's my position. Here's the position that was being misinterpreted, and I want to see if you guys agree with it, okay? Misinformation exists on a spectrum. The farther towards truth you go, the more subjective the qualification for misinformation gets.
I'll check that out
Sometimes
after this, Jeena.
misinformation is really obvious, like an open lie. Pretty much every conservative channel engages in flagrant and open and completely objective misinformation. And most people sometimes do as well, including me and including Destiny. It's not good, but it's a thing that happens. But even the most rigorous channels, especially from live streamers who don't have the opportunity of editing everything they say, will engage in misinformation
refresh
to
it,
some extent.
Joyson.
Sometimes it's lying. Sometimes it's posting a half-truth. Sometimes it's uncharitable representation of another person's position. I could accuse Destiny of that plenty. That's the feeling that I get. I think all of those fall under the blanket umbrella of misinformation. And my argument is that because everybody engages in it to some extent or another, and I mean everyone. I'm sure, by the way, that if I was an astronomer or a biologist or an astrophysicist, I would be able to find misinformation on in a Kurzgesagt video. You know Kurzgesagt, the really cute animated videos about science and tech and stuff like that, and like sociology and anthropology. If I was educated enough, and I'm not, by the way, those aren't any of my fields. If I was, I could probably find a few points of misinformation. Everything, you know? Fuck, man. Even academic studies have replication errors and methodology problems that I was trained in my classes.
It doesn't do that anymore.
To learn how to analyze. If you get right down to it, even the most the most basic factual bedrock of the types of arguments that we make, even those can be susceptible to misinformation. So yeah, all information is infinitely complex. There's no such thing as perfect knowledge. True, and even more importantly, charitability and fair interpretation are also something you have to look out for, because as a public figure, what matters isn't just what you say, it's how people interpret it. So even if you say everything truthful and you say nothing but the truth and you don't leave out anything, the tone with which you say truthful things can still convey misinformation to an audience. This is
well, yeah,
absolutely
that's the point, Violet. That's the point. The point is that that misinformation exists on a spectrum. That's the point. The point is that there's a million types of it, but you have to be able to distinguish the difference. It's like the conversation I had earlier today about the difference between lefties misinformation and righties misinformation. A couple of minor factual errors here or there is meaningless in the big picture. You can always correct those. They might be a small mistake. It might be a misremembering. Human knowledge isn't fucking perfect. But there's a difference between misremembering something or stating something slightly incorrect and completely lying about a situation. Yeah. Not all misinformation is disinfo. Yes.
Fact. Like, nobody in linguistics would disagree with me on that. So, well, they might not like the term misinformation, which I'm using in a very blanket way, but yeah. We're not calculators. There's just more nuance to language. There's too much for us to be perfect in all respects. So, oh yeah, 1350 is a good example. The 1350 phrase is technically correct. Well, the numbers aren't exactly that, but it's technically correct. But it's used in wildly dishonest ways
Yeah, it
all
is.
the time. And you guys know that because I've talked about that. So what do I think should be done about this? This is my position because I'm a utilitarian. I think that you should respond to misinformation in a way which is proportionate to the amount and severity of that misinformation. That's my position, which is why in that debate I said, who cares, with response to the 500,000 like tweet saying Breonna Taylor died in her bed. Because that's an example of a piece of misinformation, which is, I'm going to guess, not malicious. I doubt the person tweeting that actually knew she died in the hallway and then said in the bed. I imagine, like most people, that she just has a simplified and uninformed version of the series of events in her head. And so did the people who liked it. I don't think this is like some malicious thing. Not only was it not malicious, I imagine, but it also was fairly trivial compared to the truth of the matter. She dies here, she dies there. We're not misrepresenting some critical element like she drew a gun and fired at the cops in the door frame.
No,
or
this
she
is a
charged them
minor
or
error.
something like that. We're not like...
It's just, this is the thing that gets me. The thing that gets me is that we have to have these conversations online because of certain actors who, like, I feel like this entire thing, like this whole charitability discussion is such, it's such a way, it's like, it's an attrition tactic is what it feels like. Everyone knows, yeah, does it matter if she died in her bed or 6 feet from her bed? Not really, actually. This is like, it's the pedantry thing, right? Like if you said, yeah, I was sitting down with my friend and I was having a Coke. And then somebody goes, actually, you were having a Pepsi, you liar. And it's like, oh, sorry, I thought I had a Coke. It's like, it doesn't really change the purpose of the story. You were having a drink with your friend. It is important to try to be as accurate as possible, but there is various levels of misinformation, and this is irrelevant.
Misinformation.
Tab, yeah.
But I would consider it relatively trivial compared to, say, conservative channels. Now, my concern here is that selectively choosing who to go after for misinformation and doing so in...
Who gets targeted? Who keeps getting targeted? Who keeps getting targeted is a good question, isn't it?
In a way which is disproportionate.
We know who keeps getting
can
targeted.
Actually be a form of misinformation in and of itself. Destiny himself said this about Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. Julian Assange released a bunch of negative information about the DNC, and Destiny pointed out correctly that while transparency is good, selective transparency that only reveals information on one of the two major political parties while leaving the other one untouched, that's not transparency. That's misinformation, because you're giving the people...
Yeah, I don't disagree, Illa Divine.
Destiny is far more concerned with being the smartest in the room than he is with making the world a better place. He would rather be right than be helpful.
I don't know why it's doing that, Bert. Thank you, Illa Divine. I appreciate that.
Who get that information the impression that only the DNC has dirt on it and that the RNC doesn't have anything within it worth looking at.
Yeah,
I think
do have
Julian
two
Assange
OBS
said
open
something
right now.
like,
That's weird.
they're so dumb, everyone
I'll have to
can
figure
see
out how to
what's wrong
fix
with
that.
them. But he criticized Julian Assange for
Don't
that.
literally go
Yeah, it's a
brr.
lie by omission in a respect. In a respect, it's a bias that incurs a certain set of outcomes. Destiny knows this. So, since Destiny knows this, I think it would logically follow that one is of the opinion that selectively targeting certain groups or certain individuals for misinformation in a way which is disproportionate might
life
itself
must exist.
convey misinformation. Which is why I'm so critical of Destiny for saying the level of misinformation on the left and the right is equal. That is an insane position. I want to be perfectly clear about this. That's a delusional position. When Destiny says the amount of misinformation on the online left and the online right is equivalent or even comparable,
Thank you.
that is misinformation. That is I don't know if he's deliberately lying, but that is wrong. But in the pursuit of that belief, he seems more interested in attacking or impugning. Booksmart's got Destiny to walk that back yesterday. Okay, that's nice. I'm happy to hear that because that is an absolutely ridiculous position. So if he's walked
Booksmart's, I actually feel kind of bad for Booksmart's Booksmarts is like literally will be like Booksmarts will be like Destiny is my friend, and then Destiny calls him bookfucker. Like that's all he calls him. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's actually pitiable. It makes me sad. I'm serious. It happened on Vosh's stream. I was watching it. Vosh had Booksmarts on, and Booksmart was like, well, you know, Destiny is a friend of mine. The night before, Destiny kept calling Booksmarts, called him, oh, you mean bookfucker? You mean bookfucker? You gonna bring bookfucker on here next? Whew. Oof. That's a cringe moment. Yeah, they call him bookfucker.
That
It's
back,
pretty depressing.
Then I won't impugn that. I still think that was a ridiculous thing to ever say at any point. It's you by any standard, by any metric, you can objectively disprove that. Any conservative channel versus even Ben Shapiro is one of the more level-headed conservative channels. Even that, it's just relentless, the misinformation. I think you should respond to misinformation in a way which is proportional to the severity of the misinformation. So since everybody engages in misinformation to some extent, if I think the misinformation is relatively trivial, relatively insubstantial, and relatively harmless, I won't go as hard against it as information or misinformation, which I find to be incredibly harmful or incredibly destructive. Like COVID denialism, for example, which is a staple amongst conservative channels. I think these are incomparable in this respect.
Awesome, Jeena.
And this is where I bring it all together. Thank you for following me.
Booksmart said on Vosh's stream that sometimes Destiny made him afraid that he wouldn't be friends with him anymore. Destiny's so abusive. That's so fucked. Oh, yeah. That's true, Landricities. Yeah, that's so fucked. It's so fucked.
Up to this point. Much in the same way that Julian Assange used selective transparency to convey an
I do remember that, Joyless Llama.
Picture of the political landscape in America, selective and disproportionate response to misinformation also contributes to an inaccurate understanding of the online political landscape. Like calling Big Joel a subhuman degenerate piece of shit for talking about the debate that he had with Destiny on Twitter afterwards. He claimed that Big Joel misrepresented his position, but for the life of me, when I looked at that Twitter thread, it seemed like it was accurate because Destiny did
just
say
got a message from
kill a
Trihex.
person for trying to steal your sandwich.
Looks like we got Trihex on. Danny, we might have to edit this and stitch this together. Let's see. It looks like we're going to be talking to Trihex. Hell yeah. There we go. Let's see. Here, real quick, while we're waiting, here we go. While we're waiting, give me a second here. While we're waiting, I'll show you. Oh, look at the time. I want to show you the new thing. Look at this. Yo, look at this. Look at this. Look at Jeena's new thing. Oh my God. Jeena. Oh my God, Jeena. This is so good. This is so good. I love it. This is so good. The T-Rex back here. I seem really calm today? Nah, I was spicy earlier. I guess I've been kind of calm today. Yo, Glooby, we might have a Trihex on. You know Trihex, Glooby? I'm sure you do. Thumbnail, yeah. Jeena's thumbnails are always on point. Oh, I can't believe that we found that fucking video of Sheep Dude. Oh, what's the trans dino meme? There was a conversation with CTV in which he equated trans people to the T-Rex in Jurassic Park because they were spliced with DNA or something. Spliced with incomplete DNA or some shit. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It's pretty embarrassing. Yeah, it was pretty questionable. Spliced with lizard or frog DNA. Yeah, something. It was really weird. I think I could find it. I think Dylan put it up on his channel. Let's see if I can find the clip. Let's see. I don't know. I think Dylan put it up on. If anybody has the clip, I'll play it. If anybody has it, I don't remember where to find it. I'm sure somebody knows where to find it. You always wanted to be a dinosaur? Yeah, dinosaurs are pretty cool. You know, dinosaurs are chill. Let's see. Just got Trihex's message. Just waiting for Trihex to respond. Let's see. Oh, hey, I just got invited to do an AMA on the politics Discord. I just got invited to do an AMA on the politics Discord. I guess I'm moving up in the world. That's pog. Kind of a wild place, but it'll probably be fun. Yeah, it's Doobie. Yeah, it's Doobie. But it might be fun. Yeah, I think Doobie's the admin, yeah. Which one? What Discord call? Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's talk while we wait for Trihex. Here. Come on in, the guy who could. Just come in the Discord server and I'll jump in the waiting room. The guy who could. Jump in the waiting room. Don't you have like did you have a critique or something for me? I can't remember. We're just waiting to hear back from Trihex. Yo! Uh-oh, it's deleted. It's deleted. Hold on, let me check it. I think that's deleted. Let's double check. Maybe not. Hey, here it goes. Hey, here it goes.
Because it would be the same argument that they made at Jurassic Park.
What do you mean? Wait, what are you talking about Jurassic Park for?
Well,
How are trans women not women?
Well,
and besides, like, your
if you're
idea
gonna
of
ask the
genitalia-
question, shut the fuck up.
I will say I am deathly curious about Jurassic Park right now. I would love you to explain to me about this.
Now, it's the same argument that would be had at Jurassic Park, right? Now, were the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park dinosaurs, or were they genetically mutated monsters that were put on for entertainment purposes? They were not dinosaurs, right? And we knew this if we watched the movies. And in this case, just because you change your body and you did not develop it naturally doesn't make you the same. It makes you similar, but not the same.
Oh, no one's saying that trans women.
You said there's a separation of the mind and body, which I said, yep, there is
No,
a
I said
separation of
the
the mind and
part of
body,
the
in
body.
which case, right, which is,
And wait, what do you mean they weren't dinosaurs in Jurassic Park?
they weren't. They were genetically mutated monsters that were mixed with frog DNA.
Is that what they said? Does anyone remember the line "genetically mutated monsters from frogs"?
Yeah.
They used the frog DNA to fill in
The
the
editing
code,
is so good.
Not that they weren't dinosaurs. They
They
even
weren't
said
dinosaurs.
welcome to like.
I think the only thing is I think I might get hit for the music. Ah, well, whatever.
It said, "Welcome to the world of dinosaurs."
Did
What
you
about
not see
Stupid
The Lost
Banner said,
World?
Not welcome to the world of
You didn't see
monsters,
The Lost World, did you?
abominations.
You didn't see The Lost World, did you? Because they went into that in detail, right? But
I
I
can't believe
understand.
we're going movies, which
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll see.
are totally fiction.
Amazing. Told you. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I think that was hey, it's Vadim who did that. Yeah. Here we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. You had a thing you wanted to hit me with, right?
Yeah, I had okay, so during your panel with, I can't remember his name. Oh my god, the person was literally just on screen talking about the dinosaur stuff.
Oh,
I can't remember his
CTV,
name.
yeah.
CTV. Okay, so something came to my mind while he was discussing his position on gun control.
Sure.
And how he basically said he didn't have a position in which he would advocate for the federal government to intervene in the issue because it goes against the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
So the issue that I have with his position is that he's coming at it from a strict constitutional standpoint, where it's I'm interpreting it from the moment I'm interpreting the Constitution when it was written and amended by the Anti-Federalists and ratified by the states, right?
Yeah, an
But the issue-
originalist, I think, is what they call that position. It's very silly.
Yeah, I know. And the problem that I have with it is like, if you take like a basic AP government course, one of the biggest things that they drill you in on with like the Supreme Court cases that you're supposed to recognize that like after the Reconstruction Amendments, like every single civil lawsuit, they use the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment to say that like if the state has violated a constitutional amendment in the United States Constitution, the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause requires the state to have the same, the same floor, the same like basic baseline for every single citizen, regardless of which state you're in.
Yeah.
And the problem that I have with that is that like his argument is the federal shouldn't get involved, but your state can get involved. And then I'm like, okay, I look back at the Supreme Court cases that I'm drilled into my head.
Yeah.
And I'm like, one of the cases I believe was called McDonald v. Chicago. How freaking ironic Chicago gets brought up.
Right.
I may be misremembering or creating a straw man of the summary, but the basic gist of it was that Chicago basically through a legal loophole banned semi-automatic pistols, not rifles, pistols.
Yeah.
And a black man from like a very poor neighborhood was like, this is an infringement on our rights. He sued the local governance, and it went up to the appellate court, and then it went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court disagreed with the appellate court, and they were like, no, the city could not have done that. That infringes on the Second Amendment. And their argument of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause is valid. So you can infringe on the Second Amendment rights. And I'm like, okay, if you take that specific precedent from that case, you basically realize that his argument is, I don't want the Second Amendment to be regulated in any way. I want all guns to basically be given to everybody because states basically don't have a right to infringe on people's Second Amendment. I may be creating a straw man from that argument.
Yeah.
But
no, I do think it's a problem. Like this is why I can't stand like originalist positions, because they're too rigid. They're not able to actually adjust with changing times. I don't think that it's a matter of whether the founding fathers could predict advanced weaponry so much as it is they couldn't predict other things. Like, for example, it would be great if it was like a matter of states' rights in an era when you can't cross state lines in less than an hour in a car that most people have. You know what I mean? Like, in the past, there was like, it would be ridiculous. The idea of like carrying arms across state lines unless you lived at like the border of the town of the state was ridiculous. But now anybody can do it. You get a car, you can take a fucking bus if you want to. It's we have to be able to adjust laws for the future. And I don't think that like forever staying married to a constitutional originalist position is particularly valuable, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And the thing that I find so problematic with his argument is that like the federal government, there's so many cases where state government, the federal government has infringed on people's rights that were clearly outlined in the Bill of Rights and the subsequent amendments.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is that like the point of having those rights there is so that the government needs to protect them.
Yeah.
And in some part, they basically outline when these rights are not absolute. Like freedom of speech, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's illegal. Like you can be prosecuted for that. But like when it comes to the Second Amendment, it sounds like his argument is we shouldn't have any regulation. And I know that's
that was his argument. Yeah. No, that was pretty close to his argument. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is that like there has to be some like common ground that he has to realize that it's stupid to argue that, because like with enough historical precedent, you can basically be like, well, the state really doesn't have a right, and the federal government doesn't have a right to really regulate the Second Amendment. So I guess we could basically give all felons that were convicted of like very serious crimes, like, murder and domestic abuse, they can just have guns and there's no issue with that. And there's nothing that the federal government can do. And I'm like, that's such a horrible position to take. And I know that like if somebody were to pin him into a corner, he would obviously have to like capitulate and say, yes, I agree with this. But then you have to basically go through like the process step by step of like, you do realize that the point of the Constitution is the government is supposed to outline all your rights, but they also say that your rights are not absolute. There are regulations to what you can do.
Yeah.
And I think for the Second Amendment, like, that should also be true. But his position of like the federal government shouldn't be involved just goes against what the Constitution stands for.
It's one of those things where it's kind of like with abortion, where if abortion isn't guaranteed on a federal level to some degree, then states will just make it, they'll make it as so difficult to attain an abortion that it's functionally illegal. And that seems like almost a reverse of the situation, where in this case, by means of the Second Amendment, they like the CTV type position would actually restrict state governments from being able to legislate it at all, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like in the panel, like, his position was such a weird place to go on, because everybody was like, we need some form of federal regulation that's common sense. But he was the one person who was like, I want the states to have like, states' rights, the like common Republican, like, talking point of like, states' rights are always so important. The government has too much power. And I feel like the problem with like decentralizing all the power that the government could have over the states is that it leaves too much wiggle room, and the institutions of like the Supreme Court can have a sway on what a state's rights are, because they're like, they gave themselves the power to say, we're the referees of the government, we say what's constitutional and what's unconstitutional. So if what we say is unconstitutional, everybody has to follow that standard now. That's what the Supreme Court has done in the history of the United States, and nobody disagrees with that. But like, the position that he has, it's like, there's so many ways that it doesn't work with how the government really functions. It's just, it's like the worst position you could possibly take on this issue. Like,
It is.
No, we don't want federal involvement. And I'm like, how could you say that?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that's CTV. I don't know how many conversations you've seen with CTV, but he is very fond of. He literally has advocated in the past that the United States should expand itself such that every single other country on the planet is a state of the United States. It's stupid. It's not even a sensical position, but that's what he does. So, well,
yeah.
Thanks for coming on and giving me some info. That's like super interesting. That's like above even what I had gone in there with. Yeah.
Yeah, because like, I feel like people give me a lot of credit for being incredibly smart, but I'm just like, I don't feel like I'm creating, like, I'm not being very creative with what I have. It's just that, like, I don't know what standard I put over myself to like put myself in this like death vice of being so defeatist and so like very critical of myself. But I'm hoping that like this conversation has given you like, oh, if somebody brings up gun control, like, you could talk about precedents the Supreme Court has had on issues relating to guns, and how it could technically not work in the current system, because the Supreme Court has basically made itself an extension of the legislative branch, because it says what the law is. And there's no way to change that. It's a super precedent. Nobody's going to argue what judicial review is and whether or not the Supreme Court should have it.
Yeah.
It's set in stone. There's no way to change it.
Yeah. No, that's super, super helpful information, seriously. And you seem to have quite a lot of good info. I wouldn't worry so much about like feeling bad about not being creative with it or whatever. I'm sure you'll find a way. Just keep your eyes open and be observant, and stuff like this will arrive. You just got to get good at identifying opportunities to apply your knowledge. And I appreciate that a lot. So thank you for coming on and telling me.
Yeah. One more thing, just one more
Sure.
thing.
Hit me with one more thing.
I saw the community post for the Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts being on the Epic Games. So
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, and then I found out it was $250.
And I'm like, the all-in-one package includes 1.5, 2.5 HD remix, 2.8 HD final chapter prologue, and 3, excluding Remind, for like $60, but it usually goes on sale for $20 on like PSN. So it's like, they're really trying to like steal your money.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It blew my mind. I was super hyped. I'm like, oh, I can play it on PC. That means I don't gotta set up a capture card or anything. But nope. So I don't know. We're gonna have to figure something out. I don't think I can justify spending $250 on Kingdom Hearts. I think I'll just have to bite the bullet and buy a capture card and set up my PlayStation in here at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. Anyway, I hope that you enjoy replaying Kingdom Hearts 1.
I think I
because
will.
I know. Yeah, you did say you wanted to replay the whole series before
I
you
do.
went back into 3.
Yes.
So like, yeah.
I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. Chain of Memory story is good, but I never really liked the card system, so I watched all the cutscenes online. I hope that like
I love
you
the
just-
card system. I'll cream it. You can enjoy. I was very good at that.
Yeah, I really hope that when I catch one of your streams about on Chain of Memories that you just like use the slight system so well, because that thing like it was a whole different language. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. You have a wonderful night, and thank you so much.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let me DM. Let me ping Trihex here real quick. I gotta see. Let's see. I gotta go to the Twitch. Let's see. Let's see.
Gabby was gaming in her.
Let's see. Let's see. I'll ping Trihex on here. Let's see. Oh, that's probably why. Hopefully he'll respond. Let's see. I'll wait and see then. I don't want to be too pushy. I don't want to be too pushy. But I do want to chat with Trihex. Seriously. Hades is so good. Yo, Hades is so good. Damn. Yeah, Hades is awesome. Like, it's seriously good. I've played so much of it, though. I'll wait. We'll see if he's up for it. All right. Well, let's see. We'll give it 1 minute. And then we'll... Oh, thank you so much. I mean, I got a little mad at the end, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's all right. I appreciate the kind words. Sometimes people get a little frustrated with me. But, you know, such is life. Yeah, I got passionate. Yeah, it was real. I noticed that, Gayfesh. It was awesome. No, Death's Defiance is good. Death's Defiance is really good. It's not cheating, I promise you. Yeah, we'll do more Vosh video, but I want to make sure, I want to see if we can get this, I don't want to make the job too hard for Danny. I want to see if we can get through to Trihex. I'm just going to wait until he's done with this boss, and then I'll ping him. Yo, he's got a heart rate monitor. That's so cool. All right, let's see. Ah, it's followers only chat. I have to wait then. Bing. All right, we'll see. Damn it. Stupid fucking Twitch. You have to be following for 10 minutes. Haven't been. Wah, wah. Goddamn Twitch. It's okay. You have a sub? Yeah, Cyborg, if you want to let him know. Maybe he'll check. Maybe he'll check now. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just really jazzed to talk to Trihex. Let me see here. Yeah, I could do that. That'd be fun. Oh, Cyborg, you can just, Oh, hey, cool. Let's see. God, this game is so good. Fuck. I wish I could show you, but I can't. Thank you. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Oh, really? That's awesome. I hope it was a good debate. Ah.
Easy does it.
Let's see. I love this part. I love Eurydice. One of my favorite characters.
Fuck, I didn't want to do that, dude. God damn it. I picked the wrong one. You were skipping dialogue, dude. Oh my god, fuck me.
Oof. Oof, that hurts. Grab the wrong ability. Oof. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I know this is boring. Don't worry. We'll get more content after this. I promise. Let's see. Yeah, Hades is cool as shit. Here. I don't think you can restream though on with YouTube, with Twitch partners. Can't do it. Not allowed.
Dude. I feel like I'm too tired of
Oh, it's okay. Oh, it's all right.
Not yet.
Missed the opportunity by like 3 minutes. Damn it. Yeah, it's all good. All right, no worries. No worries. Oh, it's so good. Here, look, I'll show you real quick. Look. Gameplay is awesome. I could play some of this. Maybe I'll do a bonus here at the end of the stream after we do the Vosh thing. Maybe I'll play some Hades for y'all. That might be fun. Oh, I could watch this game forever. All right, well, whatever. If he decides he wants to, then we will. All right, Joysons, have a good night. Thanks for coming by. Happy to have you. All right, let's do this. Let's finish this Vosh video, huh? Let's finish the Vosh video. Ah, we tried. We tried. It's all good. All right, let's continue.
Or saying that Philosophy Tube is a liar whose channel should be deleted. If that's a position you hold,
isn't that there we go. By the way, I know we're just jumping right back into it, but Destiny said the same shit about me. By the way. In fact, the word that he used, let me quote exactly. I wish that she would just die and disappear from the internet forever. Nice.
VTube, I would think.
Oh yeah, and Lexi. Yep, same thing about Lexi. Interesting. Yeah, a bit of a pattern, yeah.
Destiny probably engages in more misinformation than Philosophy Tube. Or I should say, since that's a little bit inaccurate, I would say not more disinformation, because that's difficult to quantify. I would say the consequences of the misinformation from Destiny can be far worse. Because I didn't see anything from Philosophy Tube as stupid as the online left and the online right are equally dishonest. I didn't see it. I haven't seen anything from Abigail that comes in that ballpark. But if he walked that back, then that's good. You know, I won't hold to that. That's my concern. And if you're being selective and disproportionate with how you choose to impugn other people for being dishonest, in reality, that gives you essentially the ability to
weird, Danny.
manufacture whatever narrative you want to your audience.
Yes.
Because you're
yes, Vosh, correct. Correct. He manufactures a personality and narrative to his audience constantly. Holy shit. Yes. Thank you for calling that out.
not contextualizing the misinformation everyone engages in. He talked to Kraut just the other day. Y'all remember my
Kraut. Oh my God.
convo with Kraut? Kraut's videos have been widely criticized by a number of people. Bad history posts have picked it apart. And then there are the old videos that he deleted, which were, but still defends to this day in some respects. But he'll have him on, you know?
Ridiculous.
We all do this stuff.
They're ridiculous.
I just want us to respond proportionately.
Nothing I do is
in
performative.
summary, everybody engages in misinformation, and it should be responded to in a way which maximizes the utility that we get from criticizing that misinformation. Little petty bits of misinformation should still be corrected, but overblowing it and acting as though those pieces of misinformation are equivalent to other types which are worse or more severe is itself tantamount to misinformation. I don't know why I bothered to say any of this shit, because I genuinely think that Destiny's community is at a point where it's not charitable enough to be able to register anything that
True! That's true!
that I'm saying. An example of it is this, and this is exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean. This is a post from Destiny's subreddit.
I
if
just
you
missed
guys
the DM.
remember.
That's all.
Just a couple of days ago, I went over Blair White's political compass test. And in Blair White's political compass test, she had a question about whether one race is superior to another. And
I've said this before. Every single streamer is by definition performative. Now, that doesn't mean that they're dishonest. I am performative. I also happen to be like this very frequently in my own life. But the fact that that you see a slice of my life, that you see this thing with this backdrop, that you see me talk about things into a microphone that's adjusted to make my voice sound nicer, that is all performance. And we have to it's okay to be honest about that. In fact, I would argue it's better to be honest about that because it helps the audience keep things in perspective. I am just a person. I am just a streamer. Just like Vosh is just a streamer. Vosh is just a person. But Destiny, nothing he does is performative, right? Right?
when I paused at that moment, I said, oh, Shapiro and Michael Knowles both struggled with this one, you know, both took some time with this one. And this person in Destiny's community dug up the Ben Shapiro Political Compass video from March of 2020. And it turns out that he didn't struggle with that question. He just struggled with a bunch of other ones. But in the Michael Knowles one, I was correct. He did struggle with it. Here are some of the posts from that thread. I find the biggest difference between somebody like Vosh and somebody like Destiny is Destiny doesn't need to lie when making a point against a right-winger, as Vosh did here last night. A lie for forgetting which questions out of 60 questions from March 2020 in a video that I did that Shapiro struggled with. A lie. Now, to be fair, there are posts here which are calling this out and saying, like, he probably just forgot, which, yeah, no shit. Obviously. But there are other ones, too, which are, oof. I never watched the Shapiro video on this and just assumed Vosh was right, but holy crap. I even went to the video to make sure you didn't cut him off before the deliberations, and nope, immediately after your clip ends, he moves on to the next question. This was cringe. He answered it even faster than Blair White did. And we have another one saying that, that I probably just forgot. Holy shit, Lamau. Then somebody here is saying that I and Ben Shapiro have the same answers to the political compass test. Don't worry, there's no problem with misinformation in the online left, smiley face. I'd normally be charitable to this because Knowles actually did do that, but the idea Shapiro would equivocate on that very easy question should immediately raise red flags. He's very obviously not an out racist. I don't know where this person's getting the idea that Ben Shapiro isn't an out racist is. With Ben Shapiro, rap isn't music. Ben Shapiro, you pull your pants up, don't wear them around your ankles. I don't know. I mean, he has started spamming 1350 in his videos, I guess, but yeah. Now, a lot of the people in this thread are saying that this was like an act of misremembering, but there were people who agreed with
Thank you, MPX Asylum. Thank you so much. Sorry about the loud noise.
Like, man, how do you reach people like that, you know? Ben Shapiro has dropped 1350 before. Oh, I'm sure at some point. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Arabs like to live in open sewage. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Vosh Big Joel was disingenuous. Destiny didn't say he'd kill somebody for stealing a sandwich. They were specifically discussing extreme consequences for their positions. and so that obviously you shouldn't kill someone for stealing your sandwich right after. I'm pretty sure Destiny
seems to be more aggressive as soon as the person he's critiquing is trans. True, chat. True, chatter. True, Vosh chatter. Yo, that's awesome. Dubstep producer, hell yeah. Weird
No, I'm
how
pretty
that
sure
works
Destiny
out, isn't
said,
it?
Am I misremembering this? Destiny absolutely said in his conversation with Big Joel that if somebody like steals a sandwich from you, that you should have a right to use lethal force to defend yourself. I'm almost positive that he said that. He might have said he wouldn't, but I think he said that you have a right to. He said he wouldn't because he couldn't afford, like, because he could afford to get another sandwich or something like that. That's my memory.
I see some
but
familiar
I mean,
names in
I
chat.
don't feel like going back to the video and like watching it right now and breaking the flow of the segment. But if I'm wrong, then somebody should point that out later. Yeah. Big Joel has more deleted tweets where he theorized Destiny's position on this is based on wanting to kill somebody who fucked his wife. I think I know what you're referring to. That took place afterwards, I'm pretty sure. That whatever you're referring
Yeah, I
to
see
right
you all.
now,
I see a
that
bunch
took
of you in
place
there.
after the comments that Destiny made about Big Joel being a subhuman. And after a person called, like, if I was Big Joel and I was called like a subhuman piece of shit, then I mean the gloves are off, right?
Yeah,
Anyway.
exactly. It's really funny. Remember in the debate that Vosh and Destiny had? I said that the other day asking Vosh if he thought that, and Destiny's fan screenshotted it and made the top post on the subreddit with like 200 plus comments about you being cringe, when literally all I said was, do you think Destiny's more aggro with trans women, or am I just imagining it? What a great, Vermin, what a great way for that community to prove that they don't have a weird problem with Destiny's, that they don't have a weird problem with trans women, that when you ask if you think that's the case, that they fucking freak out. Holy shit. They really can't. Yeah, telling on themselves. Exactly. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
One way or another.
Did you? There you are. There's the Ben Shapiro also wrote a racist book. He did write a racist book. His book is racist as fuck. It's embarrassing.
That's the misinformation. My entire career has been about promoting and propagating the belief that truth is inherently valuable, because even if lying can buy you short-term gains, in the long term, it has devastating consequences to political
I don't know how to
movements.
help you, Glooby.
And I'm just not.
How could I
comfortable
help
with it
you?
personally? Everybody engages in misinformation to some extent or another. Absolutely everybody. Literally everybody. Everybody. And so you need to respond to these things proportionally. Disproportionate response to these things has negative outcomes and is tantamount to misinformation itself. This is why I've said that Destiny fetishizes logical consistency and fetishizes factual accuracy. When somebody says that you fetishize trans women, they're not saying that you like trans women, or at least that's not all they're saying. They're saying that you have an unhealthy relationship with trans women, that your relationship to it is unhealthy or bad or destructive in some way. And that's the feeling that I have with Destiny. Fetishization of logical consistency. I'm not impugning him for liking logical consistency, which is a good.
Yeah, also, yes. This is one of the biggest things I could say. Destiny is obsessed with the idea of his audience perceiving him as a perfectly consistent person, despite the fact that that is not necessarily the case. No person can be consistent all the time, but every single Destiny fan that I've argued with obsesses over how logically consistent he is. But it's simply not true. It's a real he-him moment. Yeah, yes it is.
Thing.
I am always consistent, especially when I regularly say that I am not performative and then do cartoon voices on screen, as if that's not inherently performative.
But fetishizing it, in this instance, I think has procured negative outcomes. And it allows him to continue a spiteful crusade against the online left, so severe that he has, at least for a time, deluded himself into believing the online left is even fucking remotely comparable to the.
It's really funny too. That Vosh brings this up, because Destiny literally, like, it's unbelievable. If you watch his conversation, if you watch Destiny's conversation about BreadTube, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. If you watch Destiny's conversation with Kraut about BreadTube, they repeatedly state factually wrong things about BreadTube. You can literally, I did this on stream as an exercise once. I opened 2 windows. We listened to the statement about BreadTube. Then we went over to BreadTube and we looked through the videos. They're just wrong. He doesn't know anything about BreadTube. It's ridiculous. It's so frustrating. And it's blatantly dishonest. And I'm just like, look, I get it if you don't like lefties. That's fine. Just be honest. Just fucking say that you don't like lefties and don't try to make up bullshit.
The online right with regards to the misinformation.
You know
they
nothing,
propagate.
Destiny
Even if
Snow.
you walk that position back, I'm sure he still holds it to some extent that I would find uncomfortable. He probably thinks, I don't know what, maybe the online left is 20% less riddled with misinformation. Destiny, wait, did Vosh actually unfollow me on Twitter over this? Yeah, if I followed Destiny on Twitter, then all I would do is get into fights with him. But I generally don't like pouring gasoline on the fire, because another issue, this, by the way, this is the reason why Hassan detached from Destiny's community, because Destiny's community is a black hole. If you argue with them, they will misinterpret a position of yours, and they will spam it over and over and over again, and they'll dare you, they'll challenge you to respond to their misinterpretation, they'll challenge you to
not a bad idea,
to their
Vermin
criticisms, and then you respond to that, and then they're like, oh, here we go, and then they do the same thing, and there's really no pullout if they don't like you. There's no end game to that. It's unfortunate, because I rather do like arguing, but it's very frustrating to me when I feel like none of my positions are being charitably interpreted by Destiny or his community, you know? That's my position on that. Does that make sense? We'll probably get in arguments more in the future, but it's just generally unproductive. So yeah, that's the T.
Oh, we got
Any
some
final
more.
questions?
We got some bonuses. Ooh, we got some more bonuses here. We got some bonus content.
Don't you think he might feel the same way about the communities? You mean my community? Yeah, I'm sure that he does. Though I have
hey,
noticed...
look! There's the thing! There's the one, Hyena! Vermin. I read your name off of Vosh's chat. There's the one. Do you think there's a reason he's so weirdly militant against trans women? Yeah. Here, hold on. It'll get up there.
There is a difference. Usually, like, my community just generally doesn't like Destiny.
There it goes.
After my...
There it is. Yeah. I know, I'm sorry. There it is. Now you can see it. There it is. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, it's not even accusatory. That's super chill. But remember, no, you're actually sowing the pain. You're participating in a Trumpian campaign of misinformation. Once again, you're a part of the conspiracy of people who caused him to lose his sponsors. You can see here using the word harmful. If you look up the word harmful, you will discover it means causes harm. And if you emailed the word if you emailed that they're harmful against trans women to the sponsors, then the sponsors might drop him. Yeah, you should be dumped. No, listen, Vermin. Oh my God, Vermin is Vermin. I just can't even believe it. Vermin is such a dishonest. Like literally just constantly spreading lies, harming women, harming the Vosh community, harming the online left, harming the YouTube with these unbelievable questions about the integrity of the creator of online streaming. It's literally 1999184. Jesus Christ.
Conversation with Destiny, and I really can't blame them, because for all the positive shit that I've said about
could you,
Destiny over
Vermin?
the past 2 years, he does everything in his power when talking with me to undo whatever charitability I've given the audience to him. My audience was pretty favorable to Destiny after we did the duo debate. Like I've put in the work on the PR team. Okay? But usually after I argue with Destiny, it's not that his community broadly dislikes me, it's that they like openly lie about a specific position that I have, which is frustrating. I guess you could say that's reciprocal, because I have seen people in my community who do the Destiny goes after teenage girls and Destiny abandoned his kid bullshit, which is like what the Nazis...
Listen, there's always going to be some hate between communities. I even said this in my conversation with Destiny. I said, listen, there's always going to be some people that are going to be haters. It's impossible. But we're not talking some people. After my debate with Destiny, not even after my debate, after Destiny retweeted my post on Twitter, literally within minutes, I had people telling me to hang myself because I'm a disgusting degenerate. I had people telling me that I am not a woman, that I'm disgusting and ugly. Like lots of people. These people float around Destiny, and it's not just a handful, it's a lot. And then when you notify their community, they wouldn't honor it because they found a convenient way to not honor it for me, which is really weird. Every single time. By the way, remember I mentioned this the other night? Remember I did my random rant at the end of the 12-hour stream? Remember that? Guess what? During almost on the money during that rant, someone went and posted transphobic shit on the video of the Destiny debate. A Destiny fan went in and posted a transphobic comment. I literally screenshotted it. In fact, look, I can probably show it to you right now. Let's see. Do I still have it? I think I still have it in my screenshots. This was I'm not even kidding you. I wish I was joking, but I'm serious. Let's see if I can find it here. It's here somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Hey, look at this. Here we go. Here's two of them. Here we go. Well, here's one. This says 1 hour ago. Look. This one makes the T community look bad. Ugh. 1 hour ago. I screenshotted this at the end of stream, so it was almost to the money exactly when I was talking about that. Just so you know. Again, it's Harvard. No, I don't think they care, though. I don't think they care. It's not rational. I don't think they care. Yeah. It's pretty frustrating. And I don't know. So I do think there's a big difference. And I've said this many times. I think there's a visible difference. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
Say about him. And I'd encourage you to not allow your criticisms to degrade to that level. Because at that point, you're like, you're at the level where like...
Yeah, I did know it's been snowing.
You don't like me,
I gotta look
so
out
you
there
listen
and
to
take
the
a look.
Nazis, and you're like, Vosh is a pedophile, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that's not where the...
We just passed the 8-hour mark.
Yeah, I guess you could make the argument that it's reciprocal, but he can engage with me to the extent that he feels comfortable. Vosh, I don't think your position on misinformation is consistent. Sure, explain how Mathman 86 or face a ban. I think I just explained it pretty consistently, but go for it. I'm waiting.
It is cold.
I'm awaiting the salient criticism to my position. Can I join Discord? Wait.
Go for 13?
No. Just type. Never mind, no ban. You got to.
Yo.
Another benefit of being aggressive is that it makes conservatives spend more time whining about civility instead of spewing ignorant garbage.
That's a good point. They literally always can't resist it. That's a really good point. Thank you, Raoul Duke. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Yeah. What was I saying? No, I think my position's pretty consistent. Yeah.
They
Bosch
always
Cold Take,
bite the bait.
Community
Yeah.
Worse than him. Whatever. Not really.
Brr. Dono machine goes brr.
Booksmarts equated Abigail being incorrect with lying too, and you missed it. No shade, but I think it shows an unconscious bias on his part. Yeah, sure. But if you're
of course it does.
uncharitable
Of course it does. Obviously, Booksmarts has an uncharitable bias toward. Anyway, we need you. Oh yeah, we have a Discord. Everyone, we have a Minecraft server on the Discord. If you like Minecraft, talk to Glooby on the server.
lefties, you will assume that they deliberately lie about economic positions.
Yes, I know. Yes, 85D2D Derek. That was one of the most ridiculous and parasocial things I've ever seen. And yes, that did happen. Yeah, after the Kenosha debate. Yeah, literally. I'm not even kidding you. It was ridiculous.
I've been in the online left community to know exactly why lefties tend to be wrong when they represent economic positions, or when they misrepresent those positions. It's not because they're deliberately lying, it's because they exist in circle jerks where certain, like, idioms or preconceived beliefs about capitalism run rampant, and they don't do enough research to undo or challenge any of those presuppositions. That doesn't mean it's not misinformation, but it's not the same as lying. I don't think I've ever met a lefty who, like, I caught on...
That's another thing. Oh, wait, I already said this. Anyway. I already said this.
Lie.
Whatever.
When it came to economic positions. It's always like some unchecked internal bias on that subject.
Oh, it's okay, Paige.
Which doesn't make it okay, by the way. But that is different. That is different to lying. That is different.
We do have Pepe Pants for free here. It's true. Undercutting Vosh's chat with the Pepe Pants, the free Pepe Pants.
Okay, are we good?
That was the default. So
I think it's because leftist community has been highly aggressive towards him, and you're starting to experience the standard they put him in. For the past 2 years, no. For the past year and a half, I've gotten more shit from the online left than Destiny has. The only exception to that would have been the Rittenhouse stuff. But apart from that,
I know, it's ridiculous.
I've absolutely attracted more general derision from the online left than Destiny's community has. Because Destiny, especially over the past year, has broadly pulled out of the aggressive online engagement that it used to engage in. But I would defend that.
I don't think that's really true. It's the only reason that's true. I think Vosh is missing one thing here. The only reasons that's true is because Destiny's Twitter account has gotten banned 4 times, and he can't stay on there long enough to cause enough shit. Other than that, he's still doing the same shit.
Yeah, it's certainly today, right now, I absolutely get more shit from the left. But me getting shit from the left isn't enough for me to justify dishonesty by distorting the extent to which the online left is dishonest, is misrepresentative, and is a threat to society. I'm not so much of like a beta male, to allow my feelings about the online left, which are deeply negative, to
not all the online left,
to lead me to make statements like that.
Yeah. Wait. No, I do believe that. Wait, Ela Divine. I should be clear. I do believe that Vosh gets more shit from the online left than Destiny does. I just mean that when Vosh said that Destiny doesn't involve in the same petty bullshit that he used to online, it's only because he lost his Twitter account. That's the only reason why. Other than that, he still does. He just can't as well because he doesn't have Twitter.
Capitalism is inherently immoral, and that's a big piece of Marxist critique. No, the term inherently there is doing a lot of work. Capitalism is a suboptimal way of organizing the way our society works.
Well, hippie punk, I can understand that though. Don't be afraid to say that. It's silly. Don't be afraid to say that. Nobody worth having follow you on social media will unfollow you because you are a fan of Vosh. That's silly. We need to normalize that. I know that there's some people like that, but they're not. Trust me, it's not worth it. Their follow isn't worth it. Those types of people are insufferable to be around.
If I was a capitalist, I would also believe that our current iteration of capitalism is an inefficient or ineffective way of organizing how our society.
Although I say that, but then I did also get in a fight with people on a random Discord once because nah, never mind. It was silly.
It works.
It's a long time ago.
If by inherently immoral, you mean the way in which our system operates is not maximizing human happiness, then sure.
All right, Pinkwood,
if you want to accuse a socialist for being a hypocrite because they say in one statement, business owners should pay their workers more, and then when they actually become a business owner, they don't, I think that's totally justified. But the criticisms that Marx levied at capitalism were not, anytime you're a business owner, you're immoral. Marx worked with Engels.
I know he does.
Sake. He was.
I know he does now, but it's been a while.
Enormously wealthy man. Well, enormously. He was a wealthy man. The criticisms there are more.
All right, this is Engels stuff. All right, that was a good video. I knew this was going to be a good one. I'm really glad that Vosh said those things because honestly, it's true. Watching, I know this is like, I know there's a little bit of bias on my part because I'm a big fan. Of course it's okay to discourse on Discord. Discord is way better for discourse. You can actually have Discord. I mean, you can actually have discourse on Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Discourse is okay everywhere except for Twitter, basically. Twitter's just bad at it. But the thing is, probably a lot, Sathers. Same for me, too. A lot of the older ones. I don't chat as much, though I do watch most of them. I catch most of the videos during the day. Vosh used to stream at different hours, and I used to watch... Oh, yeah, don't worry. You won't break the IMPS code. The IMPS code is for Twitter, mostly. Oh, hey, look at this. Here's that thread. They want him to be transphobic so badly. I'm convinced the lefty movement is completely doomed. Look, this one, people paid to give this account upgrades. Look at this. They paid. Oh no. This lefty movement is completely doomed to the fact they're so exclusionary they could never hope to build up enough support to enact any change. I don't for the life of me understand how lefties can logically think it's useful to portray people as racist, transphobic, etc. when these people almost completely support the same policies as lefties. Especially ironic considering Vosh's argument that misinformed lefties are still a net positive to the movement. Almost like you lie. You know, it's really funny. I was really careful in my debate with Destiny to not say that he was transphobic, but that he was engaging in behavior that reinforces transphobia. They don't care. They don't fucking care. They will lie about you, and they have, and they are. They lie and they say that I called him a transphobe to this day. I didn't. Now, these days, I am a bit more convinced these days. They just don't care about the truth, ever. They never do. It's ridiculous. They also say that I called DSK an incel, that I was just chomping at the bit, but that was 100% Destiny's characterization and not the actual fact. I've watched that debate 3 times. Vosh no number well? Uh-oh. What's this? What's this? Uh-oh. Stressed out. Oh, no. Oh, is this the one? Oh, hey, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Here we go.
The problem wasn't that you forgot like a certain question about Ben Shapiro, blah, blah. The problem is you made Ben Shapiro sound like a fucking racist. And trust me, I do not like fucking Ben Shapiro, okay? But I have never in my life seen anything that suggests that Ben Shapiro was racist. I mean, like, the closest we'll get is, like, the pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
What?
But I've never in my life seen anything that where, like, Ben Shapiro's, like, racist or racist. I've never seen anything even remotely implying that. And if you do imply that, you're going to get a lot of shit. Rightfully so. I don't think there's anything out there that makes Ben Shapiro, like... The problem...
Well, look, people did this below. He's the first welfare queen president. Rodney King found dead at the bottom of a pool. Must have been Mark Furman and the racist LAPD. Wow. If you wear your pants below your butt, don't bend the brim of your cap, and have an EBT card, 0% chance you will ever be a success in life. Trayvon Martin would have turned 21 today if he hadn't taken a man's head and beaten it on the pavement before being shot. Wow. Colin Powell was an affirmative action general. No surprise he's supporting an affirmative action president. Wow. Fact, rap isn't music, and if you think it is, you're stupid. Yeah, Ben Shapiro has never done anything racist to my knowledge in my entire life. Yeah, true. True. Yep. True, Dylan. Thank you for calling that out. Jesus fucking Christ, this is so sad. Let's take a look at this thread some more. Those are Western lefties who don't understand shit. Internet teeny bopper lefties aren't the lefty movement. Oh my God. They're the same because they sound the same. Oh, no, but I should. I've listened to other book readings, though. This is a huge thread. I wonder. Let's take a scroll. Let's take a scroll down this fucking subreddit. Let's take a scroll. Little trip. Wait, this is a meme about Vosh! This is a meme about Vosh! They're doing it right now! The top post right now! This is a meme that's completely just, like, misrepresenting Vosh. They're doing it right now. Oh, my God. What? Look. It's the entire front page. They're so mad. Vosh 7? Well, I mean, not entirely wrong here. That's supposed to be Bob 7 or whatever. Damn. Oh my God, a manifesto about Big Joel. These people are insane. These people, this is an insane asylum. I'm sorry, that's not nice to say. I know, I'm sorry. Listen, I get one, all right? Big Joel manifesto? Why do they do this? Anyway. Let's see what the comments are on this video. There was a Demon Mama manifesto. Did you all never see the Demon Mama manifesto? I bet there's a lot of people here who never knew I had a fucking giant manifesto written about me. Look at this. Where is it here? Where the fuck did it go? Maybe it's one word. Maybe they deleted it. No, here it is. The Demon Mama manifesto. Lying. This is literally, it's so full of lies, it's actually hilarious. Look at how much they wrote about one conversation. It's obsessive, yeah. For the sake of women and feminism, I do not think that anybody should platform Demon Mama on any topic related. They do such a bad job arguing their positions that they actively hurt the cause of feminism by attaching themselves to that label. Oh my God. I'll have to check that out. Oh my God, a classic. Wait a minute, you notice that? You know I don't use she, they, right? Kind of weird. This is the type of thing that I'm talking about. By the way, listen, I know this sounds like weird, but remember, you know how I get questions about whether, yeah, you know how I sometimes get questioned about what people mean by that? That's what I mean, by the way. That's what I mean by that. It's when people deliberately use they instead of saying she, her, and it's kind of weird. I know it's usually not the case, but it is kind of weird. I don't think it's necessarily misgendering, but I do find it very weird when people are aggressively use they, them when they know your pronouns are she, her, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. He was still called Irish Laddie. All right, let's look at this. Fuck Irish Laddie. One of my sources just forwarded me a copy of a rather intriguing document about Irish Laddie. In the remainder of this letter, I plan to summarize the contents of that document in an effort to turn Irish Laddie's reprehensible canards to our advantage. What? What is this language? Oh my God, this is gonna be a great read. Vermin, thank you. To get immediately to the point, life isn't fair. We've all known this since the beginning of time, so why is Irish Laddie so compelled to complain about situations over which he has no control? That is Irish Laddie hoping that the readers of this letter won't see the weakness of his argument relative to mine? Irish Laddie doesn't want you to know the answer to that question. He wants to ensure you don't pave the way for people of every sex, race, and socioeconomic status to fulfill their own spiritual destiny. Irish Laddie's supporters remain largely silent when asked about the correlative connection connecting Irish Laddie to Jacobinism. The rare times they do deign to comment, they invariably skew the issue to prevent people from realizing you should check out some of the things Irish Laddie is saying about Comstockism. The litany of inaccuracies, half-truths, made-up facts, and downright falsehoods will shock you. And I won't even bother mentioning that the main dissensus between me and Irish Laddie is that I assert there is not much demand for independent thinkers in Irish Laddie's retinue. He, on the other hand, contends that Ebola, AIDS, mad cow disease, and the hantavirus were intentionally bioengineered by offensive, incoherent thought police for the purpose of population reduction. I've seen what Irish Laddie is capable of, and I am afraid. I am very afraid, and I am very angry. Some people say that it isn't sufficient evidence to prove that he is secretly scheming to interfere with a person's work performance, bodily security, physical movement, and privacy rights. And I must agree, one needs much more evidence than that. But the evidence is there for anyone who isn't afraid to look at it. Just look at the way his premise that his Malisons are good for the environment. Malisons, human rights, and baby seals. It is his morality disguised as a pretended neutrality. Irish Laddie uses this disguised morality to support his enunciations, therefore making his argument self-refuting. If Irish Laddie's attempts to bring widespread death and degradation to millions of human beings across the face of the earth have spurred us to establish a supportive rather than an intimidating atmosphere for offering public comment, then Irish Laddie may have accomplished a useful thing. His idea of vainglorious barbarism is no political belief. It is a fierce and burning gospel of hatred and intolerance, of murder and destruction, and the unloosening of a wrong-headed bloodlust. It is, in every sense, an Ophidian and pagan religion that incites its worshippers to an orgulous frenzy and then prompts them to scrap the notion of national sovereignty. Irish Laddie frequently accuses his adversaries of causing this country to flounder on the shoals of self-interest, corruption, and chaos. This is yet another example of the growing lack of civility in our civil discourse that ranges from the undiplomatic to the unprincipled and even the yellow-bellied. In a more proper debate, one would instead politely point out that my goal is to tackle the multinational death machine that Irish Laddie is currently constructing. I might not be successful at achieving that goal, but honestly, I do have to try. Irish Laddie possesses no significant intellectual skills whatsoever and has no interest in erudition. Heck, he can't even spell or define erudition, much less achieve it. For years, I've been warning people that he plans to give voice in a totally emotional and non-rational way to his deep-rooted love of Mohawkism. What the fuck? Sorry, what is Mohawkism? One of a gang of aristocratic ruffians who assaulted people in London. I feel like I need music for this. I feel like I need epic music for this. Oh my god. Hold on a second. I got one. Hold on, I got something. This will be way better. Watch this. Watch this shit. Here we go. However, that is not my entire message. It is only a part of it. I also want you to know that there is a historical precedent for Irish Laddie's stratagems. Specifically, for as far back as I can remember, he has been going to great lengths to conceal his true aims and mislead the public. Given how one stentorian activity always leads to another, it should come as no surprise that Irish Laddie yields to the mammalian desire to assert individuality by attracting attention. Unfortunately for Irish Laddie, attracting attention usually implies creating a regime of condescending, tremorarious narcissism. Sometimes it has seemed to me that I could discern something holy, something sacred in the deep and troubled sadness of those about me. Alas, I discovered that this sadness stems solely from the doleful observation that Irish Laddie is like a pigeon. Pigeons are too self-absorbed to care about anyone else. They poo on people they don't like. They poo on people they don't even know. The only real difference between Irish Laddie and a pigeon is that Irish Laddie intends to trivialize the issue. That's why I'm not fooled by Irish Laddie's biased and heuristic rhetoric. I therefore gladly accept the responsibility of notifying others that I have heard of sanguinolent things like Dadaism and surfism. But I've also heard things like non-violence, higher moralities, and treating all beings as ends in and of themselves. Ideas that Irish Laddie's ignorant, unthinking, doolally brain is too small to understand. Knowledge and wisdom are Irish Laddie's enemies. He understands that by limiting education and enlightenment, he can fool more people into believing that our only chance of saving the planet is to accept unending regulations and straitjacket reforms from his thralls. Sadly, those with the least education are those who would benefit the most from the knowledge that it is easy for armchair philosophers to theorize about Irish Laddie and about hypothetical solutions to our Irish Laddie problem. It is an entirely more difficult matter, however, that when one considers that he doesn't want us to dole out the acerbic criticism of Irish Laddie and his phalanx of self-aggrandizing goombas. He would rather we settle for the meatless bone of post-structuralism. I must ask that Irish Laddie's foot soldiers solve our problems over a negotiating table instead of resorting to the battlefield. I know they'll never do that, so here's an alternate proposal. They should, at the very least, back off and quit trying to channel the pursuit of scientific knowledge into a narrow band of accepted norms that are based exclusively on his batty insults. If Irish Laddie has any children, I recommend that he teach them about love, trust, cooperation, community, reason, negotiation, and compromise, rather than violence, paranoia, and fear. He denies that he has been driving us into a state of apoplexy. His denials clearly contradict reports from eyewitnesses who saw him filling the air with recrimination and rancor. I'd like to see Irish Laddie spin his way out of that one. I do say, although I respect Irish Laddie's right to free speech, just as I respect it for its abominable cumber grounds, hopeless power brokers, and primitive bad-tempered gutter dwellers, he should start developing the parts of his brain that have been impaired by Bourbonism. At least then he'll stop trying to depressurize the frail vessel of human hopes. I could accept, perhaps, press releases backed by the forces of logic and powerful reasoning, orations marked with hypocrisy and contradiction, however, merit none of my respect. Today, we might have let Irish Laddie launch a salvo of brainless shell games against the somber oppressed masses. Tomorrow, we won't. Instead, we will shatter the adage that Irish Laddie can be trusted to judge the rest of the world from a unique perch of pure wisdom. If truth, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder, then we might be able to explain away why many of his recalcitrant deeds as being merely the effect of bad drugs. Let me explain what I mean by that in a single sentence. He is interpersonally exploitative. That is, he takes advantage of others to achieve his own sinful ends. Why does he do that? If I'm not mistaken, there is a painfully simple answer. It regards the way that there's a time to keep silent and a time to speak. There's a time to love and a time to hate. There's a time for war and a time for peace. And I avouch, there is a time to foster mutual understanding. Or to put it less poetically, while Irish Laddie is out setting up dissident groups and individuals for conspiracy charges and then carrying out searches and seizures on flimsy pretext, the general public is shouldering the bill. Sadly, this is a bill of shattered minds, broken hearts, and homes, depression, and all of its attendant miseries, and a despondency about Irish Laddie's attempts to make our lives miserable. Imagine if Irish Laddie and his oligophrenic associates all tried to one-up each other in a snarky match to see who could use the most disaffected, mad, and downright grotty rhetoric. My neurons would surely cry out in pain as if I were to ever lay eyes on such a thing. Such a contest would be almost as painful to endure as the realization that Irish Laddie claims to have read somewhere about a society that is supposed to be lenient toward the worst sorts of licentious litterbugs I've ever seen. I don't doubt that he has indeed read such a thing. One can find all sorts of crazy stuff on the internet. More reliable sources, however, tend to agree that counterproductive, indelicate, present-day robber barons commonly succumb to Irish laddies' distortions, deceptions, and delusions. I do not. Rather, I take pride in looking into the future and considering what will happen if we let Irish laddie fracture family unity. Let me close where I began. I don't know how Irish laddie can be so coprophagous. Be still, my heart. I promise you I didn't make up any of that. Look, you don't believe me? Look, right here. Here we go. I do not. Rather, I take pride in looking into the future and considering what will happen if we let Irish laddie fracture family unity. Yeah, it does. It does actually, Jeena. That wasn't a dab. That was me just going like, oh. That wasn't supposed to be a dab, but I guess it works. Sorry if I destroyed your ears with that, but once I got started, I couldn't stop. That was so stupid and epic. Please do, Gayfesh.
So stupid epic.
Thank you, Sisyphus. I appreciate that. I can see they haven't changed. Dajaro, thank you.
That was incredible, good God.
Thank you, Dajaro. That's it. For the incredibly generous $50. Thank you so much. You clipped the pigeon part? Yes. Oh my God. Incredible. I'll do more dramatic Reddit reading. That was fun. That was really fun. Now look, here's the rest of it. This is the one about me. I'm glad that people had Vosh derangement syndrome back then. Remember? No, that was all of it. That was all of it. This is the one about me. This one's about me. I don't have one. Well, actually, oh shit. Yo, people paid a lot of money. Oh my God, they gave a lot of money to this person who wrote about me. 1.4 thousand. Oh shit. Listen, if there's one thing that guarantees the success of a streamer, it's if DGG gets fucking infuriated. You're welcome, Sathers. So much fucking flair. Oh my God. People paid for that. I know. I know DSK wrote that. I know he wrote it. I know DSK wrote it. I know he wrote this one. I know he did. I know he wrote the manifesto. I know he got so mad in our conversation. This is interesting right here. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I don't want to dive into this. You know, I never did do a reading of this. Oh, yeah. A man of many festos. Yes, I know. I know. Sisyphus, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Wish I could give more.
You know, I never did do a reading of it. I don't really want to, though. The day will come. The day will come. It'll come. The day will come eventually. I could do it. I don't know. I don't know why they are. Yes, it is Danny Fallen, but I hope this will be fun, okay? It's off the rails. You're very welcome, Sucky Brat. That was really fun. Hades now? Yeah, we could play some Hades. You want to play? Maybe? I don't know. We've been going for 8.5 hours. Yeah, the Irish laddie one. Here you go. Here you go. No, Trihex did. Trihex was too tired. Trihex said he'll talk with me again in the future. People post an old picture of Vosh. They always post this old picture. Uh-oh, we got some out of context. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see. Let's look at the out of context and let's see how bad it is. How bad did I get out of context this time?
Sometimes it has seemed to me that I could discern something holy, something sacred in the deep and troubled sadness of those about me. Alas, I discovered that this sadness stems solely from the doleful observation that Irish laddie is like a pigeon. Pigeons are too self-absorbed to care about anyone else. They poo on people they don't like. They poo on people they don't even know. The only real difference between Irish laddie and a pigeon is that Irish laddie intends to trivialize the issue. That's why I'm not fooled by Irish laddie's biased and heuristic rhetoric. I therefore gladly accept the responsibility of notifying others that I have heard of sanguinolent things like Dadaism and surfism. But I've also heard things like nonviolence, higher moralities, and treating all beings as ends in and of themselves. Ideas that Irish laddie's ignorant, unthinking, doolally brain is too small to understand.
Doolally! Yes. Doolally! I feel like I ascended to a different plane in order to channel that. What the fuck? Holy shit. He sounds cross about the balloon. I think he was. He's cross about Vosh's balloon. Doolally brain. I do wonder if this Irish laddie boy is still around. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Wait, I know who Irish laddie is, obviously. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, sure. Yeah, hell yeah. We can I don't know if I'll be able to chat after because I'm so tired, but maybe we could do it tomorrow because it's Saturday, or you could type something up for me. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be I don't mean to like go out of it. It's just I'm so tired. But I would definitely be interested in getting their feedback. I hope we get a lot of followers from this. I'm not tired. I can last a little longer. I'm getting a little tired, but yes, he poops on people he doesn't even know. Yeah, tonight was fun. Tonight was a lot of fun. But this is so weird. Holy shit. Have I? I guess I have. I've been going for 8 hours and 42 minutes. Not quite yet. I want to play something together. I want to chill. I want to chill a little bit. Yeah? Hold on a second, though. I haven't set up the scene. Here. Yeah. Listen, we've had fun. Let's chill and play a little bit of games together, yeah? Just a little bit. This Irish laddie fella's getting absolutely wrecked on Demon Mama Real's stream. Yeah, you might have been. I know it's gone really. I know. I got to stop doing it. I don't want to dead name the old Vosh, past Vosh. Context wouldn't help. I just noticed that. Oh my god. All right. Hold on a second. Where do I find the energy? I don't know. Sometimes. I guess I sleep well. I sleep 8 hours every night pretty much. Would I ever consider playing Jackbox with people? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's probably hellish energy. I mean, I used to work way harder than this, believe it or not. I used to work 3 jobs at one point in my life. So I've done worse. I don't know. Yeah, deal with the devil probably, yeah. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me put this together real quick. Give me just 1 second. Hold on. Let me do this. Actually, I can use this one. Here we go. This will be fine. Let's do it. Let's play. Yeah, that's your tweet. That's your tweet. Oh, you know what I could play? I could play Noida. Let's play some Noida. Let's do Noida instead of Hades. Let's play some Noida. That's super cool. Look, let's play some Noida together. I love this game. It's so good. Vosh Rad is a great song. Da na 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 da na 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 da na na da da. Yeah, Noida's great. Yeah, Fawn's been playing a lot of Noida. You know what? You know what I did? Everyone, you want to know what I did with some of my stream money? I was a sugar mama and bought Fawn Noida. Look at that. See? Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. Yo, thank you.
Someday
Thank you so much.
to do a reading
Thank you so much,
tomorrow
Alice
if
Elliott.
possible.
Appreciate that. Brr. Yeah, honestly, Inferno Providential is fucking awesome. I love it. It's so good. Do you know what that reminds me of? Gayfesh, I'm serious. It reminds me of one of my favorite songs from Commander Keen. Believe it or not, when I was really little, Commander Keen was one of my favorite games ever. And there's a song in Commander Keen 6 that theme. Yeah! Do you remember? Does anybody remember? Hold on a second. 1 second. Here, I'll try and find it real quick. I'll try and find it. Let me see if I can find the song and see if my memory serves me. Commander Keen 6. Yeah, 6 was good. Aliens Ate My Babysitter. I got it in a big old box. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe this is the one. I think this is the one. This is the one. This was for the factory level. There were all these pieces that were moving and stuff, and you had to dodge fire, and there were slamming things with... And there were little things that moved around on the ground, and you had to run on them. The Bloog. Look, the Bloog is putting salt on him. He's gonna eat him. Keen is good. Keen is still good. Yes! Oh, the One Must Fall. I can play that. Oh my god, this song is so good. You want to hear a fucking awesome song? Listen to this shit. Listen to this shit. Yes, we did, Sathers. That's not correct. beautiful. I played the shit out of this. So, I like the guy with the elbow blades. That guy. Elbow blades guy. I'll tell you a fun fact after this. Yeah, Thorn. That was his name. Thorn. Ooh, listen to that. Radio Mama time. Oh, it's so good. Isn't that so good? Isn't that so good? Yeah. Ooh, let's take a look at it. Give me a second. I'll bring it up on screen just a second. We got a new thumbnail. Ooh. Yo. Praise the almighty Vadim. Whoosh. Creationist cat allying with the devil. Yes! Good night, Windleby. Look at that. Oh, it's so sick. So sick. That's a crisp thumbnail. I love it. Ooh, what we got here? Thank you, Posadas John. Let's take a look. So good. Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! This is from the reading tonight. I was reciting the tale of the Arbiter. The Arbiter reading the tale of Irish Laddie. No. Oh my god. Holy shit. Halo 2. I know it needs to be a segment. That was ridiculous. Oh, Jesus. If only it were so easy. Holy shit. So, fun story. I never actually got to play the full version of One Must Fall. I had a demo disc version of One Must Fall on an Apogee Games literal diskette. Like, not even a CD. It was a mail order demo disc that had One Must Fall and Jazz Jackrabbit and a bunch of other stuff on it. And, it was super cool, but I tried forever to unlock the full game, but I could never figure it out as a kid. So I never got to play the full version. Yeah, you could make your own custom character. They declared it freeware. I should play it on stream. Oh, I could play it on stream. Oh, I should play that on stream at some point. God, I have so many good ideas for stream. We got to put that. Yeah. Well, I got to finish, this week we're going to finish OKKO. I got a mail order bride. Yeah, that's what it was. What is this? What is One Must Fall? It's a robot fighting game that was on DOS. It was awesome. Very old fighting game, yeah. It's basically like a fan game of Evangelion. Super cool. Is the best way to describe it. No, I'm finishing the Pave. One of our chatters here was the lead dev on was the lead designer on the OKKO game, and so we've been playing it. And yeah, I've almost finished it now. How do I get in here? Here we go. Oh, I blew myself up. Shit. What the fuck was that? God damn it. All right, let's play another one. We'll do another run. Mech Warrior 2, Armored Core 1. I played Mech Warrior 2 a whole lot. I never played Armored Core, though. I did play Mech Warrior 2 a lot. I played a lot of weird games back in the day. A lot of different games. I barely remember half of them. I was like a huge... Listen, I was a video game baby. That's what I did. When I was a kid, I was just like, give me the video games. That's all I wanted to do, was play video games. Look at what happened to me. Does it surprise you? Yeah, yeah, Jeena, if you want to use that meme for the thumbnail, go for it. I'd be totally down for that. Whoops. All right. Link made you buy? Understandable. Completely understandable, to be completely honest. I must. I want the Electro Rock. The meme that we just showed from Posadas John. Posadas John, can you send it to Jeena? If Jeena wants to... Jeena makes all the calls about the thumbnails, but if Jeena wants to use it for the thumbnail, I'd be totally fine with that. But Jeena gets to make the final call, so I can't make any promises. Because it's Jeena's call. God damn it. God damn it, I'm on fire again. Shit. It's a Bible. Ouch. Today was wild. Today was wild. I had fun today. Also, I did so much today. Y'all, this morning, I was so fucking busy. I was doing like 7 different things at once. I'm so excited that we're just gonna have a gaming stream on Sunday. I hope I don't... I actually probably won't do any debates on Sunday. Looks like I got a debate lined up for Wednesday of next week, though. That'll be fun. I gotta do some news shit, though. We haven't done news in a couple of days. We haven't done news in a while, actually. This week's been busy. I gotta do some fucking news, don't I? Yeah, multitasking. True. Hey, Jessica Metal. It was great. You just missed us jamming out. Yeah, news has been kind of boring. It's true. It's true. Dropper bolt. Circle of transmogrification. Yeah, yes. Glooby, just ask Danny. Danny has it. It's on this. Wait, you should have access to the server, Gloob. Just ask Danny which one it is. I know I do. Yes, I will. Yes, that's what I'll do on Monday. Yeah, Gayfesh, we'll do that on Monday for sure. Yeah, we'll do that on Monday. Yep. Oh, shit. Yeah, you float in this game. You hover in this game. That's part of the fun of it. You levitate. Your character has levitation. You can get more levitation, but a lot of the game is managing careful levitation. Yeah, there you go, 85D2D Derek. Good link. That's definitely what most of it was. How do I think it will end up? It will be meaningless, unfortunately. I hate to say that, but it's true. They're not. There's no possible way on the planet that the Republicans are gonna convict. It just won't happen. There's no fucking way. Oh my God, these guys are so dangerous. Oh, I got him! I got him! He turns into diamonds. I don't know what you do with diamonds, but I know that he turns into them, so. What do I do with these? Yes, I am, Omniwave. I am an endurance streamer. You should know this about me. Hell's fires never stop. Wait, I don't think so. Is that true? Is that true? If you shoot them, you get money? No. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, no, that was the gold that fell in the diamonds. That was the gold that was in there. Wait, Glooby should have access. I think Glooby has access. If not, I can give it to Glooby. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can get it from the... Yeah, but you can get the full quality one from the... Hey, good night, Pave. Thanks for coming by. See you soon. You just missed one of the funniest things you'll ever see, Jessica Metal. You'll be able to watch... You gotta catch the VOD. This VOD was great. Listen, all I'm saying is, I did some good work today, okay? I did a dramatic reading at Vermin's request. Vermin sent us such an amazing thing. Vermin, you always send such good content. Seriously. Actually, I don't know if Vermin's still here, but... Vermin, if you're still here, you always send such good content. It's true. God tier content farming. So good. Cultivated. It's true, Vermin, you do. You really do. Let's see. I don't want to do this yet. My HP is really low, but I need more gold. I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet. I need more gold. I'm greedy. I need more gold. Oh, good. It's okay. Don't worry. We're going to play OKKO. We're going to finish OKKO on Sunday. And then if I've finished my Darkwood review, we'll do the Darkwood review. If not, I'll do that next week. And then we will do, after that, Dead End Road is the next one. And then we're going to decide on something new after that. So that's the agenda for video games this weekend. Darkwood is so fucking good. Darkwood... I love Darkwood so much. It's probably like, oh my God, it's so good. Darkwood is so fucking good. What heat level am I up to in Hades? I think the last one I beat was 9. I think I beat 9 heat. I'm trying to get the achievement, but I've been a little discouraged lately, and I've been playing Darkwood, which is fucking amazing. I beat Darkwood last night, and it was great. Oh my God. Yeah, it's true. Accurate. All right, let's go into here. Okay, we got Luminous Drill. That's good. We got Electric Torch. No good. Wait. What's this? All-Seeing Eye. That can be good. Glittering Field. Blood Rain. Blood Rain can actually be really useful. I think I'll get this. We'll get this one. Luminous Drill. This is a good one too. Oh, but this is also good. Firebolt. Okay. Here we go. So we want to do this so we can get this. Let's see. 18, 37, 7, 15. Wow. That's really good, isn't it? Wait, so we should put this on here, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. There we go. That's what we need. Wait a minute. I wonder if I could do this instead. Nope. Not enough mana to handle the luminous drill. We'll do that. Okay. So we'll go like this. Maybe this one can handle the luminous drill? Let's see. No, I can't. That's shitty. Yuck. Yeah, that was so cool though. That I want to find an OP wand like that. Tadpole Treble. That sounds cute. I'm really bad at those games though. Is it sick? Is Glittering Field sick? Let's get it. I've never gotten it before. Whoa! Does that hurt me? No, it doesn't hurt me. Oh, that's awesome. Wow. Okay. Okay. All-Seeing Eye. Bombs materialized. I think it's against Lycan, about $15 minimum wage or something. Yeah, pretty wand. I need a drill, though, is the problem. So I can get all this gold. Getting a drill wand is, like, where it's at. Yeah, I'm bad at this game, but I really love it. I've been playing it a fuckload. Da 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 bum bum. What the hell is this? Essence to power? Acid ball. Oh, I need these. I gotta get some gold. Holy shit. I gotta get some more gold. I don't know what essence to power does. Oh, fuck. Ow! Bastard! He hit me. That sucked. What? What is going on? What was that? What the fuck was that? Wow, this glittering field destroys everything. Holy shit, I've never used that spell before. That's awesome. Give me that. Gold. Ah! Give the gold. Give me the gold. Ah! Gold. You know what's funny? I've never been able to play the Metal Slug games. I know they're cool, but I could never play them. They always gave me headaches. Not headaches. They always made me feel like zoned out. Like something about the flashing lights and the art style always made my eyes super tired, and I would always get like super zoned out. I've heard that that's a thing that some people get with certain games. But I don't think it's like epilepsy, because it's not like a seizure, but it's like certain flashing lights and stuff will fuck with me in games. And I would feel like really zoned out and weird. I don't think that's what it is, but maybe. What the? Oh, shit. There's nothing I can get there. Ooh, wand. Okay. How am I going to get to that wand? Oh, fuck. That's a big one. It's a big enemy. I don't like those guys. Is it actually a thing? Yeah, I mean... I don't know. Oh, the lava. Look at that shit. Oh, everything's blowing up. Okay, let's grab this. Oh boy, that's a dangerous one. Watch. Whoa! All right. What the fuck? This is really chill. I'm really chilling right now. Chilling, everybody. Oh fuck. Yeah, this is fucking chill. I think I'm gonna die though if I'm not careful. I need to get out of here. Look at this. I'm taking so much damage right now. This is not good. I wanted to go get those spells though. I don't remember that they were. Fuck. All right, I gotta go all the way over to the other side of the map. I have 461, so I could pick one of them. My head is hurting a little bit. Yeah, I only have 10 health. It's kind of scary. I don't like it. Oh, Jesus. I know, it's scary. I don't want to end the run. Yeah, wizard needs... Yeah, exactly. Omniwave. Yo, wait, there's a fucking huge wand here. Oh. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Wait, really shitty recharge time. And it only has slime balls? Oh, that sucks. But it casts 3 spells per cast. That's pretty good, actually. But what would I need to get rid of? I guess I could get rid of this one. I don't really need that. Glittering Field. The damage is good on Glittering Field, but... Yeah, I guess I'll get rid of this one for now. Because this thing, being able to cast 3 spells at a time is pretty good. Even if it's a slow cast time, I'll be able to use it. Good night. Here's the shop. Ah, yes. I want the acid ball. Actually, I would... Oh, God, I don't know which one. Acid ball is really good, but so is arrow. Arrow would be the smart choice, I think. Good night, caffeinated heathen. All right, let's try to get the fuck out of here safely. Ooh, scary. There we go. I think I made it. Zwoop. Hey, look at that. Uh-oh. I made it. I made it. I made it. I made it. What's that? What's that thing? What's that thing? What is this thing? Does anybody know what this thing does? I don't think I can get through there anyway, so whatever. Ooh, laser wand. I don't have enough for the laser wand. Fuck me. Oh, no. I wanted the laser wand. Look. Oh, I don't have enough. Fuck me. All right, let's figure this out. Increases a projectile's damage based on the number of creatures nearby. Wow. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay, that's a pretty good one. Okay. This thing can shoot multiple. What is this? Personal fireball thrower. What? That's wild. Double cast. So this thing could go like this. Oh, I see what we could do. We could go like this. And then we could put this thing on. Let's see. Wow, that seems pretty good actually, but okay. That seems all right. This is fine here. Magic missile. I would rather have 2 magic missiles than that stupid thing. Firebolt sucks. All right, this'll do. Can this thing shoot? No, I don't have enough for that. Okay, let's do it. Just get more gold, 5-head. True, though. Extra perk. Pick oil blood. I'm immune to fire? Oh, that's good. Give me that oil blood. Look at that. Let's see if this thing is actually any good. Whoa! That really buffs the damage. Wow, damn. I don't know if it's enough to make it worthwhile, though. Oh, shit! I got frozen! What? This thing... Oh, my God. This thing's damage is insane. What the fuck? I almost lost all my health. That was so bad. Okay, that killed him in one hit. Jesus Christ. This isn't good. This isn't good. Wow, okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I've never seen this thing before. Whoa! Oh shit, we got a worm. Fuck. Ah! Fuck! Oh! How did I live? With 8 HP? This is so stupid. I could get the worm vision. That might be helpful. Oh, God. Wow, how did I dodge that? Oh, my God. What the fuck? That was an epic gamer moment for sure. For sure. Oh no! Ah! Ah! Fuck! Fuck! Oh! All right, one more run. All right, we're doing one more run and then I'm done for the night, all right? Then I gotta go to bed. Then I gotta go fucking not have a headache anymore. One more. Fuck. God damn it. That was so close. The fucking portal was right below them. Ah. I ran out of fucking levitation juice. Yeah, the ice place is so hard. I find the ice zone to be like ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. I need to drink more water. I mean, I actually drank quite a lot today. That's why I had to keep going to the fucking bathroom. You know, I've never actually beaten the main game yet. Oh. I'm a loser. I'm a loser, baby. Let's see what we can do. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of good. All right. Let's see. All right. Yeah. I was doing the Weird Al version is the one I was thinking of. The levels are, so yes, there are set biomes, but the levels are procedurally generated. Aw, thank you, Copioid. This is fun. I love this game. This gun is good. This wand is good. What? Oh, it got stuck on a tiny piece of rock. Aw, come on. Ah! I need the gold. No, you blocked me. I wanted the... Stupid piece of shit. What the fuck? Wand control policies? Nothing. I believe everybody should be able to have nuclear wands. Alright, what's this shit? Oh, I don't like this one. This spell is bad in my opinion. But maybe it could be good. Ah, the collapsed mines. Here we go. I mean, this one seems to be shooting pretty fast. Good night, Sparkly Void. Thanks for coming by today. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Wow, that's a lot of damage. What the fuck? Give me the blood, give me the blood, give me the blood. Quick, 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 quick. Protect me from what? From fire? Ah! How did I live? Okay. 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 I can make it. I can do it. I can make it. I promise. Okay, I think I can do this. I think I can do this. This is Noita, Mr. Krabs. Noita. It's very good. Whoa, there's two devils down there. That's not good. Wow. That was, oh, no, 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 no. Shit, shit. The fucking lava touched me. Jesus fucking Christ. Ah, there's so many of them. Why? What the fuck is with these stupid zombies? Okay. All right. Okay. I got 385. That's not bad. Do I risk it? Do I risk it all? All right. Let's see. I guess it was worth risking a little bit of it at least. Oh, shit. Okay. Time to get the fuck out of here. Time to get the fuck out of here. Yes, chainsaw! I love chainsaw. Explosion of brimstone, bubble spark, energy sphere, glitter bomb, odd firebolt, fireball. All right, let's do this. Okay. 10 seconds, 20. 3, 4. That's the one right there. Look at that. So we'll be able to dig like shit. Yeah, the chainsaw lets us dig a whole bunch. Look at that. Look, we'll be able to dig like crazy. Chainsaw will be great to have. Let's see here. So this thing doesn't have much mana max. Fireball. Damage. Wow, the damage is good on that one. So this is a 210, 220. Let's do this. Maybe we can go like this. Ooh, look at that. That shoots fast. That's the fireball one. Okay, so we can go like this, go like that, and we can go like this. We don't really, this one will just be on standby for now. I don't really know what we could put on there that would be really good. Oh yeah, Hollow Knight is really good. I love Hollow Knight. I'd consider playing that on stream at some point. Wait, that's not right. We want it like this. There we go. 3 is going to be the chainsaw. Wand radar. Freeze field. Liquids freeze in your presence. I don't think that's good. Bombs materialized. No. Wand radar. All right, we're doing it. Ah, ouch, that hurt. Okay. Yikes. Yeah, this game is all about dodging projectiles. Like, there's a lot of dodge skill required. You have to learn the physics of the game really well, or else you'll just keep dying. And as you can see, I'm not that good at it. As you can see, I'm not that good at it. Ooh, tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day because I gotta figure out what game I'm gonna play next on my own. Ooh. Ooh. Was there lag? Oh. Okay, there's a lot of poison over here. Fuck. Fuck. Ow! These guys have crazy good aim. Burn. Look this though with the chainsaw. Ow! With the chainsaw I can cut through and get all this gold. It's slow going because it's only one chainsaw, but... For pooping on people he doesn't know! God damn it, Irish laddie. Look at the future that you gave us. Wow. That damage is good. Oh. Oh! I hate these enemies. Oh, he teleported. Okay. The most important political info just dropped? Oh boy. I have a feeling it's not that important. Hold on. Let me finish this. What ant? What the fuck is... Holy shit, this ant has a lot of gold. Wow, that ant had a lot of gold. What the fuck? Did you see how much gold that guy had? He had like 500 gold. What the fuck? I've never fought... Well, I think I've seen one. Ah, mushroom! This will make you fucking trip balls if you eat this. It's not good. That ain't good. Whoa! Whoa! Back off! Holy shit. Okay. All right. I want that wand, though. No! Okay. Wow. Ping pong path. Yikes. Oh, this just straight up beats this one. Okay, so we'll take that. It's a straight upgrade. Whoa! Speedium. Shit. Whoa! Sorry, this game is intense. I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to go heal up. Alright, okay, here we go. Prickly Spore Pod. Bubble Spark with Trigger. Light. Blood Mist. Poison Arc. Wow. Circle of Fire. What the fuck? Magic Missile again. I think I got an idea for a spell. So what's this do? Okay, that doesn't work. Unless... Nope, it doesn't work. Okay. We want to get rid of Ping Pong Path. That's bad. Are the Spore Pods good? Oh, maybe I'll do that then. Maybe we could go like this. I wonder. Whoa! Okay. All right, let's see what the Spore Pods do. Let's try the Spore Pods, huh? Whoa! Okay, that's strong. Oh, I know that spell, actually. Oh, okay. Oh, that's infinite. Ooh. Ooh. The mushroom seems like a fun one. All right, so we got the poison for this. That's kind of good. No more shuffles. Oh, that's good. I don't like shuffle spells. Uh-oh. This isn't good. It's a bad sign. What the fuck is happening down here? Everything's already blowing up. Everything's melting. Oh god, oh god, oh god. It's pouring the poison on them. What the fuck? Jesus! What the fuck is up with these guys? Wow! They're bombarding the fuck out of me! Oh my god, this is so annoying. Oh no! Ah! Yeah! Holy shit. Die, rat, die. Dig, 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 dig. Gotta get away. The sniper dudes will fuck you right up. See, these snipers will fuck you up. I'm telling you. There's a worm over here. Oh, drill! Drill! The drill is better! Oh, God. What do I get rid of? This one's slightly... It's so slow. Oh, shit. Which one do I get rid of? This one? It's gotta be this one, right? Even though the cast time, though. No, I probably gotta get rid of this one. Alright. Oh, but this has such high mana max. No, the mushroom one. The mushroom has to go. No, this one has to go. But then I don't have a main attack. Mushroom has to go. I have to get rid of the mushroom. The drill is so good, I gotta get rid of it. Gotta get rid of the mushroom. Oh my god. Fuck off. Holy shit, these guys. They're pursuing the fuck out of me. Here, let's use the drill. Wait. Drill time. Drill, 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 drill. A bunch of teleport bolts that don't do any damage, but this critical plus is really good. This wand sucks, but yeah, fuck it. We're not taking it. It's trash. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Better be careful. Oh my god, look at this mess. Did everyone fall asleep? Nah, I mean, maybe everyone's getting tired. Fuck these guys. Holy shit. Come on, let me out of here. Uh-oh. What's this? Oh, lightning bolt. Oh. Oh, thank you. Get some rest, Jeena. Lightning bolt is so good, though. I guess I don't need the chainsaw, but... Oh, lightning bolt is so fucking good. Lightning bolt. Look at that. 500 damage. So good. I need to take it, but what do I get rid of? I guess I get rid of my default one. All right, let's try this. This is bad news. Aw. Damn it. Okay. All right. Wow. Whoa, what is that spell? I don't know what this one is. I don't know what this spell is. What's that spell? That is a lot of mana. Oh, yes. I know what we're doing here. Okay, we're taking this Spiral Arc, and then we're going to get this one instead of this one because it's just a straight upgrade. And then, what do we got here? Formation Hexagon. Fuck that. Glowing Lance. Where the hell's the other axe? Here we go. Okay. Ooh. I think we got to do that, right? Wait, so all I need to do is have this one, right? Wow, that should do good damage. Okay, so we have the drill there. We got the lightning bolt. Then what we got? The poison shit here? Okay. Do we really want to keep the poison shit? Well, I guess we could get rid of this and we could go like this instead. Yeah, because then we'd have like... Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So now we're going to go like this. Okay, lightning is second, 3, and then 4 is going to be the special poison in case we need it. But we'll use this as the default. Teleportitis dodge. You teleport a small distance away when a projectile is near. Okay. Dissolve powders or projectin repulsion. I like that. Oh, I've never done this place. Okay, I've been here, but I've never done this level. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? What? What the? Okay. Can I drill through metal? No, you can't. Oh, there's metal in the way. Fuck. Oh boy, here we go. Holy shit. Wow, so every time these guys are hit, they summon more. Oh, that's wild. They do produce a lot of blood, though, which is good. And I could drill it up to get even more. Wow, this is wild. Ooh! That damage was nice. Damn! Ow! I hit myself with the repulsor thing. What's this? Rotate towards foes. Water to poison. What the fuck? Okay, that's a shitty wand. I don't want that. Uh-oh. I don't like the look of these things. Yo, what the fuck? What? What the fuck was that? Oh, bullshit. All right. Well, listen, we had fun. Okay, we had fun while it lasted. Listen, we had fun while it lasted. All right, everyone. Today was very good. Thank you all for coming here today, my lovely imps. We are at 9.5 hours. I'm going to go catch some rest. Okay. Thank you all for your support today. You were incredibly generous to me. Much communal love to all of you. And I will see you for some video games on Sunday. It'll be much more structured and I will be much less tired. All right? Mwah! Much fun, much love to all of you. And I will see you soon. Good night.